Book 1 of Troilus and Criseyde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Troilus and Criseyde by Geoffrey Chaucer. Book 1. Book 1. Incipit Liber Primus. The doubla sorwa of Troilus to Telon, that was the king Priamus soon of Troy, in loving how his adventures fallen, fro woe to waila, and after out of joy. My purpose is, ere that ye part fro ye, Theisiphone, thou help me fortendit these a woeful verse that wepen as ye read. To thee clape I, thou goddess of torment, thou cruel fury, sorrowing ever in pain, help me, that am the sorrowful instrument, that helpeth lovers, as he can, to plain. For well seated the south of Fortisane, a woeful weaked to Hannah dreary fair, and to a sorrowful Tala, a sorry chair. For I, that God of love's servants serve, ne dar to love, for mine unlikeliness, prayen for spade, all should ye therefore sterve. So fair am I from his help in darkness, but natheless, if this may doen gladness to any lover, and his cause avail, have he me thank, and mine be this travail. But ye lovers that bathen in gladness, if any drop of pity in yow be, remembereth yow on passed heaviness that ye han felt, and on the adversity of other folk, and thinketh how that ye han felt that love durst yow displease, or ye han won him with too great an ease, and prayeth for him that been in the cause of Troilus, as ye may after hear, that love him bring in heaven to solace, and eke for me prayeth to God so dear, that ye have meeked to show in so manner switch pain and woe as love's folks endure, in Troilus unsaily aventure, and biddeth eke for him that been despaired in love, that never nil recovered be, and eke for him that falsely been appeared, thorough wicked tongues, be it he or she. Thus biddeth God for his benignity, so grant him soon out of this world to pass, that been despaired out of love's grace. And biddeth eke for him that been at ease, that God him grant a good perseverance, and send him meek dear ladies so to please, that it to love be worship and plaisance. For so hope I me soul best avance, to pray for him that love's servants be, and read her woe, and live in charity. And for to have of him compassion, as though he were her own brother dear, now hearkeneth with a good intention, for now will I gon straight to my matter, in which she may the double sorrows hear of Troilus in loving of Criseyde, and how that she forsook him ere she died. It is well wist how that the Greek strong in arms with 1,000 shippes went to Troye wards, and the cite longa assegeden, nay 10 year ere they stent, and in diverse wise and unentante, the ravishing to reckon of Elaine, by Paris dune they rockten all her pain. Now feel it so, that in the down there was dwelling a lord of great auctority, a great divine, that claped was Calchas, that in science so expert was, that he knew well that Troy should destroyed be, by answer of his God, that hecta thus down Phoebus or Apollo Delphicus. So when this Calchas knew by calculating, and eke by answer of this Apollo, that Gracchus shoulden switch a people bring, through which that Troya most been fordo, he cast noon out of the town to go, for well wist he by sort that Troya shoulda destroyed been, yea, would whoso nolde. for which for to departen softly took purpose full this folk-knowing wiese, and to the Graecus ost full privily he stole anon, and they in courteous wise him deden both worship and service, in truth that he hath conning him to rede in every peril which that is to dread. The noise uprose when it was first espied through all the town, and generally was spoken that Calchas traitor fled was, and allied with him of grace, and cast into bane broken on him that falsely had his faith so broken. And Satan, he and all his keen at ones, been worthy for to brennen, fell in bones. Now had a Calchas left in this mischance, all unweest of this false and wicked deed, his doctor, which that was in great penance, for of her lief she was full sore and dread, as she that neest what was base to read. For both a widower was she, and alone of any friend to whom she durst her moan. Criseyde was this laddie name aricht, as to me doma in all Troilus cité, nas noon so far, for passing every weekt, so angelique was her native beauty, that liketh thing immortal seemed she, as doth an heavenish perfect creature, that down were sent in scorning of nature. This lady, which that all day heard at air her father's shame, his falseness and treason, well meek out of her wheat for sorrow and fair, in widower's habit large of samet brown, on knees she fell before Hector down, with piteous voice, and tenderly weeping, his mercy bad, herselven excusing. Now was this Hector piteous of nature, and saw that she was sorrowfully begun, and that she was so fair a creature. Of his goodness he gladed her anon, and said, Let your father's treason goon forth with mischance, and ye yourself in joy dwelleth with us, will ye good least in Troy. And all thonor that men may doen jou have, as fair forth as your father dwelled here, ye shall han, and your body shall men save, as fair as ye may ocht enquire or hair. And she him thanked with full humble cheer, and ofter wolde, and it hadde been his will, and took her leave, and whom, and held her stille. And in her house she abode with sweet Shmene, as to her honour nede was to hold, and while she was dwelling in that cité, kept her estate, and both of young and old, full well beloved, and well men of her told. But whether that she children had or none, I read it not, therefore I lat it gone. The thing is fallen as they doen of were, betwixen him of Troy and Graecus ofte, for some day brochten they of Troy it dere, and eft the Graecus found in nothing softe the folk of Troy. And thus fortune on lofte and under eft, gan him to wailen both after her course, I will they were wroth. But how this town come to destruction, ne falleth not to purpose me to tell, for it were a long digression from my matter, and jou too long a dwell. But the Trojan gestes as they fell, in Omer or in Dares or in Dita, whoso that can may read him as they read. But thought that the Greek is him of Troy shaten, and her city besieged all about, her older usage wolde they not laten, as for to honour her goddess full devout, but oldermost in honour, out of doubt, they had a relic hiegt Palladion, that was her trist above an every John. And so befell, one common was the tema of April, when clothed is the maide with newe grain, of lusty ver the prima, and swote smelling flowers wheat and rede, in sundry wieses shewed as he read, the folk of Troia her observances olde, Palladionis feste for to hold. Unto the Templa in all her beste wiese, in general there went many a week, to hearkening of Plarion service, anomaly, so many a lusty knecht, so many a laddie fresh and maiden breekt, full well arrayed both the most and least, yea, both for the season and the feast. Among these other folk was Criseyde, in widower's habit black, but nae the lace, reeked as our first letter is now an A, in beauty first so stood she, Achilles, her goodly looking gladade all the praise, nae's never seen thing to been praised dare, nor under cloud a black so breeked a stare, as was Criseyde, as folk said every chone, that her behelden in her black awade, and yet she stood full low and still alone, behind in other folk in little brede, and nae the door under shames drede, simple of a tear, and debonair of cheer, with full assured looking and manner. This Troilus, as he was wont to guide his younge knechts, lade him up and down, in thilke large temple on every side, beholding aye the laddies of the town, now here, now there, for no devotion had he to known, to raven him his rest, but gone to praise and lacken whom him placed. And in his walk full fast he gone to waiten, if knecht or square of his company, gone for to seek, or late his eyen baiten, on any woman that he could espy, he would smile and holden it folly, and say him thus, God wot she sleepeth softe, for love of thee, when thou tornest full ofte. Ye have heard told pardieu of your living, ye lovers, and your lewd observances, and which a labour folk han in winning of love, and in the keeping which doughtances, and when your prey is lost, woe and penances. O very follis, niece and blinde be ye, there nis not un can war by other bay. And with that word he gone cast up the brow, ascaunces, Lo, is this nocht weasely spoken? At which the god of love gan loken row, reeked for despite, and shoot for to been roken, he kidde known his bow was not broken, for suddenly he hit him at the fulle, and yet as proud a peacock can he pulle. O blinde world, O blinde intention, how oft falleth all the effect contraire of surquidrie and foul presumption, for cocked is proud and cocked is debonair. This Troilus is clomen on the stair, and little wenneth that he moot descenden, but all day falleth thing that fallis nae wenden. As proud Bayard ginneth for to skeepe out of the way, so pricketh him his corn, till he a lash have of the longe weepe. Then thinketh he, though ye prance all beforn, first in the tries, full fat and new ashorn, yet am ye but an horse's law. I moot endure, and with me ferres draw. So fared it by this verse and proude knecht, though he a worthy kinge's son were, and wende nothing hadde had sweet schmeekt, against his will that should his heart stare. Yet with a look his heart wex affair, that he that now was most in pride above, wex suddenly most subject unto love. For the ensample taketh of this man, yea, we's a proud and worthy folk as all, to scorn in love which that so soon can. The freedom of your heart is to him thralla, for ever it was, and ever it shall be falla, that love is he that all thing may bind, for may no man fordo the law of kinde. That this be sooth hath proved and doth yet, for this true I jou knowen, alla or some. Men reden not that folk han greater wet than they that han be most with love ye known, and strengest folk been therewith overcome, the worthiest and greatest of degree. This was, and is, and yet men shall it see. And truelik it sit well to be so, for elder wisest han therewith been pleased, And they that han been aldermost in woe, with love han been comforted most in aised, and oft it hath the cruel heart apaised, and worthy folk mair worthier of nama, and causeth most to dreaden vice and shama. Now sith it may not godly be withstonde, and is a thing so virtuous and kinde, refuseth not to love for to be bonde, sin as himself in list he may jou binde. The yard is bait that bowen wool and winde, than that braced, and therefore I jou rede to followen him that so well can jou lede. But for to tellen forth in special, as of this kinge's son of which he tolde, and laten other thing collateral, of him thanke immortale for to holde, both of his joy and of his cares colde, and all his work as touching this matter, for it gan, wol thereto referre. Within the temple he went him forth playing, this Troilus of every week debaute, on this laddie and now on that looking, whereso she were of town, or of without. And upon Cas befell, that thurug arout, his eye perised, and so deep it went, till on Criseyde it smote, and there it stente. And suddenly he walks there with a stoned, and gone her bit, behold in thrifty wise. O mercy God, thought he, where hast thou woned, that art so fair and goodly to devise? There with his heart gone to sprade and rease, and soft seeked, lest men meek to him heare, and cocked yane his first playing chair. She nost not with the laste of her stature, but all her limbs so well answering whereunto womanhood, that creature was never lass mannish in seeming, and eke the pure wise of her meaning showed well, that men meeked in her gaze, honour, estate, and womanly noblesse. To Troilus reeked wonder well with alle, gan for to like her meaning and her chair, which some del Danius was, for she let fall her look a lita sida in switch manner, as sconces. What? May he not stonden here? And after that her looking gone she leekte, that never thought him seen so good a seekte. And of her look in him there gone to quicken so great desire and sweet affection, that in his heart bottom gan to steken of her his fixe and deep impression. And though he erst had poured open down, he was though glad his harness into shrinke, unneth his wiste he how to look or winke. Lo, he that laid himself in so conninge, and scorned him that love his pain as drien, was full unwar that love had his dwelling within the subtile streams of her yane, that suddenly him thought he felt the dean, reeked with her look, the spirit in his heart, blessed be love, that thus can folk convert. She, this in block, leaking to Troilus, over all a thing, he stood for to behold, ne his desire, ne wherefore he stood thus, he neither chair mad, ne word told, but from afar his manner for to hold, on other thing his look some time he cast, and eft on her will that service last. And after this, not fullich all awaped, out of the temple all esilich he went, repenting him that he had ever yaped of love's folk, lest fully the descent of scorn fill on himself, but what he meant, lest it were wist of any manner seed, his woe he gan dissimulen and hide. When he was fro the temple thus departed, he straked noon unto his palace torneth, reeked with her look, thurug shoten and thurug darted, all feigneth he and loosed, that he sojourneth. And all his chair and speche also he borneth, and of love's servants every wheele, himself to at him he gan to smile, and said, Lord, so ye leave all in laste, ye lovers, for the conningest of yow, that serveth most attentively and best, him did as often harm thereof as prow. Your hero is quit again, yea, God wot how, not well for well, but scorn for good service. In faith, your order is ruled in good wise. In non certain been alla your observances, but it a silly few pointes be. Nay, nothing asketh so great attendances as doth your lay, and that know alla ye. But that is not the worst, as moti thee, but told thee yow the worst point I lave. I said, y sooth, ye wolden at me grave. But talk this, that your lovers oft issue, or else doen of good intention, for oft thy lady will it misconstrue, and deem it harm in her opinion. And yet if she for other enchason be ruth, then shalt thou han a groin anon. Lord, well is him that may be of your own. But for all this, one that he say his team, he held his peace, none other bow to him gained. For love began his feathers so to lima, that well uneath unto his folk he feigned, that other busy nades him distrained. For woe was him, that what to doen he neist, but bade his folk to goon, where that him laced. And one that he in chambre was alone, he doon upon his beddes feet him sate, and first he gan to seek, and eft to groan, and thought I on her so, withouten late, that as he sate and woke, his spirit made, that he her saw a templa, and all the wheeze reeked of her look, and gan it new a vise. Thus gan he make a mirror of his mind, in which he saw all holy her figure, and that he well could in his heart find, it was to him a reeked good aventure, to love's which one, and if he did his cure, to serve in hair, yet might he fall in grace, or else for one of her servants pass. Imagining that travail nor grama, ne michte for so goodly one, belone as she, ne him for his desire ne charma, all were at least, but impress and upborn, of all lovers well more than before. Thus argumented he in his ginning, full unvised of his woe coming. Thus took he purpose love's craft to sue, and thought he would welcome privily first to hidden his desire in mew from every weekly born all outerly, but he might oft recovered be there be, remembering him that love to weed ye blow, felt bitter fruit, though sweet a seed be so. And over all these yet mucho more he thought, what for to spake, and what to holden in, and what to arten here to love he sought, and on a song anon rick to begin, and gan loud on his sorrow for to win. For with good hope he gan fully assent, Criseyde for to love, and not repent. And of his song knocked only the sentence, as read mean author called Lolulius, but plainly saw what tongue's difference, he dare well saying, in all that Troilus said in his song, lo, every word reeked thus, as he shall saying, and whoso least it here, lo, next this verse, he may it find in here. Cantus Troili. If no love is, O God, what fairly so, and if love is, what thing and which is he? If love be good, from whence cometh my woe? If it be wicked, a wonder thinketh me, when every torment and adversity that cometh of him may to me savoury think, for I thirst, the more that it drink. And if that at mine own loosed ye brenne, fro whence cometh me wailing and me plaint, if harm agree me, where to plain then? Inut ne we unwary that he faint. O quick a death, O sweet harm so quaint. How many of they in me switch quantity, but if that ye consenta that it be. And if that ye consenta ye wrongfully complain, ye wees, thus posed to and fro, all sterilis, within a boot me, amid the say, by twixen windes two, that in contrary stonden evermo. Alas, what is this wonder melody, for hate of cold, for cold of hatey day? And to the God of love thus said he with piteous voice, O Lord, now yours is my spirit, which that ocht yours be. Yow thank ye, Lord, that han me brought to this. But whether goddess or woman ye wis, she be inut, which that ye do me serve, but as for man a wool I leave and starve. Ye stonden in here e'en mightily, as in a place unto your virtue digne. Wherefore, Lord, if my service or ye may leak a yow, so beth to me benigne, for mine stat royal here ye resigna into her hand, and with full humble cheer become her man, as to my lady dere. In him ne deigned sparen blood royale, the fear of love, wherefore God me blessa, ne him forbar in no degree, for all his virtue or his excellent prowess, but held him as his thrall, low in distress, and brende him so in sundry wees I knew, that 60 time a day he lost his hue. So much day by day his own thought, for loose to hear, gan quicken and increase, that every other charge he set at naught, for thee full oft his hote fear to cease, to seen her goodly look he gan to praise, for there be to been eased well he wende, and aye the ne'er he was, the more he brende. For aye the ne'er the fear, the hotter ease, this trow he knoweth all this company, but where he fair or near, he dare say these, by night or day, for wisdom or folly, his heart, which that is his breast as yea, was aye on her, that fairer was to sain than ever were Elaine or Polyxene. Eke of the day that passed not an hour, that to himself 1,000 time he said, Good goodly, to whom serve ye and labour, as ye best can, now wolde God, Criseyde, ye wolden on me row ere that he day. My deare heart, alas, min hele and hewe, and lief is lost, but ye wol on me rowe. Alle other dreades wherein from him flede, both of the assage and his salvation, ne in him desire noon other faunes brede, but argumentes to his conclusion, that she on him wold han compassion, and he to be her man, will he may dure. Lo, here his leaf, and from the death his cure. The sharpe showers fell of armes brave, that Hector or his other brethren deden, ne mar him only therefore unis mave, and yet was he, where so men went to oraden, found the beste, and lengest time bieden their peril was, and did eke such travail in armes, that to thank it was marvile. But for none hate he to the Greekes hade, ne also for the rescus of the town, ne made him thus in armes for to made, but only lo, for this conclusion, to leaken here they bet for his renown, for day to day in armes so he spade, that all the Greekes as the death him drede. And fro this forth though ref to him love his slepe, and made his mate his fool, and eke his sorrow gan multiply, that whoso took a keep, it showed in his hue, both eve and morrow. Therefore a title he gan him for to borrow, of other sicknesse, lest of him men wende, that the hot fear of love him brenda. And Criseyde he had a favour and fair demise, but how it was certain can I not say, if that his laddie understood not this, or feigned here she nist, one of the twae, but well he rede that, by no manner way, ne seemed it as that she of him rought, nor of his pain, or whatsoever he thought. But then fell to this Troilus such woe, that he was well nigh wooed, for aye his dreade was this, that she some week had loved so, that never of him she would have taken heede, for which him thought he felt his heart a blade. Nay, of his woe ne durste he not begin to tellen it, for all this world to win. But whanna he had a space fro his care, thus to himself full oft he gan to plain, he saide, O fool, now art thou in the snare, that whilom yappedest at love's pain. Now art thou hent, now knaw thine own chain, thou where I want each lover reprehende, of thing for which thou canst thee not defende. What will now every lover sayne of thee, if this be weest, but ever in thine absence, lachen in scorn and sayne, Lo, there goeth he, that is the man of so great sapience, that heldest lovers least in reverence. Now thanked be God, he may goon in the dance of him that love least feebly for to avance. But, O thou woeful Troilus, God wolde, sin thou most loven thirk the destiny, that thou be set where on switch un that shoulder, know all the woe, all lacked her pity, but also cold in love towards thee, thy lady is, as frost in winter mona, and thou fordoon, as snow in fear is sown. God wold ye were arrived in the port of death, to which my sorrow will me lede. Ah, Lord, to me it were a great comfort, then were ye quit of languishing in dreade. For be min heede sorrow ye blow on brede, ye shall be yaped bane 1,000 time, more than that fool, of whose folly men rime. But now help God, and ye sweete for whom I plain, ye cocked ye never weet so fast. O mercy, dear heart, and help me from the deed, for ye will that me leave me lost, more than myself will love yow to me last. And with some friendly look ladeth me sweete, though never more thing ye may be hate. This word is, and full many an other toe he spake, and called ever in his complaint her name, for to tellen her his woe, till nech that he in salte terrors draint. All was for naught, she heard naught his plaint, and one that he bethochte on that folly, 1,000-fold his woe gan multiply. Bewailing in his chambre thus alone, a friend of his that called was Pandarus, come unis in own war, and heard him groan, and say his friend in switch distress and care, Alas, quod he, who causeth all this fare? O mercy God, what unhap may this mene? And now the sun grekes mad jaulene? Or hast thou some remorse of conscience, and art now fall in some devotion, and wailest for thy sin and thine offence, and hast forfared cocked attrition? God save him that besieged han our town, and so can lay our loyalty on praise, and bring our lusty folk to holiness. These words said he for the none is all, that with which thing he meeked him angry maken, and with an anger doon his sorrow fall. As for the team and his courage awaken, but well he wist, as fair as tongue is speken, then as a man of greater hardiness than he, ne more desired worthiness. What cause, quod Troilus, or what aventure hath guided thee to see me languishing, that am refuse of every creature? But for the love of God at me praying, go hen away, for certes my dying will they disease, and I mote nedes day. Therefore go away, there is no more to say. But if thou when I be thus sick for dreade, it is not so, and therefore scorn nocht. There is another thing I talk of hede, well more than ocht the Greekes han ye wrought, which cause is of me death, for sorrow and thought. But though that I now tell thee in my leiste, be thou nocht ruth I heed it for the beste. This Pandara, that neg malt for woe and wrath, full often said, Alas, what may this be? Now, friend, quod he, if ever love or troth hath been, or is betwixt they and me, ne do thou never switch a cruelty, to heed fro thee friend so great a cara. Wist thou not well that it am I, Pandara? I will parton with thee all the pain, if it be so we do thee no comfort, as it is friend is reeked, so for to sain, to enter part in woe as glad they sport. I have and shall, for true or false report, in a wrong and reeked I loved thee all me lieve, hid not thy woe from me, but tell it believe. Then gone the sorrowful Troilus to seek, and said him thus, God lave it be my best, to tell it thee, for sith it may thee leak, yet will I tell it, though mine heart brest. And well wot I thou mayst do me no rest, but lest thou deem I trust not to thee. Now hearkna, friend, for thus it start with me. Love against the which whoso defendeth himself in most, him alder least availeth, with despair so sorrowfully me offendeth, that straked unto the death mine heart saileth, there to desire so brenningly me assaileth, that to been slain it were a greater joy to me than King of Grace being and Troy. Sufficeth this, me full friend Pandara, that I have said, for now woe my woe, and for the love of God me called the cara, so heed it well, I tell it never to mow, for harm is meek to followen, more than twoe. If it were weest, but be thou in gladness, and let me starve, unknow of me distress. How hast thou thus unkindly and long hid this from me, thou fool? Quoth Pandarus. Parantur thou meekt after switch longer, that mine avisa noon may helpen us. This were a wonder thing, quoth Troilus, but thou couldst never in love thyself visa, how devil mayest thou bring in me to please? Yea, Troilus, now hearka, quoth Pandare, though I be niece it happeth oft so, that only excess doth full evil fare, by good counsel can keep his friend therefro. I have myself eke seen a blind man go, thereas he fell that could look weeda. A fool may eke a wise man oft guide. A whetstone is no carving instrument, and yet it maketh sharper carving toilers. And there thou wouldst that I have oft miswent, I show thou that, for which thing to thy school is, thus oft wise men been war by follies. If thou do so, thy wit is well bewarded, by his contrary is everything declared. For how meek ever sweetness have be knowa to him that never tasted bitterness? Nay, no man may be inly glad I trow, that never was in sorrow or some distress. Eke wheat by black, be shame eke worthiness, eke set be other, more for other sameth, as men may say, and so the wise it dameth. Sith thus of two contraries is a lore, I that have in love so oft assayed grievances, ocht a corner, and well the more counsel in thee, of that thou art a maid, eke thee ne ocht not being evil paid, though I desire with thee for to bear thine heavy charge, it shall the loss adere. I woot well that it fareth thus be me, as to the brother Paris and Herdesa, which that I claped was Oenoni, wrought in a complaint of her heaviness. Ye say the letter that she wrote ye guess? Nay, never yet ye wis, quod Troilus. Now, quod Pandarus, hearkeneth it was thus. Phoebus that first found art of medicine, quod she, and could in every wictus cara remedy and raid, by herbes he knew fina, yet to himself his cunning was full bara, for love had him so bounden in a snara, all for the doctor of the king admette, that all his craft ne could his sorrow abette. Reeked so far unhappily from me, love best, and that me smarteth sore, and yet paranter can ye raid they, and not myself reprave me no more. Ye have no cause, ye wot well, for to sorrow, as doth an auk that listeth for to play, but to thine help yet somewhat can ye say. And of o thing reeked seeker mayst thou be, that certain, for to daen in the pain, that he shall never mo discover in thee. Nay, be me trouth, ye keep not restrain, they fro they love, though that it were Elaine, that is thy brother's wife, if ik it wist. Be what she be, and love her as they least. Therefore as friend fulik in me assure, and tell me plot, what is thine enchaison, and final cause of woe that ye endure. For doubteth no thing mean intention, nis knock to yow of reprehension, to spake as now, for no wicked may bereave a man to love, till that him list to lave. And weeteth well that both two ben vices mistrust in all or else all a leva, but well he wot the main of it no vice is, for to trust in some wicked is a prave of troth, and for thee wold thee fain remove thy wrong conceit, and do thee some wicked trist, thy woe to tell, and tell me if thee least. The Weese saith, woe him that is alone, for, and he fall, he hath known help to rease, and sith thou hast a fellow, tell thy moan, for this nis not certain, the next Weese to win in love, as teachen us the Weese, to walwa and wape as Niobe the queen, whose terrors yet in marble be ne seen. Lot be the weeping and the dreariness, and let us listen woe with other speech, so may the woeful team say malesa, delete not in woe thy woe to seche, as doen this fools, that hear sorrows age with sorrow, when they han misaventure, and listen not to seche hem other cure. Men saying, to rage is consolation, to have another fellow in his pain. That ought well been our opinion, for both thou and I of love we plain, so full of sorrow am I, sought for to sain, that certainly no more hard grace may sit on me, for why there is no space. If God wool thou art not aghast of me, lest I would of thy lady thee beguile, thou wost thyself whom that I love pardie, as I best can goon sithen long wheele, and sith thou wost I do it for no weal, and sith I am he that thou tristeth most, tell me somewhat, sin all my woe thou wost. Yet Troilus for all these no word said, but long he lay as still as he did were, and after this with seeking he abraid, and to Pandarus' voice he lent his ear, and up his eyen cast he, that in fear was Pandarus, lest that in frenzy he should fall, or else sooner die, and cried, awake full wonderly and sharpa, what, slumberest thou as in a lethargy, or art thou like an ass to the harp that heareth sound, one man the stringes ply, but in his mind of that no melody may sinken him to glada, for that he so dull is of his bestiality. And with that, Pandarus of his words stenta, and Troilus yet him no word answered, for why to tell as not his entanta, to never no man, for whom that he so fared. For it is said, man maketh oft a yard, with which the mocker is himself ye baten in sundry manner, as these wise traten, anomaly in his counsel telling, that toucheth love that octa be secree. For of himself it wold he knocked out springa, but if that it the bet governed be, eke some team it is craft to same flee, for thing which in effect men hunte fast, all this gone Troilus in his heart cast. But not the least, when he had heard him cry, awak, he gan to seek wonder sore, and said, Friend, though that he still lie, ye am not deaf, now peace, and cry no more, for he have heard thy words and thy lore, but suffre me my mischief to bewail, for thy proverbs may me not avail. Nor other cure canst thou noon for me, ik will not be cured, I will die. What know I of the Queen Niobe? Let be thine old ensamples, they pray. No, quod thou, Pandarus, therefore I say, sweet is the lead of fools, to bewape her woe, but second bouta they ne keep. Now know I that their reason in they faileth, but tell me, if I wist that she were, for whom that thee all this misaunter aileth, durstest thou that I told her in her ear thee woe, sith thou darest not thyself forfare, and her besought on thee to handsome routh? Why nay, quod he, by God and by my troth. What? Not as easily, quod Pandarus, as though mine own leaf lay on this nade? Nay, certes, brother, quoth this Troilus, and we, for that thou shouldest never spade. Wist thou that well? Yea, that is out of dread. Quoth Troilus, for all that ever ye cone, she nil to noon switch wretche as I be one. Quoth Pandarus, alas, but may this be, that thou despaired art, thus causalis. What, liveth not thy lady? Benedicte. How wist thou so that thou art Gracilis? Switch evil is not alvi botalis. Why, but not impossible thus the cura, sin thing to come is oft in aventura. I grant well that thou endurest woe, as sharp as doth he, Tychius in Ella, whose stomach fowls tyrann evermore, that hic vulturis, as Bocchus tella. But I may not endure that thou dwell in so unskilful an opinion, that of thee woe is no curation. But ons nil tau for thy coward heart, and for thine ear and foolish wilfulness, for one trust telling of thy sorrow's smart, nay to thine own help to busyness, as much as spake a reason more or less, but least as he that least of no thing rake, what woman could love such a rake? What may she damon other of thee deeth, if thou thus die, and she not we it is, but that for fair is olden up thee breathe, for Gracchus han besieged us, I wis. Lord, which a thank then shalt thou han of these. Thus will she saying, and all the town at once, the wretche is deed, the devil have his bonus. Thou mayst alone here wape and cry and knela, but love a woman that she woted knocked, and she will quite that thou shalt not fail, unknowe, unkissed, and lost that is unsocked. What? Many a man hath love full dearly balked, 20 winter that his laddie wist, that never yet his laddie moth he kissed. What, should be therefore fallen in despair, or be recrowned for his own tain, or slain himself, all be his laddie fair? Nay, nay, but ever in own be fresh and green, to serve and love his dear heart's queen, and think it is a guerdon here to serve, 1,000-fold more than he can deserve. Of that word took heed Troilus, and thought anon what folly he was in, and how that sooth him said Pandarus, that for to slain himself maked he not win, but both doon on manhood and a sin, and of his day his lady not to weeta, for of his woe, God woot, she knew for lita. And with that thought he gan full sore seeka, and saide, Alas, what is me best to do? To whom Pandara answered, If thee leeka, the best is that thou tell me thy woo, and have my troth, but thou it fiende so, ye be thy bote, or that it be for longa, 2 paces do me draw, and sit in harm. Yea, so thou sayest, quoth Troilus, though, alas, but God wot, it is not the rather so, full hard were it to helpen in this cause, for well fiende ye that fortune is me foe, nay all the men that reading corner go, may of her cruel wheel the harm withstonde, for, as her least, she playeth with free and bond. Quoth Pandarus, Then blamest thou fortune, for thou art ruth? Yea, now at erst I see. Wist thou not well that fortune is commune to every manner weak in some degree? And yet thou hast this comfort, lo, pardie, that, as her joys moten overgoon, so mote her sorrows passen every tune. For if her wheel stint anything to torn, then said she fortune anon to be. Now, sith her wheel by no way may so yorn, but wast thou, if here mutability, wreaked as thyself in list, will doon by thee, or that she be not fair fro thine helping, perantur, thou hast cause for to sing. And therefore wost thou but I thee beseech, let be thy woe and turning to the ground, for whoso list have helping of his lage, to him behoveth first unree his wound, to Cerberus in hell I be a bound, were it for my suster all thy sorrow. By my will she should all be thine tomorrow. Look up, I say, and tell me what she is, anon, that I may goon about thy need, knowe each her oct. For me love, tell me this, then will thee hopen rather for to spade. Though gone the vein of Troilus to blade, for he was heat, and wex all read for shame. Aha, quoth Pandari, here beginneth game. And with that word he gan him for to shaka, and said, Thief, thou shalt her name talla. But thou gan saily Troilus for to quake, as though men should han laid him into hell, and said, Alas, of all me woe the wella, then is my sweet foe called Criseyde, and well neat with the word for fair he dade. And one that Pandara heard her name nevene, Lord, he was glad, and said, Friend so dear, now for I reeked, for love is nam in heaven, love hath beset thee well, be of good cheer, for of good nam and wisdom and manner she hath enoch, and eke of gentilesse, if she be fair, thou wost thyself ye guesse. Nay, I never saw a more bounteous of her estate, nay a gladder, nay of speech a friendlier, nay a more gracious for to do well, nay lasse had a nay to sage but for to doen, and all this bait to age, in honour, to as far as she may stretch, a king's heart seemeth by hers a wretch. And for the loke of good comfort thou be, for certainly the first point is this, of noble courage and well ordain, a man to have peace with himself he wis. So oughtest thou, for naught but good it is to love and well, and in a worthy place. Thee ought not to clape it hap, but grass. And also think, and therewith gladde thee, that sith thy lady virtuous is all, so followeth it that there is some pity among us all these other in general, and for thy see that thou in special require not that is again her name, for virtue stretcheth not himself to shame. But well is me that ever that I was born, that thou beset art in so good a place, for by me truth, in love I durst have sworn, thee should never hand tid thus fair a grace, and wost thou we, for thou were wont to chase at love and scorn, and for dispute him call, Saint Idiot, Lord of these foals all, how often hast thou mad in Nice apes, and said that love's servants every John of Nicete being very goddess apes, and some a world moncha her mate alone, ligging a bade, and make him for to groan, and some thou saidest had a blanche favor, and praydest God he should never caver. And some of him took on him for they cold, more than he knocked, so saidest thou full oft, and some hen feigned of team and told how that they wake when they sleepin soft, and thus they wold and brocht himself aloft, and nevertheless were under at the last, thus saidest thou, and yepedest full fast. Yet saidest thou that for the more part these lovers wold and spake in general, and thochten that it was a secret art for failing, for to essayin over all. Now may he yape of thee, if that he shall, but natheless, doch that he should the day, that thou art none of thou that durst he say. Now beat thy breast, and say to God of love, thy grace, Lord, for now he may repent it, if he misspake, for now myself he love. Thus say with all thine heart and good intent, quoth Troilus, ah, Lord, he may consent, and pray to thee me yape as thou forgive, and he shall never more will he leave. Thou sayest well, quoth Pandarus, and now we hope that thou the goddess' wrath hast all appeased, and sithen thou hast wapen many a drop, and said switch thing wherewith thy God is pleased. Now would never God but thou were aised, and think well, she of whom rest all thy woe, hereafter may thy comfort be also. For thilke ground that beareth the weedest weak, beareth eke these wholesome herbes, as full oft, next the foul nettle, rocked and thick, the rose waxeth, sweet and smooth and soft. And next the valley is the hill aloft, and next the dark neekt, the glade morwa, and also joy is next the feen of sorwa. Now look at that a tempera be thy bridal, and for the best suffer to the tide, or else all our labour is on idle. He hasteth well that wisely can abide. Be diligent and true, and will heed. Be lusty, free, persevere in the service, and all is well if thou work in this wise. But he that parted is in every place, is nowhere whole, as written clerk is wise. What wonder is, though which one have no grass, equal stow how it fareth of some service, as plant a tree or herb in sundry wise, and on the morwa pull it up as believe. No wonder is, though it may never thrive. And sith that God of love hath thee bestowed in plastic knee unto thee worthiness, stand fast, for to good port hast thou rowed, and of thee self for any heaviness, hope our way well, for but if dreariness, or overhast, or both labour shend, ye hope of this to make in a good end. And wost thou ye am the last afeared of this matter with my niece a trait? For this have ye heard said of wheezy laird, was never man ne woman yet beget, that was unapt to suffer in love's hate, celestial or else love of kind, for thee some grace ye hope in her to find. And for to spake of her in special, her beauty to be thinken and her youth, it set her not to be celestial, as yet, though that her least both in coth, but truly it said her well wicked north, a worthy kneek to loven and cherish, and what she do, ye hold it for a vice. Wherefore ye am and will be I ready to pain me to do you the service, for both a you to please, thus hope ye, hereafterward, for ye both the wise, and con it counsel keep in such a wise, that no man shall the wiser of it be, and so we may be gladded all a three. And be my troth, ye have reeked now of thee a good conceit in my wheat, as I guess, And what it is, I will now that thou say, I think, sith that love of his goodness hath thee converted out of wickedness, that thou shalt be the best of posty laver, of all his lay, and most his foes to graver. On sample we see now these wees a clerkes, that Aaron aldermost a yena law, and being converted from her wicked workes, through grace of God, the list him to him draw, then on they folk that han most God in awe, and strongest faith at bane, ye understand, and con an error all their best withstand. When Troilus had heard Pandarus assented to bane his help in loving of Criseyde, wex of his woe, as who saith untormented, but hotter wex his love, and thus he said, with sober cheer, although his heart blade. Now blissful Venus helpa, ere that he starve, of thee, Pandara, he may some thank deserve. But, dear friend, how shall mine woe be lace, till this be done? And gode, ik tell me this, how wilt thou saying of me in me distress, lest she be wroth, this dreading most ye wace, or nil not hear or trowen how it is, all this dreade ye, and eke for the manner of thee, her eam, she nil no switch thing here. Quoth Pandarus, thou hast a full great cara, lest that the churl may fall out of the mona. We, Lord, ye hata avda thee nisa fara, we entremot, of that thou hast to don, for God is love, he biddeth thee a bona. So let me alone, and it shall be thy best. Why, friend, quoth he, now do reeked as thy least. But hark, Pandara, O word for enolda, that thou and me wendest so great folly, that to me lady it is e'er shoulder that toucheth harm or any villainy. For dread less may were ye ever die, than she of me aught else understand, but that maked sonen into God. And thou loch this Pandari, and anon answered, and I thy bore, fie, no weak doth but so, I rauchth nacht thou, that she stod and heard, how that thou sayest, but farewell, I will go. Adieu, be glad, God speed us both the twa. Yet me this labour and this busyness, and of me spade be thine all that sweetness. Though Troilus gan down on knees to fall, and Pandara in his arms hent fast, and said, now fie on the Greek is all, yet pardie, God shall help us at the last, and dread lease, if that me lief may last, and God to form. Lo, some of him shall smart, and yet me thinketh that this avaunt me a start. Now, Pandara, ye can no more say, but thou wees, thou wost, thou mayst, thou art all. My lief, me death, who'll in bond I lay, help now, quoth he. Yes, by my troth, ye shall. God yield thee, friend, and this in special, quoth Troilus, that thou me recommend to her that to thee death may make command. This Pandarus, though desirous to serve his full friend, then said in this manner, farewell, and thank I will thy thank deserve. Have here my troth, and that thou shalt well hear. And went his way, thinking on this matter, and how he best meeked her beseech of grace, and fiend a team thereto and a place. For every week that hath an house to found, ne renneth not the work for to begin, with rackle hand, but he will bide a stand, and send his heart as lean, out fro within, alder first his purpose for to win. All this Pandara in his heart thought, and cast his work for wisely, or he rocked. But Troilus lay thou no longer down, but up anon upon his steed a bay, and in the field he played the lion. Woe was that Greek that with him made that day, and in the town his manner though forth I, so goodly was, and gat him so in grace, that each him loved that looked on his face. For he become the friendliest weaked, the gentlest, and eke the most afraid, the thriftiest and oon the beste knecht, that in his team was, or meek to be. Data were his japes and his cruelty, his haig port and his manner is strange, and each of tho gone for a virtue change. Now let us stint of Troilus astound, that fareth like a man that hurt his sore, and is some dell of aching of his wound illicit well, but hailed no dell more, and as an easy patient the lower a bit of him that goeth about his cure, and thus he driveth forth his aventure. Explicit Liber Primus. End of Book 1. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Book 2, Part 1, of Troilus and Criseyde by Geoffrey Chaucer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Book 2, Incipit Prohemium Secundi Libri. Out of these black wawas for to sila, O wind, the wider gineth clear, for in this say the boot hath sweet travail of me koning, that uneth I et stere. This say clay be I the tempestuous mater of despair that Troilus was in, but now of hope the calendes beginne. O lady min that called art Cleo, thou be my spade fro this forth, and me muse, to ream well this book, till I have do, me needeth hae known other art to use, for we to every lover I may excuse, that of no sentiment I this endite, but out of Latin in me tongue it rite. Wherefore I nil have neither thank nor blame of all this work, but pray ya make alay, disblameth me if any word be lame. For as mine actor saide, so say I. Eke though I spake of love unfailingly, no wonder it is, for it no thing of newe is, a blind man cannot looken well in hues. Ye know eke, that in form of speeches change within 1,000 year, and word as though that hadden priest, now wonder niece and strange, who's thinketh him, and yet they spak him so. And spade as well in love as men now do, eke for to win a love in sundry ages, in sundry landes, sundry ben usages. And for thee, if it happen any wise, that here be any lover in this place, that hearkeneth, as the story well devise, how Troilus come to his laddie grace, and thinketh so nol thee not love perchase, or wondereth on his speech or his doing, I noot, but it is me, no wondering. For every week which that to Roma went, halt not o path, or alwi o manera, eke in some land where all the gammon shant, if that they fared in love as men don hear, as thus in open doing or in chere, in visiting, in form, or said here sawas, for thee men saying, each country hath his laws. Ik scarcely been there in this place three, then han in love said leak and done in all, for to the purpose this may leaken thee, and thee reek not, yet all is said or shall, eke some men grave in tray, some in stone wall, as it be teat, but sin ye have begone, me actor shall ye followen, if ye can. Incipit Prohemium Secundi Libri. Incipit Liber Secundus. In May that mother is of montes glada, that fresh of flowers, blue and wheat and rada, been quick again, that winter day demada, and full of balm is flating every mada. When Phoebus doth his bricte bemis sprede, reeked in the wheate bole, it so betide, as he shall singe, on May's day the thridde. That Pandarus for all his wise speche, felt eke his part of love is short as cane, that, could he never so well of loving preche, it made his hue a day full oft a grain, so shope it, that him fill, that they attain in love, for which in woe to bede he wente, and made, ere it was day, full many a wente. The swa were progne with a sorrowful lie, when more were come gan mak her way menting, wie she forshapen was, and ever lay, Pandara abede, half in a slumbering, till she so neg him mad her cheatering, Harterius gan forth her suster taka, that with the noise of hear he gan awaka, and gone to call and dress him up to Risa, remembering him his errand was to Dona, from Troilus, and eke his great emprise, and casta and canoe in good fleet was the Mona, to doen biage, and took his way full sona, on to his niece's palace there beside. Now Ianus, god of intree, thou him guide. When he was come unto his niece's plaza, where is my lady? To her folk said he, and they him tolde, and he forth and gone passa, and fond twa other ladies satan she, with una paved parlour, and they three herden a maiden raiden him the gaste of the sage of Thebes, will him laste. Quod Pandarus, Madama, God you say, with all your book and all the company, E uncle mine, welcome you is, quod she, and up she rose, and be the horned in he, she took him fast, and said, this nicht to three, to good a mote eterna, of Yahweh meta, and with that word she down on bench him setta. Yea, Nessa, ye shall fare well, they bet, if God will, all this year, quod Pandarus, but I am sorry that ye have yow let to hearkenen of your book ye praise and those. For God is love, what saith it? Tell it us. Is it of love? O, some good ye may lere. Uncle, quod she, your mistress is not here. Without they gone in lacha, and though she said this romance is of Thebes that we reade, and we han heard how that King Laius dade, thurg Oedipus his son, and all that dade. And here we stenten at these letters reade, how the bishop, as the book can tella, Amphiorax, fell thurg the ground to hella. Quod Pandarus, all this know ye meselva, and all the assage of Thebes and the Cara, for her have been their maked book is 12, but lot be these, and tell me how ye fara. Do way your barba, and show your face bara. Do way your book, rise up, and let us dance, and let us doen to me some observance. Aye, God forbade, quod she, be ye mad? Is that a widower's leaf? So God ye sarve. Be God, ye making me reach sore drad. Ye been so wield, it seemeth as ye rava. It sitteth me well bet in a cava, to bede, and raid on holy saintes leaves. Let maidens goon to dance, and younger weaves. As ever thrive ye, quod this Pandarus, yet could ye tell a thing to doen your play. Now uncle dare, quod she, tell it us, for God is love. Is than the assage away? Ye am of Greek so fair that he day. Nay, nay, quod he, as ever a moti thrive. It is a thing well bet, than switch a fever. Yea, holy God, quod she, what thing is that? What? Bet than switch a fever? Nay, wis, for all this world may canny raiden what it should have been. Some yepi, I trow, is this? And but yourself and tell us what it is. Me wit is for to arrade it all to Lena, as help me God, I noot not what ye mean. And ye a borrow ne never shall for me, this thing be told to yow, as moti thrive. And we so, uncle mine, we so, quod she. By God, quod he, that will ye tell as believe, for prouder woman were there noon on leave, and yet it wiste in all the town of Troy, ye ape knocked, as ever have ye joy. Though gan she wanderen more than beforn, 1,000-fold, and doen her e'en casta, for never sith the team that she was born, to no thing desired she so fasta, and with a seek she said him at the lasta. Now uncle mine, he nil yow knock displays, nor axen more, that may do you disease. So after this with many wordes glada, and friendly tales, and with merry cheere, of this and that they played, and goon in wade, in many an uncouth glad, and deep matere, as friendes doen, when they been mate ye fair, till she gan axen him how Hector fared, that was the town as wall, and great as yerde. Full well he thanked God, quod Pandarus, save in his arme he hath a little wounde, and eke his fresh brother Troilus, the wise worthy Hector the second, in whom that ever virtue list abounde, as all a troth and all a gentilesse, wisdom, honour, freedom, and worthiness. In good faith, Eam, quod she, that liketh me, they faren well, God save him both the twa, for truly hold it great dainty, a king's son in armes well to do, and being of good conditions thereto, for great power and moral virtue here, is selde ye say, in a person ye faire. In good faith that is sooth, quod Pandarus, but be my troth, the king hath sonnes twa, that is to main, Hector and Troilus, that certainly, though that he shoulde day, they been as void of vices, dare I say, as any men that liveth under the sunne, here meekt as wede ye know, and what they canne. Of Hector needeth it not for to telle, in all this world there nis a better knecht, than he, that is of worthiness welle, and he well more virtue hath than meekte. This knoweth many a wise and worthy wight, the same priest of Troilus he say, God help me so, eke know not switch it way. Be God, quod she, of Hector that is sooth, of Troilus the same thing trow we? For dread Elise, men tellen that he doeth in armes day by day so worthily, and beareth him here at home so gently, to every wight, that all the praise hath he of him that may, where levis praised be. Ye say right sooth ye wis, quod Pandarus, for yesterday whoso hadde with him been, he might have wondered upon Troilus, for never yet so thick a swarm of bane, ne flech, as Greeks for him gone flain, and thurg the feld in every wictes era, there nas no cree but Troilus is there. Now here, now there, he hunted him so faste, there nas but Greekes blood, and Troilus, now him he hurte, and him all down he caste. Aye, where he went, it was arrayed thus, he was her death, and shield and lief for us, that as that day there durst none withstande, will that he hauled his bloody sword in hande. Thereto he is the friendliest man of great estate that ever he saw me leave, and where him least best fellowship can, to such as him thinketh able for to thrive. And with that word, though Pandarus as believe, he took his leave, and said, I will go henne. Nay, blame have ye, mine uncle? Quod she then, what aileth you to be thus weary sone, and name a lich of woman, will ye so? Nay, sit it down by God, ye have to done with you, to speak of wisdom ere ye go. And every week that was about him though, that heard that gan for a fate astonde, will they twa hadde all that him least in hande. When that her tale all broked was to an ande, of her estate and of her governance, quod Pandarus, now is it time I wende, but yet I say, ariseth, let us dance, and cast your widow's habit to mischance. What list you thus yourself to disfigure, sith you is tid thus fair an aventure? Ah, well bethought, for love of God, quod she, shall ye not weten what ye mean of these? No, this thing axeth laser, though, quod he, and eke me wolde much grave I wis, if ye it tolde, and ye it took amiss. Yet were it bit me tongue for to stille, then say a sooth that were against your wille. For Nasa by the goddess Minerva, and Jupiter that maketh the yonder ringe, and be the blissful Venus that he serve, ye been the woman in this world a living, without a paramours, to me witting, that he best love, and loathest am to grave, and that ye weten well yourself, I leve. I wis min uncle, quod she, grant mercy, your friendship have I founden ever yet. I am to no man holden truly, so much as yow, and have so little quit. And with the grace of God am forth me wit, as in me guilt I shall you never offend, and if ye have ere this, I will amend. But for the love of God I yow be sage, as ye been he that I love most and treste. Let be to me your fremde maner speche, and say to me your nese what yow leeste. And with that word her uncle anon her kiste, and said, gladly, leve ne stare, tak it for good that I shall say yow here. With that she gan her eyen down to cast, and Pandarus to koch gan a lite, and said, nes all we low, to the laste. Howso it be that some men hem delete, with subtle art her talas for to indeed. Yet for all that, in her intention, her tal is all for some conclusion. And seethen then is every talas strength, and this matter is so behoverly. What shall thee paint or drawen it on length, to yow, that been my friend so faithfully? And with that word he gan reeked inwardly beholden her, and loken on her face, and saide, on such a mirror goede grace. Then thought he thus, if he me tale indeed, ochte hard, or make a process any wile, she shall no saver hand therein, but lite, and through I wulde her in me will beguile, for tendre wit is when all be wile, thereas they cannot plainly understand, for thee her wit to serve will I fonde. And looked on her in a busy wise, and she was war that he beheld her so, and said, Lord, so fast ye me avise, say ye me never ere now? What say ye, no? Yes, yes, quod he, and bet will ere I go, but be me troth, I thought now if ye be fortunate, for now men shall it say. For to every week some goodly aventure, some time sharpa, if he it can receiven, and if that he will talk of it no cure, when that it cometh, but wilfully it waven, lo, neither cast nor fortune him desaven, but wreaked his very slouth and wretchedness, and sweet a weekt is for to bla me gasse. Good aventure, o belle nese, have ye for leetly founden, and ye con it take, and for the love of God, and eke of me, cash it anon, lest aventure slake. What shall the linger process of it make? Give me your hand, for in this world is none, if that yow least, a weekt so well begun. And sith he spake of good intention, as I to yow have told well herebefore, and love as well your honour and renown as creature in all this world ye born, be all the oaths that I have yow sworn, and ye be wroth therefore, or when I lee, ne shall I never seen yow eft with ye. Beth not aghast, ne quaketh not whereto, ne changeth not for fair so your hue, for heartily the worst of this is due, and though me tal as now no, yet trist alway ye shall me fiende through, and were it thing that me thought unsitting, to yow nold I knows which talas bring. Now, my good Eam, for God's love I pray, quod she, come of and tell me what it is, for both I am aghast what ye will say, and eke me longeth it to weet I wis. For whether it be well or be amiss, say on, let me not in this farre dwell, so will I don now hearkeneth I shall tala. Now nese mean, the king is dere son, the goede, wise, worthy, fresh and frey, which all we for to do well is his wone. The noble Troilus so loveth they, that both ye help it will his banner be. Lo, here is all, what shall thee more say, doth what yow least, to mak him leave or day. But if ye let him day, he will starve. have here my trouthness, in will not lean. All should ye with this knife my throat to carve. With that the terrors brast out of his yen, and said, if that ye doen us both again, thus guiltless, then have ye fished fair. What mende ye, though that we both appear? Alas, he which that is me lord so dear, that through a man, that noble gentle knecht, that naught desireth but your friendly cheer. Ye see him day, there he goeth upreeked, and hasteth him with all his full meeked, for to be slain, if fortune will assent. Alas, that God yaus which a beauty sent. If it be so that ye so cruel be, that of his death yow least not to rage, that is so true and worthy as ye say, no more than of a yeper or a rage, if ye be switch, your beauty may not stretch, to make amendes of so cruel a deed. Avisement is good before the need. Woe worth the fair gem virtue lees, woe worth that herb also that doth no bote, woe worth that beauty that is rotha lees, woe worth that weak that tret etch under fote. And ye that been a beauty crop and rota, if therewithal in yo there be no rotha, then is it harm ye liven by my troth. And also think well that this is no gowd, for me were lever, though and he and he were hanged, then he should been his bowd, as haig as men meeked on us all ye see. Iem din the sham were to me, as well as thee, if that he should assent, surg me a bet, that be din honour shent. No understand, for I yow not require, to bind yow to him surg no behesta, but only that ye make him better chere, than ye han done ere this, and more festa, so that his life be salved at the leaste. This all in sum and plainly are intanta, God help me so, he never other meant. Lo, this request is not but skilla I wis, ne doubt of reason pardie is there none. Ye setta the worst that ye dread in this, men wold and wondering seen him come or gone. There a yens answer either so known, that every week but he be full of kind, will deem it love of friendship in his mind. What? Who will deem, though he see a man to temple go, that he the images eteth? Think eke how well and wisely that he can govern himself, that he no thing forgeteth, that, where he cometh, he pris and thank him gateth, and eke thereto he shall come here so selda, what force were it though all the town beheld? Switch love of friend is regneth all this town, and re yow in that mantle evermo, and God so wise be me salvation, as he have said, your best is to do so, but always good and nice to stint his woe. So let your danger sucreed be no lita, that of his death ye be knocked for to wita. Criseyde, which that heard him in this wisa, thoughta, ye shall fail what he meaneth ye wis. Now quod ye, what will ye devisa? What is your rede ye shall done of this? That is well said, quod he, certain best is, that ye him love again for his lovinga, as love for love is skilful guerdonining. Think eke how elder wasteth every hour, in each of yow a party of beauty, and therefore, ere that age thee devour, go love, for old there will no week of thee. Let this proverb allure unto yow be, to lat ye war quod beauty when it pasta, and elder daunteth danger at the laste. The king is fool is wonted to crien loud, when that him thinketh a woman beareth her he. So long mote ye live, and all proude, till crow's feet be grow under yer ee. And send a yow than a mirror into pree, in which that ye may see your face a morwa, nesa ye bid a wish ya no more sorwa. With this he stenta, and casta down the heed, and she began to brace to weep anon, and saida, Alas for woe, we ne'er indeed, For of this world the faith is all agone. Alas, what shoulden stranger to me doon, when he that for my best friend ye wende, brought me to love, and should me defende. Alas, he wold han trusted doutelays, that if that ye, through me disadventure, had loved other him, or Achilles, Hector, or any man as creature, ye know the han had no mercy ne measure on me, but all we had me in repreve. This false world, alas, who may it leve? What? Is this all the joy and all the feaste? Is this your raid? Is this my blissful cause? Is this the very maid of your behaste? Is all this painted process said, alas? Reet for this fin, O lady mine, alas! Thou in this dreadful cause for me purvey, was so astonied at me that he day. With that she gan full sorrowfully to seek. Ah, may it be no bait, quoth Pandarus, be God, ye shall no more come here this week, and God to fawn, that am mistrusted thus, ye see full well that ye set a leet of us, or of our death, alas, ye woeful wretch, meet to hae yet leave, of me is naught to reach. O cruel God, O despotau smart, O furies three of hell, on jou I crie, so let me never out of this house depart, if that he meant harm or villainy, but sith he say, my Lord, mote nedes die, and I with him, here I me shrieve, and say, that wickedly you done us both the day. But sith it leaketh jou that I be deed, by Neptunus, that God is of the say, for this forth shall I never eaten bread, till I mine own heart of blood may say, for certain I will die as soon as he. And up he starte, and on his way he rocked, till she again him by the lappe caught. Criseyde, which that well nae star for fair, so as she was the fairfullest weeked that meek to be, and heard eke with her ear, and saw the sorrowful earnest of the kneekte, and in his prayer eke saw noon unreekte, and for the harm that meeked eke fallen more, she gan to rue and dreade her wonder sore, and thoughte thus, unhap is fallen theke all day for love, and in swich manner cas, as men being cruel in himself and weake, and if this man slee here himself, alas, in me presence it will be no solace. What men wold of it dame I cannot say, it needeth me full slayly for to play. And with a sorrowful seek she said a three, Ah Lord, what me is tid a sorry chance, for me a start leith in Juparty, and eke mean im is leith in balance, but nae the least, with God's governance, he shall so doen mean honour shall he keep, and eke his leaf, and stint for to wape. Of harm is twoe, the less is for to chase, ye have ye liever maken him good cheer in honour, than mean aim is leave to laze. Ye saying ye nothing else may require? No wis, quod he, mean owen ne sedere. Now well, quod she, and he will doen me pain, he shall mean heart against me lust constrain. But that he nil not holden him in honde, ne love a man, ne can he not, ne may against me will, but elles will he fonde, mean honour soft, place him fro day to day, there to nolde I knocked, one as have said nay, but that he dreade, as in me fantasy, but says a cause, sayseth melody. And here he make a protestation, that in this process if ye deeper go, that certainly for no salvation of jou, though that ye starve both at woe, though all the world on o day be my foe, ne shall ye never on him han other wroth. I grant well, quod Pandarus, by my troth. But may ye trust well thereto, quod he, that of this thing that ye han heeked me here, ye will it holden truly unto me? Ye doubt least, quod she, min uncle dere. Nay, that he shall han cause in this matter, quod he, to plain, or after jou to preach, why no, pardie, what needeth more speech? Though fillen they in other tales glada, till at the laste. O good eam, quod she though, For love of God, which that us both amada, tell me how first ye wisten of his woe, what noon of it but ye? He said, No. Can he well spake of love, quoth ye? I pray, tell me, for I they bet me shall purvey. Though Pandarus a little gan to smila, and saida, Be me troth ye shall yow tella, this other day not gone for long a wheela, in with the palace garden be a wheela, gone he and I well half a day to dwella, reeked for to spaken of an ordinance, how we the Greekes meeked a disavance. Soon after that be gone way to Yepe, and casting with our dartes to and fro, till at the last he said he wold a sleepa, and on the grace down he laid him tho. And he after gone roam to and fro, till that he heard as that he welk alone, how he began full woefully to groan. Though gan he stalk him softly behinda, and secretly, the south for to sayn, as he can clape a yen, now to me minda, reeked thus to love he gan him for to plain. He saida, Lord, have wrought up on me pain, all have I been rebel in mine intenta, now, mea culpa, Lord, I me repenta. O God, that at the disposition laidest the fin by loosed purveyance of every week me low confession, accept in gree, and send me switch penance as leaketh thee, but from desesperance, that me goose departa away fro thee, though be my shield for the benignity. For certes, Lord, so sore hath she me wounded, that stood in black with looking of her yen, that to mine hearte's bottom it is ye sounded, the rug which I wote that I mote nedes dien. This is the worst, I dare me not be rien, and well the hotter been the glades rede, that men him rien with ashen pala and deda. With that he smote his heed adoon anon, and gan to motra, I note what, truly, and I with that gan steal away to gon, and let thereof as nothing wist had I, and come again anon and stood him be, and saida, Awaka, ye sleepen all too longa, it seemeth not that love doth yow longa, that sleepen so that no man may yow waka, who say ever or this so dull a man. Yea, friend, quod he, do ye your head as ache, for love, and let me liven as he can. But though that he for woe was pale and wan, yet mad he though as fresh a countenance as though he should have led the new a dance. This passed forth till now, this other day. It fell that I come roaming all alone into his chambra, and found how that he lay upon his bed, but man so sore groane, ne heard he never, and what that was his mona, ne wist he not, for as he was coming, all suddenly he left his complaining. Of which he took somewhat suspicion, and ne'er he come, and found he wept a sore, and God so wis be me salvation, as never a thing had he no wrath more, for neither with engine, ne with no lora, unnethes meek he fro the death him kepe, that yet faile in mine heart for him a wepe. And God wot never sith that I was born, was he so busy no man for to preache, ne never was to week so deep he sworn, or he me told who meeked been his leche, but now to yow rehearsen all his speeche, or all his woeful words for to sound, ne bid me not, but ye will see me swown. But for to salve his leaf, and elles knocked, and to none harm of yow thus imi driven, and for the love of God that us hath rocked, which cheer him doth, that he and I may leven. Now have ye plot to yow mine hearte shriven, and sin ye woot that mine intent is clean, take heed thereof, for I none evil meane. And recht good thrift ye pray to God have ye, that hands which oon ye cocked without a net, and be ye wise, as ye been fair to say, well in the ring then is the ruby set. There were never twa so well ye met, when ye been his all whole, as he is your. There mighty God yet grant us see that hour. Nay, thereof spake ye not, aha, quod she, as help me God, ye shend in every deal. O mercy, Derenice, anon quod he, whatso he spake, he meant naught but weal. By Mars, the god, that helmet is of steel. Now Beth knocked Ruth, me blood, me niece Adera. Now well, quod she, for Yevon be it here. With this he took his lave, and home he went, and Lord, he was glad and well begun. Criseyde ruse no longer she ne stente, but straucht into her closet went anon, and set her down as still as any stone, and every word gan up and down to Winde, that he had saide, as it come her to minde. And waxamdel astonied in her thought, reeked for the newe cause, but when that she was full avised, though found she reeked naught of peril, why she ought a feared be, for man may love of possibility. A woman so his heart may to breste, and she knocked love again, but if her leiste. But as she sat alone and thoughte thus, the scry arose at skirmish all without, and men cried in the street, See, Troilus hath reeked now put to fleet the Greekes rout. With that gan all her many for to shoute, Ah, go we see, cast up the lattice weede, for thurug the street he mote to palace ride. For other ways fro the yet noon of Dardanus, there open is the chain. With that come he and all his folk anon, and easy pass reading, in Rutus twain. Reeked as his happy day was, sooth to sayn, for which men say may not disturbed be, that shall be teeden of necessity. This Troilus sat on his bay stayed, while armed save his heed full richely, and wounded was his horse, and gan to blade, on which he rode apace full softly, but switch a kneekly seekte truly, as was on him, was knocked withouten faile, to look on Mars, that god is of batale. So like a man of armes and a kneekt, he was to seen, fulfilled of haig prowess, for both he had a body and a meekt, to doen that thing, as well as hardinesse, and eke to seen him in his gear him dresse, so fresh, so young, so well these seemed he, it was in heaven up on him for to say. His helm to hewen was in 20 places, that by a tissue hang his back behinde. His shell to dash it was with cerdes and masses, in which men meekte many an arwe fiende, that thurled had a horn and nerve and rinde. And the people cried, Here cometh our joy, and next his brother hold there up of Troy. For which he waxed a little reed for shame, when he the people upon him heard a crien, that to behold it was a noble game. How sober leche he cast down his yen, Criseyde gan all his chair espien, and liet so soft it in her heart to sinke, that to herself she saide, Who jaf me drinke. For of her own thought she wex all reed, remembering he reeked thus, Lo, this is he which that mine uncle sweareth he mote be deed, but I on him have mercy and pity. And with that thought, for pure shamed she, gan in her heed to pole, and that is fast, while he and all the people forby passed, and gone to cast and rolling up and down, within her thought his excellent prowesse, and his estate, and also his renown, his wit, his sharp, and eke his gentilesse. But most her favour was, for his distresse was all for her, and thought it was a routh to sleen switch one, if that he meant a trouth. Now meekte some envious jangle thus, This was a certain love, how meeked it be that she so leekly loved Troilus, reeked for the first seekte, yea pardie. Now whoso saith so, mote he never thee, for everything a ginning hath it nede, ere all be rocked, withouten any dreade. For I say not that she so certainly gave him her love, but that she gone and clean to leek him first, and I have told ya we, and after that his manhood and his pain made love within her for to mean, for which by process and by good service he got her love, and in no certain wise. And also blissful Venus, well arrayed, sat in her 7th house of heaven, though disposed well, and with aspectus paid, to help in silly Troilus of his woe. And sooth to saying, she nursed not all a foe to Troilus in his nativity. God woot, that well the sooner spade a hay. Now let us stint of Troilus at Troa, that readeth forth, and let us turn fast unto Criseyde, that hang her head for low. Thereas she sat alone and gan to cast, whereon she wolde point her at the last. If it so were, her aim ne wolde cease, for Troilus upon her for to presse. And Lord, so she gan in her thought argue in this matter of which she have yow told, and what to doen best were, and what issue, that pleaded she full often manyfold. Now was her heart a warm, now was it cold, and what she thought somewhat shall ye read, as to mean actor listeth for to indeed. She thought well that Troilus persona she knew by seekte, and eke his gentilesse, and thus she said, all were it not to doen, to grant him love, yet for his worthinesse, it were honour with play and with gladnesse, in honest day, with switch a lord to dela, for mine stat and also for his hele. Eke well wot ye me kinge's son is he, and sith he hath to see me switch delit, if he will utterly his seek to flay, parantur he might have me in despite, through which he might stand in worse plit. Now where he wis me hat to purchase, without neda there he may stand in grass. In everything ye would there lieth measure, for though a command forbade drunkenness, he not forbade that every creature we drink a lease for alway, as ye guess. Eke sith he would for me is his distress, he ne ought not for that thing him despise. Sith it is so, he meaneth in good wise. And eke he know of long time agone, his thu is good, and that he is not niece. Ne aventure, saith men, certain he is known. Too wise is he to do so great a visa, ne also nell him never so cherise, that he may mak avant, be loose to cause, he shall me never bind in switch a clause. Now set a cast the hardest is, ye wis, men meet in dame that he loveth me. What dishonour were it unto me this? May I him let of that? Why nay, pardie. Eke know also, and all they hear and see, men love and woman all this town about. Be they the worse? Why nay, withouten doubt. Ye think eke how he able is for to have of all this noble town the thriftiest, to beam his love, so she her honour sava, for out and out he is the worthiest, save only Hector, which that is the best. And yet his lief all lieth now in me cure, but switch is love, and eke mean aventure. Nay, me to love a wonder is it knocked, for well wot I myself, so God may spade, or would ye that none wist of this thought, I am un the fairest out of drede, and goodliest whoso taketh heede. And so men saying in all the town of Troy, what wonder is it thou he of me have joy? I am mine own woman well at ease, I thank it God, as after mine stat, reeked young, and stond on tade and lusty lace, withouten jealousy was switch debat, shall none husbande saying to me, checkmat. Full either they been full of jealousy, or masterful, or love and novelry. What shall ye doen, to what fin live ye thus? Shall ye not loven, in case if that me laste? What pardu, I am not religious, and though that I mine heart set at rest upon this knecht, that is the worthiest, and keep alway mine honour and mine nama, be all a reekte, it may do me no shama. But reeked as one the sun sheeneth reekte in March, that changeth oft time his face, and that a cloud is put with wind to fleekte, which overspraat the sun as for a space, a cloudy thocht can through her soul passe, that overspraad her breekte thocht is all, so that for fair almost she gone to fall. That thought was this, alas, sin I am free, should I now love and put in jeopardy me secrenesse, and thrall in liberty? Alas, how durst I thinken that folly? May I not well in other folk espy her dreadful joy, her constraint and her pain? There loveth none that she nath why to plain. For love is yet the most stormy leaf, wreaked of himself that ever was begun. For ever some mistrust or nie strife, there is in love some cloud is over that sun. There too we wretched woman nothing conne, when us is woe, but wape and sit and thinke, our rich is this, our owen woe to drinke. Also these wicked tongues, being so pressed to speak us harm, eke men be so untrue, that reeked anon as cessed is her list, so ceaseth love, and forth to love anew. But harm ye done, is done, whoso it throw. But though these men for love him first to rende, full sharp beginning breaketh oft at end. How oft a team hath it ye known be, the treason that to woman hath bedow. To what fiend switch love ye cannot say, or where becometh it when it is ago. There is no week that woot ye trow so, where it becometh, lo, no week on it sparneth, that erst was no thing, into naught it turneth. How busy if ye love eke most ye be, to pleasen him that ye angle of love, and daemon, and coy him, that they say none harm of me, for though there be no cause, yet him samen all be, for harm that folk her friend is quamen. And who may stop in every wicked tongue, or sound of bells, will that they be wrong. And after that her thought began to cleare, and said, he which that no thing undertaketh, no thing ne achieveth, be him loath or dare. And with an other thought her heart quaketh, then sleepeth hope, and after dread awaketh. Now hoot, now cold, but thus betwixt and tway, she reached her up, and went her for to play. Adown the stair anon reeked though she went into the garden with her naces three, and up and down there made many a went, Flexippe, Shea, Tharbe, and Antigone, to play in that it joy was to see, and other of her woman a great rout, her followed in the garden all about. This yard was large, and railed all the ales, and shadowed well with blossomy boughs grene, and benched new, and sounded all the ways, in which she walketh arm in arm between, till at the last Antigone the Shene gan on a Trojan song to sing a clara, that it and even was her voice to hear. She saide, O love, to whom ye have and shall been humble subject, through in mine entente, as ye best can to yow Lord, ye which all, for evermore, in heart is loose to rente. For never yet the grace no week to Santa, so blissful cause as me lief to laid in all joy and surety out of dread. Ye blissful God, and may so well be set in love, ye wis, that all that beareth lief, imaginin ne cowed how to ben bet. For Lord, withouten jealousy or strife, ye love one which that is most attentive to serven well, unweary or unfeigned, that ever was, and least with harm distrained. As he that is the well of worthinesse, of troth aground, mirror of goodly head, of wit Apollo, stone of secrenesse, of virtue rota, of lust finder and heed, through which is all sorrow from me deed. Ye wis ye love him best, so doth he may, now good thrift have he, whereso that he be. Whom shoulde ye thanke but yow, God of love, of all this blisse, in which to bathe ye gin, and thanked be ye, Lord, for that ye love. This is the reeked lief that I am in, to flame in all manner vice and sin. This doth me so to virtue for to entende, that day by day in me will amende. And whoso saith that for to love is vice, or thraldom, though he feel in it distressa, he either is envious or richtnies, or is unmeekty for his shrewdness, to loven, for swich manner folk he gessa, defamen love, as nothing of him knowa. They spaken, but they bent never his bowa. What is the son awares of kinder riekte, though that a man for fablessa of his yen, may nocht endure on it to see fabriekte, or love the wares, though wretches on it crien, no wail is worth, that may no sorrow drien. And for thee, who that hath an heed of vera, fro cast of stones wore him in the wara. But I with all mine heart and all me meekte, as I have said were love, and to me lasta, me deare heart and all mine owen kniekte, in which mine heart growen is so fasta, and his in me, that it shall ever lasta, all dready first to love him to begin, now woot I well there is no peril in. And of her song reeked with that word she stenta, and therewith all, now nace, quod Criseyde, who made this song with so good intenta. Antigone answered anon and said, Madame, I wis the goodliest maida of great estate in all the town of Troy, and let her live in most honour and joy. Forsooth, so it seemeth by her song, quod thou Criseyde, and gan therewith to seeke, and saide, Lord, is there swich bliss among these lovers, as they con fair indeed? Yea, wis, quod fresh Antigone the wete, for all the folk that han or been on live, ne conne well the bliss of love descrive. But when ye that every wretche wote the perfect bliss of love, why, nay, I wis, they wennen all be love, if un be hoot, the way, they woot no thing of this. Men mosten axe at saintes if it is aught fair in heaven. Why? For they canna tell, and axen fiendes, is it foul and hell? Criseyde unto that purpose not answered, but said, I wis it will be neeked as fasta. But every word which that she of her hearde, she gan to prenten in her hearte fasta, and I gan love her lass for to agasta, than it did erst, and sinken in her hearte, that she waxed somewhat abla to converte. The day is honour, and the heaven is yea, the neeked is foe, all this clape the sona, gan western fasta, and downward for to ree, as he that hadde his day's course he ronna, and wete thing is wexen dim and dawn, for lack of licht, and sterres for to appear, that she and all her folk in went ye fair. So one it leeked her to goon to rest, and voiden weren they that voiden ocht. She said that to sleep well her leeste, her woman soon till her bed her brochte. When all was hoosed, then lay she still and thochte of all this thing, the manner and the wise. Rehearse it needeth not, for ye bin wise. A nicht in gala upon a cedra grene, under a chambre wall there as she lay, full loud sang again the mone shene. Parentur in his bride's wise, a lay of love, that made her heart fresh and gay, that hearkened she so long in good entente, till at the last the day does sleep her hente. And as she sleep, anon reeked though her mate, how that an eagle feathered wheate's bone, under her breast his long claw sette, and out her hearte he rente, and that anon, and did his heart into her breast to gon, of which she knocked a grues, ne nothing smate, and forth he fleeg, with heart left for hearte. Now lat her sleep, and we are Talis hold of Troilus, that is to palace reden, fro the scaramouch, of the which he tolda, and in his chambre sit, and hath abeden, till 2 or 3 of his messages jaden, for Pandarus, and sochten him full faste, till they him found, and brought him at the laste. End of Book 2, Part 1. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Book 2, Part 2 of Troilus and Criseyde by Geoffrey Chaucer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Johnson. This Pandarus come laping in at once, and saide thus: Who hath been well ye bet to-day with swordes, and with slingestones, but Troilus that hath cocked him and hate, and gan to yape and saide, Lord, so ye swete, but rise and let us soup and go to reste. And he answered him, Do we as thee laste. With all the hast goodly that they makede, they spedde him fro the super unto bede, and every weeked out at the door him deekede, and where him least upon his way him spade. But Troilus that thought his heart a blade, for woe, till that he heard some teeding, he said, Friend, shall I now weep or sing? Quod Pandarus, Lie still and let me slepe, and doen thine hode, thy natives spade obey, and chase if thou wilt sing or dance or lape. At shorte wordes thou shalt trowe me. Sire, my nase will do well by thee, and love thee best, by God and by my troth, but lack a pursuit make it in thy slouth. For thus fare forth ye have the work begone, fro day to day, till this day, by the morrow. Her love of friendship have ye to thee won, and also hath she laid her faith to borwa. All gate of foot is hama laid of thy sorwa. What should thee linger sermon of it holde? As ye han heard before, all hae him tolde. But reeked as flowers, thurg the cold of neek declosed, stoopen on her stalk low, redressen him again the son of reekte, and spraden on her keende course by row. Reek so gan though his ain up to throw this Troilus and saide, O Venus dere, thy meekt, thy grass, ye herried be it here. And to Pandara he held up both his handes, and saide, Lord, all thine be that I have, for I am whole. All brosten been me bondes, 1,000 Trojans, whoso that me yeva, each after other, God so wies me sava, ne meekt me so gladen, lo min harte, it spreadeth so for joy, it will to starte. But Lord, how shall I doen? How shall I liven? When shall I next me dare harte see? How shall this long time away be driven, till that thou be again at here fro me? Thou mayest answer, Abide, abide, but he that hangeth by the necke, sooth to sayn, in great disease, abideth for the pain. All easily now for the love of Marta, quod Pandarus, for every thing hath time, so long it be till that the neek depart. For all so seeker as thou least here be me, and God to forn, he will be there at prima, and for thy work somewhat as he shall say, or on some other week this charge lay. For pardie, God wot, ye have ever yet been ready they to serve, and to this neek have ye knocked feigned, but am forth me wit done all thy lust, and shall with all me meekte. Do now as he shall say, and fairer reeked, and if thou nilt, weet all thee self thy cara, on me is knocked along thine evil fara. I woot well that thou wiser art than I 1,000-fold, but if I were as thou, God help me so, as I would outwardly, reeked of mine own hand, write to her right now a letter, in which I would her tellen how I fared amiss, and here beseech of routh, now help thyself, and leave it not for slouth. And I myself shall therewith to her goon, and when thou wost that I am with her there, worth thou up on a course reeked anon, yea, heartily reeked in thy best gear, and rid forth by the place, as knocked ne were, and thou shalt find us, if I may, sitting at some window, into the straight looking. And if thee list, then mayst thou us salua, and upon me make thy countenance, but by the leaf beware and fast eschewa, to tarry an oct, God shield us from mischance. Read forth thy way, and hold thy governance, and we shall spake of thee somewhat, I trow, when thou art gone, to do thine errors glow. Touching thy lettre, thou art wheezy knocked, I wot. I would thou nilt it digna leech and deet, as make it with these argumentes tauch. No scrivenish or craftily thou art brita, be bloated with thy terrors ekalita. And if thou read a goodly word all softa, though it be good, rehearse it not too ofta. For though the best harpur upon leva, would on the best sounded eoli harpa, that ever was, with all his fingers viva, touch I o string, or I o verbal harpa. Were his nails pointed never so sharpa, it shoulda maken every wight to dull, to hear his glee, and of his strokes folla. Ne lampre eke no discordant thing I fera, as thus, to use in termes of physique, in love's termes, hold of the mater, the form alway, and do that it be leak. For if a painter wolde paint a peak with ass's feet, and head it as an ape, it cordeth knocked, so ne'er it but a yape. This counsel leaked well to Troilus, but as a dreadful lover he said of this, Alas, me dear brother Pandarus, I am ashamed for to read thee wese, lest of mine innocence I said amiss, or that she knolled it for despite receive, then were I deed, there meeked it nothing wave. To that Pandarus answered, If thee lest, do what I say, and let me therewith goon. For by that Lord that formed east and west, ye hope of it to bring answer anon, reeked of her hand. And if that thou nilt noon, that be, and so remote he been his leva, against thy lust that helpeth thee to thrive. Quod Troilus, de pardo, I assenta, send that thee least I will arise and rita, and pleaseful God pray each, with good intent, the Vierge and the lettre I shall indeed. So spade it, and thou, Minerva, the wita, if thou me wit, me lettre to divisa, and set him down, and root reeked in this wisa. First he gan her his reeked laddie Carla, his heart is lief, his lust, his sorrow is lech, his bliss, and eke these other termes alla, that in which cast these lovers alla secha. And in full humble wisa, as in his specha, he gan him recommand unto her grasa, to tell all how it axeth mucho spasa. And after this, for lowly he her prayed, to be knocked ruth, though he of his folly so hardy was to her to rita, and said that love it mada, or else most he dee, and pit aus league and mercy for to cree. And after that he said, and lay for loud, himself was little worth, and less he cowed. And that she should han his cunning excused, that little was, and eke he dread her so, and his unworthiness hey I accused. And after that, then gan he tell his woe, but that was endless, withouten hoe, and saide, he wold in troth all we him holda, and rada it over, and gan the lettre folda. And with his salted terrors gan he bathe the ruby in his signet, and it sette upon the wax, to liver leech and wreatha. Therewith 1,000 temes ere he lette, he kissed though the lettre that he shete, and said, Lettre a blissful destiny they shapen is, my laddie shall thee see. This Pandara took the lettre, and that by team Amorwa, and to his niece's palace sterte, and fast he swore that it was passed prima, and gan to yape, and said, I wis mine heart, so fresh it is, although it sore smerte, I may not sleep never a May's morwa, I have a yoli woe, a lusty sorwa. Criseyde, one that she her uncle hearde, with dreadful hearte, and desirous to hear the cause of his coming, thus answered, Now by your faith, mine uncle, quod she, dear, what manner windes giedeth thou now here? Tell us your yoli woe and your penance, how fair forth be thou put in love's dance. By God, quoth he, ye hope alway behinde. And she to lach, it thocht her harte breste. Quoth Pandarus, look alway that ye fiend gam in min hood, but hearkeneth if ye leiste. There is richt now come into town a geste, a Greek espie, and telleth newe thinges, for which ye come to tell yow tidinges. Into the garden go we, and we shall hear all privily of this a long sermon. With that they went in arm ye faire, into the garden from the chambre down. And when that he so fair was, that the sound of that he spake, no man hear meekte, he said her thus, and out the letter pleeked. Lo, he that is all wholly yours free, him recommendeth lowly to your grace, and sent to you this letter here by me, aviseth yow on it, when ye hence passe, and of some goodly answer yow purchase, or help me God, so plainly for to sayn, he may not longer liven for his pain. Full dreadfully though gone she stonde still, and took it knocked, but all her humble cheer gan for to change, and saide, Skrit ne billa, for love of God, that toucheth switch mater, ne bring me none, and also uncle dare, to mine estate have more reward, I pray, than to his lust, what should thee more say? And looketh now if this be reasonable, and letteth knocked for favour ne for slouth, to sayn a sooth, now were it convenable to mine estate by God, and by your trouth, to taken it, or to han of him routh, in harming of myself or in reprave, bear it again for him that ye enlave. This Pandarus gan on her for to stare, and said, now is this the greatest wonder, that ever I say, let be this nice affaire, to death moti smeten be with thunder, if, for the city which that standeth yonder, wold a letter unto yow bring or take to harm of yow, what list yow thus it make? But thus ye faren well nege all in somme, that he that most desireth yow to serve, of him ye reche least, where he be come, and whether that he leave or else starve. But for all that ever I may deserve, refuse it knocked, quoth he, and hent her fast, and in her bosom the letter down he thrust. And saide here, now cast it away anon, that folk may seen and garen honest way, quoth she, ye canna be till they be gone, and gan to smile, and say to him, E'm, I pray, switch answere as yow least yourself purvey, for truly I nil no letter rite. No, then will I, quoth he, so ye indeed. Therewith she laughed, and said, go we dine, and he gan at himself to yape fast, and saide, Nese, I have so great a pain for love, that every other day I faste, and gan his best to yape as forth to caste, and mad her so to laugh at his folly, that she forlaughed her wende for to die. And when that she was comen into halle, now e'm, quoth she, we will go dine anon, and gan some of her woman to her calle, and straked into her chambre gan she gone, but of her business this was one amongst other things, out of dread, for privily this letter for to read. Avised word by word in every line, and found no lack, she thought he cowed good, and up it put, and went her in to dine. But Pandarus, that in a study stood, ere he was war, she took him by the hood, and said, ye were cocked ere that ye wiste. I vouchsafe, quoth he, do what yow least. Though wishen they, and set him down and ate, and after noon full slayly Pandarus gan draw him to the window next the strait, and said, Nace, who hath arrayed thus the yonder house, that stand afore yen us? Which house, quoth she, and gan for to behold, and knew it well, and whose it was him told. And filling forth in speech of things smaller, and Satan in the window both the tway, when Pandarus saw team unto his tala, and saw well that her folk were all away. Now nace a mean tell on, quoth he, I say, how leaketh yow the letter that ye wote? Can he thereon? for by my troth ye note. Therewith all rosy hued thou wex she, and gan to home, and said, So I trow, acquit him well, for God's love, quod he. Meself to maides wool the lettre sow, and held his hondas up, and sat on knowe. Now goede niece, be it never so lite, gif me the laver, it to sow and plete. Yea, for he can so rite, quod she though, and eke ye not what he should to him say. Nay, nays, quod Pandarus, say not so, yet at the least thanketh him, ye pray, of his good will, and doth him not today. Now for the love of me, my niece dear, refuseth not at this time me prayer. Depardieu, quod she, God lave all be well. God help me so, this is the first lettre that ever ye wrote, yea, all or any dell. And into a closet, for to avise her betre, she went alone, and gan her heart unfetre, out of disdain's prison but a lite, and set her down, and gan a lettre rite. Of which to tell in short is mean entente, the fact as fair as ye can understande. She thanked him of all that he well meant towards her, but holding him in hand she no the knocked, ne mock herself in bond in love, but as his suster him to please, she will fain to doen his heart in ease. She shet it, and to Pandarus it gan goon, there as he sat and looked into the straight, and down she set her by him on a stone of jasper, upon a cushion goldy bette, and saide, As Weasley help me God the great, he never did a thing with more pain than rite this, to which ye may constrain. And took it him. He thanked her and said, God woot, of thing full oft luth begone, cometh ende good, and niece mean Criseyde, that ye to him of hard now been ye wonne, och to he be glad, by God and yonder sonne, for we men saith, impressions leakte, full leakly been I ready to the fleekte. But ye han played tyrant neg to longe, and hard was it your hearte for to grave. Now stent, that ye no longer on it honge, al wold ye the forme of danger save, but hasteth yow to doen him joy have. For trusteth well to long ye doen hardnesse, causeth despiteful often for distresse. And reeked as they declaimed this matter, lo, Troilus, reeked at the straightest ende, come reading with his 10th psalm ye fair, all softly, and thitherward gan bende, there as they sate, as was his way to wend to Palace ward. And Pandarus him espied, and saide, Niece, ye say who cometh here, reade? O flee not in, he seeth us, I suppose, lest he may think that ye him eschew. Nay, nay, quod she, and waxes red as rose. With that he gan her humbly to salue, with dreadful chere, and oft his shoes mew, and up his look debonairly he cast, and becked on Pandarus, and forth he passed. God woot if he sat on his horse areeked, or goodly was besane, that ilke day. God woot where he was leek a manly kneeked, what should he drecke, or tell of his array. Criseyde, which that all these things say, to tell in short, her leeked all ye faire, his person, his array, his look, his chere, his goodly manner, and his gentilesse, so well that never, sith that she was born, ne hadde she switch routh of his distresse. And howso she hath hard been herebeforn, to God hope ye she hath now cocked a thorn. She shall not pull it out this next a weeke, God send most which thornes on to pique. Pandarus, which that stood her fast abee, felt eeren hoot, and he began to smeet and said, Niece, I pray yow heartily, tell me that he shall axen yow a lite, a woman that were of his death to weete, withouten his guilt, but for her lacked ruth. Were it well done, quod she? Nay, by my troth. God help me so, quod he, ye say me sooth, ye felon well yourself that not lie. Lo, yond he reet, quod she, Yea, so he doth. Well, quoth Pandarus, as he have told yow three, let be your niece sham and your folly, and spake with him in easing of his harte. Let nicety not do yow both a smarte. But thereon was to heaven and to done considered all thing it may not be, and we for shame, and it were eke too soon to granten him so great a liberty, for plainly her intent as said she was for to love him unwist, if she meekte, and guerdon him with no thing but with seekte. But Pandarus thoughte it shall not be so, if that he may this niece opinion shall not be holden full years two. What should he make of this a long sermon? He most assent on that conclusion. As for the team, and when that it was eve, and all was well, he rose and took his leave. And on his way full fast homeward he spade, and reeked for joy he felt his heart to dance. And Troilus he found alone abed, that lay as doth these lovers in a trance, betwixt hope and dark desesperance. But Pandarus, reeked at his incoming, he song, as who saith, Lo, somewhat ye bring. And said, Who is in his bed so soon ye buried thus? It am I, friend, quod he. Who, Troilus? Nay, help me so the moan. Quoth Pandarus, Thou shalt the reason see a charm that was sent reeked now to thee, the which can hail in thee of thine excess, if thou do forth with all thy business. Yea, through the meeked of God, quoth Troilus. And Pandarus gone him the letter take, and said, Pardie, God hath holpen us. Have here a leaked, and look on all this blake. But oft again the heart glad and quack of Troilus, will that he gone it rede, so as the wordes gave him hope or dread. But finally he took all for the beste, that she him wrote for somewhat he beheld, on which him thought he meeked his heart reste, while covered she the wordes undershelled. Thus to the more worthy part he held, that what for hope and Pandarus beheste, his greate woe forgade he at the laste. But as we may all day ourselven say, through more wood or cold, the more fear, reeked so increase hope, or what it be, therewith full oft increaseth eke desire, or as an ook cometh or a little spear, so through his letter, which that she him sente, increasen gan desire, of which he brente. Wherefore he say alway that day and neekt this Troilus gan to desirein more than he did erst, through hope and did his meeked, to pressen on as by Pandarus lore, and reeten to her of his sorrow sore fro day to day, he let it not refraid, that by Pandara he root somewhat or said. And did also his other observances, that to a lover longeth in this cause. And after that these deeds turned on chances, so was he other glad or said, Alas, and held after his guestes eye his pass, and after switch answeres as he hadde, so were his days sorry other gladde. But to Pandara alway was his recourse, and piteously gan I tell him to plain, and him besought of rede and some succours. And Pandarus, that say his woe of pain, wax well nag deed for routh, sooth to sain, and busily with all his heart cast some of his woe to slain, and that as fast, and said, Lord and friend and brother dear, God woot that thy disease doth me woe, but wilt thou stint in all this woeful cheer, and by my troth, or it be days two, and God to forn, yet shall he shap it so, that thou shalt come into a certain place, thereas thou mayest thyself her prey of grass. And certainly enote if thou it wost, but thou that being expert in love it say, it is one of the things that furthereth most a man to have a lacer for to pray, and seeker place his woe for to bewray, for in good heart it mote some wroth impresse, to hear and see the guiltless in distresse. Parentur thinkest thou, though it be so, that kinder wool doen her to begin, to han a man wroth upon my woe, saith danger, Nay, thou shalt me never win, so ruleth her hearte's ghost within, that though she bend, yet she stand on road. What in effect is this unto my boat? Think here agains, one that the sturdy oak, on which men hacketh oft, for the nonce received hath the happy falling stroke. A great sway doth it come all at once, as doon these rockes or these milne stones. For swifter course cometh thing that is of weakte, when it descendeth, than don thing is leakte. And reed that boweth down for every blast, for leakly cess a wind, it will arise. Besonel not an ook one it is cast, it needeth me not be longe to forbize. Men shall rejoicen of a great emprise, achieve it well, and stand with oaten doubt, all hand men being the lenger thereabout. But Troilus, yet tell me, if thee list, a thing now which that I shall axen thee, which is thy brother that thou lovest best, as in thy very heart is privity? I wis me brother Deiphobus, quod he. Now, quod Pandarus, ere houres 12, he shall thee ease, on wist of it himself. Now let me alone, and worken as he may, quod he. And to Deiphobus went he though, which had his lord and great a friend been I, save Troilus, no man he loved so. To tell it in short, withouten wordes mo, quod Pandarus, I pray you that ye be friend to a cause which that toucheth me. Yis, pardie, quod Deiphobus, well thou wost, in all that every may, and God to fore, I'll ne'er it but for man I love most, me brother Troilus. But say wherefore it is, for sith that day that I was bore, I nas ne never mo to be ne thinke, agains a thing that make to thee forthinke. Pandarus gan him thanke, and to him said, Lo, seer, I have a laddie in this town that is my niece, and call it is Criseyde, which some men wolden doen oppression, and wrongfully have her possession. Wherefore I of your lordship you beseech, to be our friend, without more speech. Deiphobus him answered, O, is not this that thou spakest of to me thus strongly, Criseyde, my friend? He said, Yes. Then needeth, quod Deiphobus heartily, ne more to spake, for trusteth well that I will be her champion with spore and yerde. I rocked not though all her foes it herde. But tell me how, thou that wust all this matter, how we make best availen. Now let's see, quod Pandarus, if ye my lord so dare, wolden as now done his honour to me, to prayen here to morwa, lo that she come unto you her plaints to devise, her adversaries wold of it agrees. And if ye more durste pray as now, and chargen you to have so great travail, to hand some of your brethren here with you, that meekten to her cause bet availa, then would ye well she meekte never faila, for to be holpen, what at your instance, what with her other friend's governance. Deiphobus, which that comen was of kind, to all honour and bounty to consent, answered, It shall be done, and ye can find yet greater help to this in mine intent. What wilt thou saying, if I for Ellen sent to spake of this? I trow it be the best, for she may laden perish as her last. Of Hector, which that is my lord, my brother, it needeth not to pray him friend to be, for I have heard him o team and eke other spake of Criseyde, switch on air, that he may say no bet, switch hap to him hath she, it needeth not his help as for to crava, he shall be switch, richt as we will him have. Speak thou thyself also to Troilus on me behalf, and pray him with esteem. Seer, all this shall be done, quod Pandarus, and took his leave, and never again to Fina, but to his niece's house as straight as lean. He come, and found her for the mate Risa, and set him down, and spak richt in this wise. He said, O very God, so have ye ronna, lo, niece mine, see ye not how we sweat? I noot whether ye the more thank me conna, be ye not war how that false Polifete is now about eftsones for to plate, and bring on yow advocacies new? No, quod she, and changed all her hue. What is he more about, me to drecha, and doen me wrong? What shall he do, alas? Yet of himself no thing ne wold he recha, ne'er it for Antenor and Aeneas, that been his friendes in swich manner cas, but for the love of God, min uncladera, no force of that, let him have all ye fara. Withouten that he have enoch for us, nay quod Pandare, it shall no thing be so, for he have been wreaked now at Deiphobus, and Hector, and min other lord is mo, and shortly mocked each of him his foe, that by my thrift he shall it never win, for aught he can, when that so he begin. And as they cast in what was best to doen, Deiphobus of his own courtesy come here to pray in his proper person, to hold him on the morrow company at dinner, which she nold not deny, but goodly gone to his prayer obey. He thanked her, and went up on his way. One of this was done, this Pandarus up noon, to tell in short, and forth gan for to wend to Troilus, as still as any stone. And all this thing he told to him word and end, and how that he Deiphobus gone to blend, and say to him, now is time, if that thou canna, to bear thee well to morrow, and all is one. Now spake, now pray, now piteously complain, let not for niece a shame or dread or slouth. Some time a man mote tell his own pain, believe it, and she shall han on thee routh. Thou shalt be saved by thy faith in troth. But well wot I, thou art now in a dread, and what it is, ye lay, ye canna read. Thou thinkest now, how shall thee done all this, for be my cheres most in folk espee, that for her love is that he fare amiss, yet had I lever, and wist for sorrow-dee. Now think not so, for thou dost greet folly, for ye reek now have found an o manner of slaked, for to cover in all thy chere. Thou shalt goon over neeked, and that is blieve, unto Deiphobus house, as thee to play, thy melody away the bet to drive, for we thou same seek, soth for to say. Soon after that down in the bed thee lay, and say, thou mayst nae longer up endure, and lie reek there, and bide thine aventure. Say that the favour is want thee for to taka, the same a time, and last until a morrow, and let see now how well thou canst it make. For pardie, sick is he that is in sorrow. Go now, farewell, and Venus here to borrow, ye hope, and thou this purpose hold firm, thy grace she shall fully there confirm. Quod Troilus, I wis thou natalies concealest me, that sicklich I may feign, for I am sick in earnest, doubteless, so that well nae I starve for the pain. Quod Pandarus, thou shalt the better plain, and hast the less need to counterfeit, for him main daemon hoot, that men saint sweet. Lo, hold thee at the triste clues, and I shall well the deer unto thy bow drive. Therewith he took his lave all softly, and Troilus to palace went leave. So glad ne was he never in all his leave, and to Pandarus reed gan all assent, and to Deiphobus house at neekt he went. What needeth yow to tellen all the chere that Deiphobus unto his brother made, or his accessa, or his sicklich manner, how men gan him with clothes for to lade, when he was laid, and how men wold him glade. But all for naught he held forth I the wheeze, that ye han heard Pandarus ere this devise. But certain is, ere Troilus him laid, Deiphobus had him prayed, over neeked, to being a friend and helping to Criseyde. God woot that he it granted anon reeked, to being her full friend with all his meeked. But switch a nede was to pray him then, as for to be a woed man for to ren. The morrowen come, and naen gan the time of meal a teed, that the fair Queen Elaine shope her to been an hour after the prima with Deiphobus, to whom she knowled fain, but as his suster, homely, sooth to sayn, she come to dinner in her plain and taunt, but God and Pandarus wist all what this meante. Come eke Criseyde, all innocent of this, Antigone her sister, Turbe also, but flay we now prolixity best is, for love of God, and let us fast to go, wreak to the effect without a talus mo, by all this folk assembled in this place, and let us of her saluings pass. Great honour did him Deiphobus certain, and fated him well with all that meekte like, but evermore, alas, was his refrain, my good brother Troilus, the seeke leath yet, and therewith all he gan to seeke, and after that he painted him to glade him as he meekte, and chere good he made. Complained eke Elaine of his sicknesse, so faithfully that pity was to her, and every week gan waxen for excesse, a leche known, and said, in this manner men curen folk, this charmy royale lere. But there sat one, all list here knock to teche, that thocht best could yet been his leche. After complaint him gonen they to praise, as folk don yet, when some week hath begun to praise a man, and up with praise him raise, 1,000-fold yet higher than the sun. He is, he can, that few a lord is can, and Pandarus of that the world affirme, he not forgat here praising to confirm. Heard all this thing Criseyde well ye knocked, and every word gan for to notify, for which with sober cheer her heart lock, for who is that ne wold her glorify, to mowen switche knicht don liever die. But all passe lest ye too longe dwell, for foro fin is all that every tell. The time come for dinner for to rise, and as him ocht a reason every John, and goon a wheel of this and that devise. But Pandarus brak all the speech unknown, and said to Deiphobus, will ye gon, if your will obey, as a yow prayed, to speak here of the natives of Criseyde? Elaine, which that by the hand her held, took first the tala, and said, go we believe, and goodly on Criseyde she beheld, and said, love is let him never thrive, that doth yow harm, and bring him soon of leave. And yeva may sorrow, but he shall it rue, if that he may, and all folk be true. Tell thou thy nace's cause, quoth Deiphobus to Pandarus, for thou canst best it tella. My lordes and my ladies, it stamp thus, what should thee linger, quoth he, do yow dwella. He wrung him out a process like a bella, upon her foe that heeked prolifite, so heinous, that men meeked on its spate. Answered of this each worse of him than other, and prolifite they gon and thus to wherein, and hanged be switch on, where he may brother, and so he shall, for it ne may not varian. What should he linger in this tile terrian? Plainly all at once they here heekten, to be her help in all that ever they meekten. Spake then Ellen and said, Pandarus, would ocht my lord my brother this matter imminent, or would it Troilus? He said, yea, but will ye now may hear, me thinketh this, sith Troilus is here, it were good if that ye wold assent, she told herself him all this ere she went. For he will have the more her grief at heart by cause, lo, that she a lady is, and by your lave he will but reeked and starte, and do yow weete, and that anon he wis, if that he slepe, or will ocht hear of this. And in he lape and said him in his ear, God have thy soul, ye brocht have ye they bear. To smilen of this gan though Troilus, and Pandarus, without reckoning, outwent anon to Ellen and Deiphobus, and said him, so there be no tarrying, nay more press, he will well that ye bring Criseyde my lady, that is here, and as he may enduren, he will hear. But well ye wot the chamber is but liete, and fewer folk may lietly make it warm. Now looketh ye, for ye will have no wiete, to bring in priests that meek to doen him harm, or him disseason, for my betre arm. Will it be bet she bide till eftsones? Now looketh ye that knowen what to doen is. Ye say for me best is as ye can know, that no weeked in ne wente but ye tway. But it were ye, for ye can in a throw rehearse her case on leek that she can say, and after this she may him wonnes pray to bane good Lord, in short, and take her leave. This may not muchel of his ays him rave. And eke for she is strange, he wold forbear his ays, which that him thar knocked for yow. Eke other thing that toucheth not to Hera, he will me tella. He would it well reek now, that secret is, and for the town is prow, and they that nothing knew of his entente, without a more to Troilus in they went. Elaine in all her goodly softe wise, gan him salua, and womanly to play, and saide, I wis ye most always arise, now fair brother, baith all whole I pray, and gan her arm reeked over his shoulder lay, and him with all her wit to recomfort, as she best could, she gan him to disport. So after this quod she, way yow be sake, my dear brother Deiphobus and I, for love of God, and so doth Pandarus eke, to being good lord and friend, reeked heartily, unto Criseyde, which that certainly receiveth wrong, as woot well hear Pandarus, that can her case well bet than I declare. This Pandarus gone knew his tongue a feel, and all her case rehearse, and that anon, when it was said soon after in a wheele, quoth Troilus, as soon as I may goon, I war reeked fain with all me meek to be known, have God me troth, her cause to sustain, God thrift have ye, quoth Helen the queen. Quoth Pandarus, and it your will be, that she may take her leave ere that she go. O else God forbade, though quod he, if that she vouchsafe for to do so. And with that word quoth Troilus, Yea too, Deiphobus, and my sister leave and dare, to yow have I to speak of o matter. To be avised by your reed the betre, and fond as hap was at his beddes heed, the copy of a treatise and a lettre, that Hector had him sent to Axon read. If switch a man was worthy to be deed, would he knock too, but in a grisly wise, he prayed him anon on it avise. Deiphobus gan this lettre to unfold, in earnest greet, so did Elaine the queen, and roaming outward fast it gan behold, downward the stair, into a herbe green, this ilke thing they redden him between, and largely the mountains of an hour, they gone on it to raiden and to pour. Now let him raid and turn we anon to Pandarus, that gan full fast prie that all was well, and out he gan to goon into the great chambre, and that in he and saide, God save all this company, come nace amin, my lady Queen Elaine, abideth yow, and eke my lord is tway. Rise, take with yow your nace Antigone, or whom yow least, or no force heartily, the less a priest, that bet come forth with me, and looke that yow thonke humbly, him all a three, and when ye may goodly your team ye see, talketh of him your lave, lest we too longe his restes him berave. All innocent of Pandarus intent, quodo Criseyde, go we uncledere, and arm in arm inward with him she went, avised well her wordes and her chere, and Pandarus in earnestful manner saide, all folk for God's love ye pray, stinteth reeked here, and softly yow play. Aviseth yow what folk been here within, and in what pleat one is, God him amend, and inward thus full softly begin. Nace, ye conjure and hagly yow defend, on his half, which that Saul us all send, and in the virtue of Carones twain, slee not this man that hath for yow this pain. Fie on the devil, think which one he is, and in what pleat he lieth, come of a noon, think all switch tarried teed, but lost it nis, that will ye both sayn when ye be noon. Second leech, there yet divineth noon, upon yow twoe, come of now if ye conna, will folk is blent low, all the team is wonna. In teetering and pursuit and delays, the folk devine at wagging of a stree, and though ye wold on after merry days, then dar ye knocked and we, for she spak switch a word, thus looked he, and he less teamy lost, he dare not with yow dela, come of therefore and bringeth him to Hela. But now to yow ye lovers that been here, was Troilus knocked in a cankadart, that lay and meeked whispering of him here, and thoughta, O Lord, reek now renneth my sort fully to die, or Hannah noon comfort, and was the first team he should here pray of love. O mighty God, what shall he say? Explicit secundus liber. End of Book 2. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Book 3, Part 1, of Troilus and Criseyde, by Geoffrey Chaucer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Book 3, Incipit Prohemium Turciae Libri. O blissful licht, of which the beames clare adorneth all the threede heavene faire, O sonne's lief, O love's doctor dere, plaisance of love, O goodly debonair, in gentil heartes I ready to repair, O very cause of Hela and of gladnesse, ye heried be the meek and the godnesse. In heaven and hell, in earth and salte sea, is felt the meekt, if that he will discerne, as man, bread, best, fish, herb and greene tree, they feel in teames with viper eterne. God loveth, and to love will not werne, and in this world no lives creature, withouten love, is worth, or may endure. Ye loves first to thilk effect is glada, through which that thinges leven alle and bay, come vaden, and amorous and mada, on mortal thinge. And as yow list a ye, yeve him in love aise or adversity, and in 1,000 formes down him sente, for love in earth, and whom yow list he hente. Ye fair smars appeasen of his ire, and as yow list ye maken heartes digne, algetes hem that ye will sette fire, they dreaden shama, and vises they resigne. Ye do him curtes bay, fresh and benigne, and he your low after a week intendeth. The joys that he hath, your meek him sendeth. Ye holden regne and house in unity, ye soothfast cause of friendship being also. Ye know all thilke covered quality of thinges which that folk on wonderen so, when they cannot construe how it may joy. She loveth him, or we, he loveth her. As we this fish, and not that, cometh to were. Ye folk law han set in universe, and this know ye by him that lovers be, that whoso striveth with yow hath the worse. Now, laddie breekt, for thy benignity, at reverence of him that serven thee, whose clerk I am, so teacheth me devise, some joy of that is felt in thee service. Yea, in me naked heart sentiment in helde, and do me show of thee sweetnesse. Calliope, thy voice be now present, for now is nede, say'st thou not my distresse, how we mote tell anon reeked the gladnesse of Troilus to Venus harrying, to which gladnesse, who neede hath, God him bring. Explicit Prohemium Turciae Libri. Incipit Liber Turcius. Le all this maine wheel Troilus, recording his leçon in this manner. Ma fay, thought he, thus will he say and thus will he plain unto my lady dare, that word is good, and this shall be my chere. this nearly not forgotten in no wisa, God leave him working as he can devisa. Our Lord, so that his heart gone to quapa, hearing her come and shorter for to seeka, and Pandarus, that led her by the lapa, come near, and gan in at the curtain pika, and saida, God do bota on alla seeka. Say, who is here you coming to visit? Lo, here is she that is your death to weeta. Therewith it seemed as he wept almost, aha, quod Troilus so ruefully, where may be woe, O mighty God thou wost, who is all there, is he not truly? Seer, quod Criseyde, it is Pandara and yea, sweete harte, alas, I may not risa, to knele and do you honour in some wisa. And Resigned him upward, and she reeked though, gan both her handes soft upon him lay. O, for the love of God, do ye not so to me, quod she? What is this to say? Seer, come to you for causes tway. First you to thanka, and of your lordship, ika continuance I wold you besika. These Troilus that heard his lady pray of lordship him, wex neither quick ne dead, ne make a word for sham to it say. Although men shoulder smeten of his heed, but Lord, so he wax so dane leech read. And Seer his lay son, that he wend a con, to pray and hear is thurk his witty ron. Criseyde all this espayed well enoch, for she was wise, and loved him never the lassa, all ne'er he malapert or made it talk, or was too bold to sing a fool a massa. But when his sham gone somewhat to passa, his raisons as he may me rimes holda, I jou will tella, as teachen book is olda. In changed voice, reeked for his very drede, which voice I cook, and thereto his manera goodly abased, and now his shoe is rede, now pala, unto Criseyde his lady dere, with look downcast and humble yolden cheera, lo, the alder first word that him asterte was tweeze, mercy, mercy, sweete harte. And stint a wheel, and one he maked out bringa, the next word was, God wot, for ye have as faithfully as ye have had koninga, been yours, also God so my soul was sava, and shall till that ye, woeful weak be grava, and though he dar ne can unto jou plain, ye wis ye suffre not the lassa pain. Thus much as now, O woman leech a weave, ye may out bringa, and if this jou displays, that shall ye rake upon mine own leave. Richt sona, I trow, and doen your heart and ease, if with me deeth, your heart ye may appease. But sin that ye han heard me somewhat say, now reach ye never how sona that ye day. Therewith is manly sorrow to beholda, it make the han mad and heart of stone to roa, and Pandara weep as he to watra holda, and poked ever his nase newer and newer, and saida, Woe begone ben heart is troa, for love of God make of this thing an enda, or slee us both at once, ere that ye wenda. What, quod she, by God and by my troth, I knew not what ye willna that he saye. What, quod he, that ye han on him routha, for God is love, and doth him knock today. Now then of those, quod she, I wolde him pray to tell me the fin of his entente, yet wist he never well what that he meanta. What that I meane, O sweete harte dear, quod Troilus, O goodly fresh affray, that with the streams of your ain clara ye wold some team friendly on me say, and then a green that I may been hay, without a branch of vice on any wisa, in troth alway to doen jou my servisa. As to my laddie reeked and chief resort, with all me wit and all me diligence, and I to han reeked as your least comfort, under your yarda, ego to mean offence, as death if that ye break your defence, and that ye degna may so much honour may to commanden oct in any hour. And I to ben your very humble thrower, sacred, and in my pine as patient, and evermore desire freshly newer, to serven and be lika, aye diligent, and with good hearte all holy your talent receiving well, how sorrow that me smarta, lo, this mene I, min own sweete harte. Quod Pandarus, lo, hear an hard request, and reasonable, alade for to warne. Now, nesa min, by natal loves fest, were ye god, ye should starve as gjerne, that here and well this man will nothing gjerne but your honor, and seen him almost starve, and been so loath to suffren him jou serve. With that she gan her eyen on him caste, full easily and full debonairly, avising her, and heed not too faste, with never a word, but said him softly, min honor salve, he will well browly, and in switch form as he can now devise, receiving him fully to my service. Beseeching him for God's love that he wolde, in honor of troth and gentilesse, as he well mene, eke mene well to me, and min honor, with wit and business I keep, and if he may don him gladness, from henceforth I wis I no not fain, now beeth all whole, no langer ye ne plain. But natheless this warne I jou, quod she, a king's son although ye be I wis, ye shall no more have sovereignty of me and love, than reeked in that case is, ne I nil forbear, if that ye do amiss, to wrath and jou, and will that ye may serve, cherisen jou reeked after ye deserve. And shortly der heart and all me kneeked, beth glad and draweth jou to lustiness, and ye shall truly, with all me meeked, your bittere tornen all into sweetness, if ye be she that may jou do gladness, for every woe ye shall recover bliss, and him in armes took, and gan him kiss. Viel Pandarus on knees, and up his eyen to heaven threw, and held his hand as he, Immortal God, quod he, that mayst knock Dian, Cupid imene, of this mayst glorify, on Venus thou mayst maken melody, without an hand, me seemeth that in the towne, for this marvel, I heare each belle sound. But ho, no more as now of this matter, for we this folk will komen up anon, that han the letter read, lo, I am here, but I conjure thee, Criseyde, and and two, thou Troilus, when thou mayst goon, that at mine house ye been at my warning, for I for well shall shape your coming, and eiseth there your heart is reeked enoch, and lat see which of jou shall bear the bell, to speak of love reeked, therewith he loch, for there have ye a laser for to tell, quod Troilus, how longe shall he dwell ere this be done? Quod he, when thou mayst rise, this thing shall be reeked as I jou devise. With that Elaine and also Deiphobus, though comen upward, reeked at the stairs ende, and Lord, so dan gan groan Troilus, his brother and his suster for to blende. Quod Pandarus, it time is that we wend attack Nesamin, your lave at alla three, and let him spake, and cometh forth with me. She took her leave at him full thriftily, as she well could, and they hear reverence unto the full deeden heartily, and spake in wonder well in her absence, of her in praising of her excellence, her governance, her wit, and her manner commended den, it joya was to her. Now let her wende unto her own place, and turn away to Troilus again, that gan for leekly of the letter passe, that Deiphobus hadde in the garden seen, and of Elaine and him he wolde fain delivered bane, and saide that him laist to sleep, and after Talus have a rest. Elaine him kissed, and took her leave bleve, Deiphobus eke, and home went every week, and Pandarus as fast as he may drive, to Troilus to come as lean reeked, and on a pelade, all that glad and neeked, by Troilus he lay, with merry cheer, to tell, and well was him they very fair. When every week was voided but they two, and all the doors were fasty shut, to tell in short, without a word as mo, as Pandarus withouten any letter, uprose and on his bed seated him sate, and gan to spaken in a sober wise to Troilus, as he shall jou devise. Min alder lavest lord and brother dear, God woot, and thou, that it sat me so sore, when I thee saw so languishing to yere, for love, of which thee woe wax alway more, that I, with all me meeked and all me dore, have ever seethen done me busyness, to bringe thee to joy out of distress, and have it brought to switch pleat as thou wost, so that, through me, thou stondest now in way to farewell. I say it for no boast, and wost thou which, for shame it is to say, for thee have I begun a gammon play, which that I never done shall eft for other, although he were 1,000-fold me brother. That is to say, for thee am I becomen betwixt in gam and earnest, which am mena as maken woman unto man to common. All say I not, thou wost well what I mena, for thee have I me nesa, of vices kleine, so fully mad the gentilesse triste, that all shall be reeked as thee selve leiste. But God, that all wot, take I to witnesse, that never I this for covetis brokte, but only for to abrege that distresse, for which well neek thou didst, as me thochte. But, gode brother, do now as thee oughte, for God is love, and keep her out of blame, sin thou art wise, and salve alway her name. For well thou wost the name as yet of her among the people, as who saith, hallowed is, for that man is unbore, I dare well swear, that ever wist that she did amiss. But woe is me, that I, that cause all this, may thinken that she is my niece dere, and I her eam, and traitor iki verre. And were it wist that I, through mine engine, had in my niece put this fantasy, to do thy lust, and wholly to be thine, we, all the world upon it will decree, and say, that I the worst treachery did in this case, that ever was begun, and she for lost, and thou reek not Ioanna. Wherefore, ere I will further go on a pass, yet if thee beseech and fully say, that privity go with us in this case, that is to say, that thou us never ray, and be not wroth, though I thee ofte pray to hold in secret, which an haig matter, for skilful is, thou wost well my prayer. On thank what woe there hath betidder this, for making of avantes, as men reade, and what mischance in this world yet there is, fro die to die, wreaked for that wicked data, for which these wise clerkes that been data, and ever yet proverbed to us younger, that first virtue is to keep a tongue. And neere it that I wilne as now to brege diffusion of speech, I could almost 1,000 old stories thee allege, of women lost, through false and folly's boast. Proverbs canst thee self ye now and wost, against that visa, for to be a laba, all said men sooth as often as they gaba. O tongue, alas, so often here beforn, hast thou made many a laddie breeked of hue saide, wail away, that day that he was born. And many a maid sore was for to know, and, for the more part, all is untrue that men of yelpa, and it were brought to prave, of kind non aventure is to leve. Aventure and a liar, all is one, as thus, I pose, a woman grant me her love, and saith that other will she known, and I am sworn to hold in it secret, and after I go tell it two or three, I wis I am aventure at the least, and lair, for I break my behest. Now look then, if they be not to blame, swich manner folk, what shall I clape him, what that him avant of woman, and by name, that never yet beheeked to him, this ne that, ne knew him more than min old hat. No wonder is, so God me send a hele, though woman dreade with us men to dele. I say not this for no mistrust of yow, ne for no wise man, but for foles nisa, and for the harm that in the world is now, as well for folly oft as for malice. For well wot I in wise folk, that visa no woman drat, if she be well avised, for wise being by follies harm chastised. But now to purpose, lave brother Dara, have all this thing that ye have said and meenda, and keep thee close, and be now of good cheer, for at the day thou shalt me throw a fienda. Ye shall the process sette in switch a kienda, and go to fawn that it shall thee suffice, for it shall be reeked as thou wilt devise. For well I woot thou meanest well par day, therefore I dar this fully undertake. Thou wost eke what the lady granted thee, on day is set, the chartres up to make. Have now good neekt, I may no longer waka, and bid for me, since thou art now in blisse, that God me send a death or son Elise. Who make to tell a half the joy or festa, which that the soul of Troilus thou felt, hearing the effect of Pandarus' behesta, his old woe that mad his heart swelta, gan though for joy wasten and to malta, and all the richessa of his seekes sora at one is fleda, he felt of him no more. But reeked so as these hortes and these hayes, that han in winter deda been and drea, revesten him in grena, when that may is, when every lusty leaketh best to playa, reeked in that selve wisa, sooth to say, wax sodin leech his heart full of joy, that gladder was there never man in Troy. And gan his look on Pandarus upcasta, full soberly, and friendly for to see, and saida, Friend, in April the lasta, as well thou wost, if it remember thee, how nech the death for woe thou found a me, and how thou didst all thy business, to know of me thy cause of my distress. Thou wast, how long ye it forbar to say to thee, that art the man that ye best trista, and peril was it noon to thee be ray, that wista ye well, but tell me, if they lista, sith ye so luth was that thee self it wista, how durst ye mo tellen of this matter, that quaka now, and no wicked may us hear. But natheless, by that God ye they swear, that as him list may all this world govern, and if he lee, Achilles with his spear mine heart clave, all were me lief eterna, as ye immortal, if he lata or yorna, wolde it be ray, or durste, or shoulder corner, for all the good that God made under sonna, that rather day ye wolde, and determine, as thinketh me, now stoked in prison, in wretchedness, in filth, and in vermine, caitiff to cruel King Agamemnon, and this in all the temples of this town, upon the goddess alla, I will thee swear, tomorrow die, if that thee leaketh here. And that thou hast so much ye done for me, that ye may it never more deserve, this know ye well, I'll make thee now for thee 1,000 times on a morwen starve. Ye can no more, but that I will thee serve, reeked as thy sklave, whither so thou wende, for evermore, unto my lieves ende. But here, with all mine heart, ye thee beseech, that never in me thou dame switch folly, as I shall sayne me thought, by thy speech, that this, which thou may dost for company, ye should when it were a bawdery. Ye am not wode, a lief ye lowould be, it is not so, that woot ye well, pardie. But he that goth, for gold or for richessa, on switch massager, call him what thee least, and this that thou dost, call it gentilessa, compassion, and fellowship, and tryst. Depart it so, for reader where is wist, how that there is diversity required betwixt things like, as ye have learned. And that thou know ye think not ne wena, that this service a shama be or yepa, ye have my fair sister Polyxene, Cassandra, Elaine, or any of the frappa, be she never so fair or well y shapa. Tell me, which thou wilt of everych one, to han for theen, and let me then alone. But sith that thou hast done me this service, me lief to sava, and for none hope of maida, so for the love of God, this great emprise, perform it out, for now is most a needa, for he can lo, without any dreda, he will all within a hestes all a capa, have now good neekt, and let us both asleep. Thus held him each of other well apaid, that all the world may meekt it bait amenda. And on the morrow, when they were arrayed, each to his own nades gan intenda. But Troilus, log as the fear he brenda, for sharp desire of hope and of pleasance, he not forgot his goede governance. But in himself with manhood gan restrain, each rackle dade and each unbridled chera, that all although that leven sooth to sayn, ne shoulde han wist, be word or be manner, what that he meant as touching this matter. From every week as fair as is the cloude he was, so well dissimulen he coulde. And all the wheel which that I yow devise, this was his lief, with all his fulle meekte. Badai he was in martes he service, this is to sayn, in armes as a kneekt. And for the more apart, the longer neekte he lay, and thought how that he meekte serve his laddie best, her thank for to deserve. Nilly knocked sweare, although he lay softe, that in his thought he na somewhat diseased, nay that he turned on his pillow softe, and wolde of that him maced, han been seized, but in which case main is not all we pleased, for ocht he wot, no more than was he, that canny dame of possibility. But certain is to purpose for to go, that in this wheele, as written is in Gesta, he say his laddie some team, and also she with him spak, when that she durst or laced, and be her both the vise, as was the beste, appointed then for warly in this nade, so as they durst, how they would proceed. But it was spoken in so short a wise, in which await alway, and in which faire, lest any weak devenen or devise, wold of him twoe, or to it lay an error, that all this world so lief to him ne were, as that Cupido wolde him grassa sanda, to maken of her speech a richten enda. But tilke little that they spak or rookte, his wiese goose took eye of all which hede, it samed her, he wiste what she thochte withouten worde, so that it was no nede to bide him aught to dona, or aught forbede, for which she thought that love, all comet lata, of all a joy hara opened her the yata. On shortly of this process for to passa, so well his work and wordes he besette, that he so full stood in his laddie grassa, that 20,000 teames or she late, she thanked God she ever with him mate, so could he him govern in which service, that all the world ne meeked it bet devise. For we, she found him so discreet in all, so secret, and of switch obeisance, that well she felt he was to hear a wall of stale, and shield from every displaisance, that, to being in his good governance, so wise he was, she was no more afeared, imminent as fair as aught been required. And Pandarus, to queek alway the feare, was every leek oppressed and diligent, to aise his friend was set all his desire. He shof on, he to and fro was sent, he latras bar when Troilus was absent, that never man, as in his friend is nede, ne bar him bet than he, withouten drede. But now parentur some man waiten wolde, that every worde, or sonde, or look, or chera of Troilus, that he rehearsen shoulde, in all this wheel unto his laddie dere, he trow it were a long thing for to heare, or of what week that stand in switch disjointe, his wordes alla, or every look to pointe. For sotha ye have not heard it done ere this, in story noon, ne no man hear ye wenne, and though he wold he could not he wis, for there was some epistle him betweene, that wold, as saith mine actor, well contain, ne half this book, of which him least not rite, how should he then a lean of it indite. But to the great effect then say I thus, that standing in concord and in quiet, these ilke twoe, Criseyde and Troilus, as he have told, and in this team a suite, sev only often meekte they not mate, ne laser have her speeches to fulfill, that it befell reeked as he shall jou telle. That Pandarus that ever did his meekte reeked for the fin that he shall speak of here, as for to bring to his house some neekte his fara niece and Troilus y fera, whereas at laser at this haik manner touching her love were at that full bonde, had out of doubt a tema to it found. For he with great deliberation had everything that hereto might avail forecast, and put in execution, and neither laughed, for costly for travail, come if him least, him should no thing fail, and for to be in aught dispeed there, that wist he well an impossible were. Dreadilise it clear was in the wind of every P and every letter gamma. Now all is well, for all the world is blind in this matter, both framed and tama. This timber is already up to frama, whose lacketh naught, but that we weten wolde a certain hour, in which she come and shoulder. And Troilus that all his purveyance canoe at the fulla, and waited on it aye, had a hereupon eke made a great ordonnance, and found his cause, and thereto his awry. If that he were missed, neekt or die, there while he was about his service, that he was going to doon his sacrifice. And most at switch a temple alone waka, answered of Apollo for to be, and first to seen the holy laurer quaka, ere that Apollo spake out of the tray, to tellen him next when Graecus shoulden flay, and for thee let to him no man, God forbade, would pray Apollo helping in this neda. Now is there little more for to doon, but Pandarus up, and shortly for to saying, reeked soon upon the changing of the mona, when leakless is the world and neekt or twain, and that the welkin shoop him for to reign. He straked a morwa unto his nasa went, ye han well heard the fin of his intent. When he was come, he gan anon to play, as he was wont, and of himself to yape, and finally he swore and gan her say, by this and that she should him not escape, ne longer doon him after her to gape, but certainly she moste, by her leva, come sopen in his house with him at eva. At which she loch, and gan her fast excuse, and saide, it raineth, lo, how should he goon? Let be, quod he, ne stone not thus to muse, this moot be done, ye shall be there anon. So at the last hereof they fell at doon, or else, soft he swore her in her ear, he knowed never come there she were. Soon after this to him she gan to rouna, and asked him if Troilus were there. He swore here, nay, for he was out of town, and saide, nesa, he pose that he were, yau thurft to never have the more affair, for rather than men meek to him there a spee, may were liver 1,000-fold to die. Naught list min actor fully to declare what that she thought when he said so, that Troilus was out of town ye fara, as if he said there of sooth or now, but that withouten a wait with him to go, she granted him, sith he here that besought, and, as his niece, obeyed as her ocht. But natheless, yet gan she him beseech, although with him to goon it was no fairer, for to beware of goosish peplas speech, that dreamen things which that never were, and well avise him whom he brought there, and say to him, Eam, sin ye mot on your trista, look all be well, and do now as your leasta. He swore here, yes, by stokes and by stones, and by the goddess that in heaven dwella, or elles were him levera, soul and bones, with Pluto king as deep been in hella as Tantalus, what should he more tella, when all was well, he rose and took his leave, and she to supper come when it was eve. With a certain of her own men, and with her fair niece Antigone, and other of her woman 9 or 10, but woe was glad now, woe as Troye, but Troilus, that stood and meek did say, throughout a little window in a stew, there he be shat, sin midnight was in mewa. On wist of every week but of Pandera, but to the point, now one that she was come with all a joy, and all a friend as fara, here anon in armes hath her noma, and after to the supper, all and soma, when Tima was, full softa they him sette, God wot, there was no dainty for to fette. And after supper gonen, they Teresa, at Asa well, with heart as fresh and glad, and well was him that could best devise to leaken hair, or that her loch and mara. He song, she played, he told tala of wada, but at the last, as everything hath enda, she took her leave and made his world a wenda. But O Fortune, executrice of our days, O influences of these heavens hey, soth is that under God ye been our heerdes. Doch du hast bestes been the causes ree, this mainly now, for she gan homeward he, but execute was all beside her leva, at the goddess a will, for which she most to believe. The bente moon with her hornes pala, Saturn and Jove and Cancro joined were, that switch a rain from heaven gan a vela, that every man or woman that was there had of that smoky rain a very fair, at which Pandara though lauch, and said then, now were it time a lady to go henna. But good anace, if he meeked ever plaise a yow anything, then pray I yow, quod he, to doen mijn heart is now so great an aise, as for to dwell a here all this neekt with me, for we this is your own house, pardie. For, by my troth, he say it knocked a gamma, to wend as now, it were to me a shama. Criseyde, which that could as much a good as half a world, took heed of his prayer, and sin it ran, and all was on a flood. She thought, as good chep me I dwell in here, and granted gladly with a friend his chair, and have a thank, as gruche and dana abida, for whom to goon it may not well betide. I will, quod she, min unkla lief and dera, sin that jou least, it skille is to be so. I am right glad with jou to dwell in here, I said but a gamma, I will to go. I wis grant mercy nesa, quod he though, were it a gamma no, soth for to tella, now am I glad, sin that jou least to dwella. Thus all is well, but though began a reeked the newe joy, and all the fest again, but Pandarus, if godly had he meekte, he wold han heed here to bede fain, and saide, Lord, this is an huge rain, this were a weather for to sleepen in, and that he rade us, sona to begin. On nesa would ye wery wool jou lay, for that we shall not lingen for asunder, and for ye neither shullen dare ye say, hear a noise of raines nor of thunder. Be God, reeked in my leete closet yonder, and ye will in that outer house alone be wardane of your woman every chon. And in this middle chambre that ye say, shall your woman sleepen well and softe, and there ye saide shall yourselve be, and if ye legen well to neekt come ofte, and careth not what weather is on lofte, the wind anon, and one so that jou leeste, so go we sleepe, I trow it be the beste. Then is no more, but hereafter sona, the voide drunk, and traverse draw anon, gan every week, that had a knock to dona more in the place, out of the chambre gone, and ever mo so strennyleach it ran, and blew therewith so wonderleach louda, that well make no man hear an other coda. Though Pandarus her eam reeked as him auchte, with woman sweet as were her most aboute, for glad unto her beddes seed her brachte, and took his leva, and gan full low laute, and saide, here at this closet door withoute, reeked overthwart your woman liegen aula, that, whom your list of him ye may hear a calla. So when that she was in the closet laid, and all her woman forth by ordinance a bede weren, that as ye have said, there was no more to skippen nor to trounce, but boden go to bede with mischance, if any weekt was stirring anywhere, and lat to him sleep that a bede were. But Pandarus that well could each a dale the olde dance, and every point therein, when that he say that all the thing was well, he thought he would upon his work begin, and gan the stewardor all soft on pina, and still as stone, without no longer lette, by Troilus adown reeked he him sette. And shortly to the point reeked for to gone, of all this work he told him word and ende, and saide, make thee ready reeked anon, for thou shalt into heaven bliss wende. Now blissful Venus, thou my grace sende, quod Troilus, for never yet no nede hadde I ere now, ne Halvendale the dreada. Quod Pandarus, ne dreada thee never a dale, for it shall be reeked as thou wilt desire. So thrive ye, this nicht shall I make it well, or cast in all the gruel in the fear. Yet blissful Venus, this nicht thou may inspire, quod Troilus, as wise as I thee serve, and ever bet and bet shall till he sterve. And if he hadde, O Venus full of mirth, aspectus bara of Mars or of Saturn, or thou come boost, or that were in my birth, thy father pray all thilke harm disturn of grace, and that I glad yen may turn, for love of him thou lovedest in the shower, I main adone that with the boor was slawe. O love eke for the love of fair Europa, the which in form of bowl away thou fete. Now help, O Mars, thou with thy bloody cope, for love of Cypris thou me nocht ne lette. O Phoebus, thank when Danae herself shete under the bark, and Laura wex for dreada, yet for her love, O help now at this nede. Mercury, for the love of Hera eke, for which Pallas was with Aglaurus wroth, now help, and eke Diane, I thee be sake that this voyage be not to thee loath. O fatal Sustren, which, ere any cloth me shoppen was, me destiny me spone, so helpeth to this work that is begone. Quod Pandarus, thou wretched mouse's hearte, art thou aghast so that she will thee beate? We don this furred cloak upon thee shirt, and follow me, for I will have thee weete. But bide, and let me go before a lite. And with that word he gan undo a trappa, and Troilus he brocht in by the lappa. The sterne wind so loud gan to route, that no weeked other noise make to hear, and they that layen at the door without, full secretly they sleepten all the fair. And Pandarus with a full sober cheer goeth to the door anon withouten late, thereas they lay, and softly it shete. And as he come a yanward privily, his niece awoke and asked, Who goth there? Me dere niece, quod he, it am I, ne wondereth not, ne have of it no fear. And there he come, and said her in her ear, No word for love of God ye be sache, that no weak to rees and hearing of our speech. What? Which way be ye common, benedicite, quod she, and how thus unwist of him alla? Here at this sacred trappadoor, quod he, quod Criseyde, let me some week to call, God forbade that it should fall, quod Pandarus, that yes which folly wrought, they make to dame a thing they never thought. It is not good a sleeping hound to wake, ne yeve a week to cause to divine. Your woman sleeping alla I undertake, so that for him the houseman make to mean, and sleeping woolen till the sun asheen, and when me tal all brocht is to an end, on wist, right as he come, so will he wend. Now, niece mine, ye shall well understand, quod he, so as ye woman damen alla, that for to hold in love a man in hand, and him her lief, and dare a heart to call, and making him an hauve above a call, I mean as love and other in this wheel, she doth herself a sham and him a gila. Now whereby that he tell yow all this, ye wot yourself as well as any weeked, how that your love all fully granted is to Troilus, the worthiest knecht, one of this world, and thereto troth pleaked, that but it were on him along, ye know the him never falsen, wille ye liven should. Now stant it thus, that sith I frau jou wente, this Troilus reeked platly for to sayn, is thurg a goter, by a privy wente, into my chambre come in all this rain, on wist of every manner weeked certain, save of myself, as wisely have I joy, and by that faith he shall pream of Troy. And he is come in switch pain and distress, that, but he be all fully wooed by this, he certainly mote fall into woodness, but if God help and cause why this is, he saith him told is, of a friend of his, how that ye shoulder love oon that hata horasta, for sorrow of which this nicht shall be his lasta. Criseyde, which that all this wonder hearde, gan suddenly about her hearte colde, and with a seek she sorrowfully answerde, Alas, I wende, whoso tales tolde, me dare hearte wold me not holde so weakly false, alas, conceit is wronge, what harm they doen, for now live I too longe. Horaste, alas, and false and Troilus, I know him not, God help me so, quod she. Alas, what wicked spirit told him thus? Now certes, tomorrow, and I him see, ye shall thereof as full excusen me as ever did a woman, if him like. And with that word she gan full sore seeke. O God, quod she, so worldly silliness, which Calchas callen false felicity, ye meddled is with many a bitterness, full anguish aus, and is, God wot, quod she, condition of vain prosperity, for either joy is common nocht ye faire, or elles no weet hath him alwi here. O brutal wella of manne's joy unstable, with what weet so thou be, or how thou play, either he wot that thou, joy, art mewable, or wot it not, it moot been oon of tway. Now if he wot it not, how may he say that he hath very joy and silliness, that is of ignorance, in darkness? Now if he wot that joy is transitory, as every joy of worldly thing mote flee, then every time he that hath in memory the dread of lacing maketh him that he may in no perfect silliness be, and if to laze his joy he set a meete, then seemeth it that joy is worth for lite. Wherefore I will define in this matter that truly, for aught ye can espy, there is no very wele in this world here, but O, thou wicked serpent jealousy, thou misbelieved and envious folly, why hast thou Troilus me mad untriste, that never yet a guilt him that he wiste? Quod Pandarus, thus fallen is this cause. We uncle mean, quod she, who told him thus? Why doth my dear hearte thus alas? Ye wot you nasa mean, quod he, what is, I hope all shall be well that is amiss, for ye may quench all this, if that you lest, and doth reach so, for I hold it the best. So shall I do tomorrow, I wis, quod she, and God to forn, so that it shall suffice. Tomorrow, alas, that were a fair, quod he. Nay, nay, it may not stonden in this wise, for nasa mean the sweet and clerk's wise, that parle is with dretching in ye drawe, nay, switch abodes be nocht worth en howe. Nasa all thing hath tema, I dare vow, for one a chambre affair is, or an holla, while more nede is, it certainly rescawe than to dispute, and ax among us all, how is this candle in the straw ye falle? Benedicte, for all among that fare the harm is done, and farewell fell to fare. And, nasa mean, ne take it not a grief, if that you suffre him all nicht in this woe. God help me so, ye had him never leave. That dare I saying, now there is but we twoe, but well I wot, that ye will not do so, ye being too wise to do so great folly, to put his leaf all nicht in jeopardy. Hadde I him never leaf, by God, he winna ye hadde never thing so leaf, quod she. Now by my thrift, quod he, that shall be saine, for, sin ye make this ensample of me, if I all nicht wolde him in sorrow see, for all the treasure in the town of Troy, ye bidde God, he never mote have joy. Now looketh on, if ye, that being his love, shall put all nicht his leaf in jeopardy, for thing of nocht, now, by that God above, nocht only this delay cometh of folly, but of malice, if that he shall not lee. What? Plotly? And ye suffre him in distress? Ye neither bounty done, ne gentilesse. Quanto Criseyde, will ye do no thing, and ye therewith shall stint all his disease? Have a here, and beareth him this blue ring, for there is no thing meek to him better please, save I myself, ne more his heart appease, and say my dear heart, that his sorrow is causeless, that shall be seen tomorrow. A ring, quod he, yea, Hazelwood is shaken, ye nesa mean that ring most a Hannah stone, that make the deed a men a leave a maken, and switch a ring trow ye that ye have known. Discretion out of your heed is gone, that fail now, quod he, and that is routh. O team ye lost, well mayst thou curse and slouth. Wot ye not well that nobla and haich courage, ne sorveth not, ne stinteth eke for lita, but if a fool were in a jealous raja, he nolda Satan at his sorrow amita, but faifa him with a few word is wita another day, when that he meeked him fienda, but this thing stand all in another kinda. This is so gentle and so tendre of hearta, that with his teeth he wol his sorrows reka. For trusteth well, how sore that him smerta, he wol to jou no jealousy word spaka, and for thy nesa, ere that his hearta braka, so spak yourself to him of this matter, for with a word ye may his hearta stirra. Now have he told what peril he is in, and his coming unwist is to every week, nay, pardie, harm may there be none, nay sinna. Ye will myself be with jou all this neekte. Ye know eke how it is your own kneekt, and that by reekt ye most upon him triesta, and ye all pressed to fetche him one jou liesta. This accident so pithouse was to Hera, and eke so like a south, at prima facie, and Troilus her kneekt to her so dera, his prive coming, and the seeker plaza, that, though that she did him as thana a grasa, considered all things as they stoda, no wonder is, since she did it all for gooda. Criseyde answered, as Weasley God at resta, my soul will bringa, as me is for him woe, and eam wis, fain wold he done the besta, if that he had a grasa to do so, but whether that ye dwella or for him go, till God me better mean descenda, at dul carnan, reeked at me with his enda. Quod Pandarus, ye nesa well ye Hera, dul carnan called is flaming of wretches. It seemeth hard, for wretches will not lera, for very slouth, or other wilful taches. This said by him that be not worth 12 fetches, but ye been wise, and that we han on honda, needs neither hard, ne skilful to withstanda. Then eam, quod she, doth here vows jou least, but ere he come, he will at first arise, and, for the love of God, sin all my trist is on jou two, and ye been both a wisa, so virtueth now, and so discreet a wisa, that ye honour me have, and he plaisance, for I am here all in your governance. That is well said, quod he, menesa dera, their good thrift on that wees gentle hearta, but liggeth stilla, and taketh him reekt here, it needeth not no further for him sterta, and each of jou is a other sorrow smarta, for love of God, and Venus, ye the Harry, for so no hope ye way shall be now merry. End of Book 3, Part 1. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Book 3, Part 2, of Troilus and Criseyde, by Geoffrey Chaucer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Johnson. This Troilus full son on knees him sette full soberly, reeked be her bed as heda, and in his best wees his laddie greete. Good Lord, so she wax suddenly she read, nay, though men shoulden smeten of her heed, she coulda knocked a word a reeked out bringa, so suddenly, for his sudden coming. But Pandarus, that so well coulda fail in everything, to play anon began, and saida, Nesa, see how this lord can knaila. Now, for your troth, seeth this gentleman? And with that word he for a question ran, and saida, Knaileth now, will that jou leista, their God your heart is bringa soon at resta. Can he not sayn, for she bade him not reasa, if sorrow it putta out of her remembrance, or else that she took it in the wise of duete, as for his observance. But well fiende she did him this pleasance, that she him kissed, although she seeked sore, and bade him sitte down withouten more. Quod Pandarus, now will ye well beginne, now doth him sitte, goede Naisadere, upon your beddes side all there withinne, that each of you the bet may other here. And with that word he drew him to the faire, and took a leeked, and found his countenance, as for to look upon an old romance. Criseyde, that was Troilus laddie reeked, and Clare stood on the ground of Seekernesse, although she, her servant and her kneekt, ne shoulder reeked non untrouth in her gaze, yet natheless considered his distresse, and that love is in cause of switch folly, thus to him spake she of his jealousy. Lo, Hartemene, as wold the excellence of love against the which that no man may, ne octe eke goodly maken resistance, and eke because he felt well and say your great trouth and service every day, and that your heart all mean was, sooth the same, this drove me for to rue upon your pain. And your goodness have ye found all we yet, of which my deare heart and all me kneekt, ye thonke it jou, as fair as ye have wit, all can ye nocht as much as it were reeked, and ye am forth my koning and me meekt, have and shall, how sore that me smarte, been to jou trou and whole, with a mine harte, and readilies that shall be found at preve. But, Hartemene, what all this is to sayn, shall well be told, so that ye nocht jou grave, thou I to jou read on yourself complaine, for therewith many finally the pain, that halt your heart and mean in heaviness, fully to sleen, and every wrong redress. My goode, mean, not for we, ne how, that jealousy, alas, that wicked wivery, thus causalis is cropen into jou, the harm of which ye wold fain deliver, alas, that he all whole, or of him sliver, should have his refute in so digne a place, there love him soon out of your heart aras. But O, thou love, O auctor of nature, is this an honour to the deity, that folk unguiltive suffren here injury, and who that guiltive is, all quit goth he, or weren it lawful for to plain on thee, that undeserved sufferest jealousy, of that he would upon thee plain and cry. Eke, all me woe is this, that folk now usen to sayn rictus, yea, jealousy is love, and would a bushel venom all excusen, for that a grain of love is on it shove. But that what hath God that sit above, if it be leek or love, or hate, or grama, and after that it ought to bear his name. But certain is, some manner jealousy is excusable more than some ye wis, as one cause is, and some switch fantasy, with piety so well repressed is, that it on neither doeth or saith amiss, but goodly drinketh up all his distress, and that excuse he for the gentlesse. And some so full of fury is and despite, that it surmounteth his repression. But Hartemene, ye be not in that plit, that thanke ye God, for which your passion ye will not call it but illusion, of abundance of love and busy cure, that doth your hearte this disease endure. Of which ye am richt sorry but not ruth, but for may devour, and your heart is rest, whereso jou least by ordel or by ooth, by sort or in what wise so jou laste, for love of God, that prave it for the beste. And if that ye be guiltive, do me day, alas, would make thee more doen or say. With that a few break terrors knew out of her ain fila, and thus she saide, now God, thou wost, in thought ne data and true, to Troilus was never yet Criseyde. With that her head down in the bad she laid, and with the shated rake, and seeked sore, and held her peace, not a word spake she more. But now help God to quenchen all this sorrow, so hope ye that he shall, for he best may. For ye have sayn, over full misty morwa, fallen full oft a merry summer's day, and after winter fall with grain o' May, men seen all day, and raden eke in stories, that after sharpe showers been victories. This Troilus, when he hier wordes herde, have ye no cara him list not to slepe, for it thokte him no strokes of a yerde, to hear or seen Criseyde his laddie weepe, but well he felt about his hearte crepe, for every tear which that Criseyde esterte, a cramp of death to strain him by the hearte. And in his mind he gan the time curse that he come there, and that he was born, for now is wiki eterne into worse, and all that labour he hath done beforn, he went it lost, he thought he nas but lorn. O Pandarus, thought he, alas, the wheele serveth of naught, so wail away the wheele. And therewithal he hung adown the heed, and fell on knees, and sorrowfully he seekte. What meeked he saying? He felt he nas but deed, for Ruth was she that should his sorrows leakte. But natheless, when that he spake and meekte, then said he thus, God woot that of this game, when all is wist, then am I not to blame. Therewith the sorrow so his hearte shette, that from his eyen fell there not a terror, and every spirit his vigour inknette. So they astoned or oppressed were, the failing of his sorrow or of his fere, or of aught else fled was out of town, and down he fell all suddenly as swoon. This was no little sorrow for to say, but all was hust, and Pandarus up was fast. Onesa peace, or we be lost, quod he, beth not aghast, but certain at the laste, for this or that, he into bed him caste, and saide, O thief, is this a manne's hearte? And of he rent all to his bare sharte. And saide, Nace, but ye help us now, alas, your own Troilus is born. Ye wis, so will ye, and ye wiste how, full fain, quod she, alas, that he was born. Yea, niece, will ye pullen out the thorn that sticketh in his heart, quod Pandarus? Say, all for yeva, and stint is all this fare. Yea, that to me, quod she, for lever were than all the good the sun about a gooth, and therewithal she swore him in his eare. Ye wis me, deare heart, ye am not Ruth, have heard me trouth, and many another ooth. Now spake to me, for it am I, Criseyde, but all for naught, yet meeked he not it brede. Therewith his paws and palmes of his handes they gan to frote, and with his temples twain, and to deliveren him for bittere bondes she oft him kissed, and shortly for to sain him to revoken she did all her pain, and at the last he gan his breath to draw, and of his swalk soon after that a daw, and gan betminde and raisin to him take, but wonder sore he was a beast he wis, and with a seek when he gan better wake, he saide, O mercy God, what thing is this? Why do ye with yourselven thus amiss? Quod Criseyde, is this a manne's game? What, Troilus, will ye do thus for shame? And therewith all her arme over him she laide, and all for yeve, and oft to team him caste. He thanked her, and to her spake and saide, as filled to purpose for his heart rest. And she to that answered him as her laste, and with her goodly words him disporte she gan, and oft his sorrows to comforte. Quod Pandarus, for aught he can spien, this leakt, nor ine serven hear of naught. Leakt is not good for seeke folkens yen, but for the love of God, sin ye be brought in this good pleat, let now non heavy thought been hanging in the heartes of your twae, and bar the candle to the chimney. Soon after this, log it no nede were, when she switch others as her least devise, had of him take, her thought though no faire, ne cause eke known, to bidde him than as rees, yet least a thing than others may suffice in many a case, for every weak he guesse, that loveth well, meaneth but gentilesse. But in effect she wolde wete known, of what man and eke were, and also we, he jealous was, sin there was cause none, and eke the signe that he took it be, she bade him that to tell her busily, or else certain she bar him on honde, that this was done of malice her to fonde. without an more, shortly for to saying, he most obey unto his laddie hesta, and for the lass a harma he most a fain. He said to her, when she was at switch a festa, she micht on him hand looked at the lesta. Not ye not what, all dare ye nocht a risha, as he that needeth most a cause a fisha. And she answered, sweeta, all were it so. What harm was that, sin ye non ye mena? For, by that God that balked us both two, in all a thing is mean and taunt clean. Switch arguments nae been not worth a bena, while ye that shield is jealous, counterfeita, now were it worthy that ye were a beta. Though Troilus gan sorrowfully to seeka, that she be ruth, him thought his heart to deed, and said, alas, upon my sorrow seeka, have mercy, sweet heart mean Criseyde, and if that, in the words that he said, be any wrong, ye will no more trespassa, do what thou list, ye am all in your gressa. And she answered, of guilt misericorde, that is to saying, that he forgave all this, and evermore on this nicht yow recorda, and beth well where ye do no more amiss. Nay, der heart mean quod he, ye wis, and now quod she, that ye have down your smarta, forgive it me, mean own sweete harta. This Troilus with lease of that surprised, put all in God's hand, as he that meant no thing but well, and, suddenly avised, he her in armes fast to him henta, and Pandarus, with a full good intenta, laid him to sleep, and said, if ye been weesa, snoweth not now, lest more folk arise. What meek or may the silly lark say, when that the sparhawk hath it in his foot, ye can no more, but of this ilka tway, to whom this tal sucre be or suit, though that a tarry a year some team ye mote, after mean Octor telling her gladnessa, as well as ye have told her heavinessa. Criseyde, which that felt her thus ye taka, as written clerkes in her book is olda, richt as an aspis leaf she gan to quacka, when she him felt her in his armes folda. But Troilus, all whole of caras cold, gan thanken though the blissful goddess seven, thus sundry pains bringen folk in heaven. This Troilus in armes gan her straine, and saide, O sweet, as ever mote ye gone, now be ye cocked, now is there but we twain, now yieldeth yow, for other boat is known. To that Criseyde answered thus anon, nay, hadde ye ere now, me sweete hearte dere, been yolda, ye wisa, ye were now not here. O, sooth is said, that hailed for to be, as of a favour or other great sicknessa, men most a drinka, as men may often say, for bittere drink, and for to han gladnessa, men drinken oft a pain and great distressa. He mean it here, as for this aventure, that Thaurg a pain hath found in all his cure. And now sweetnessa seemeth more sweet, that bitternessa said was beforn, for out of woe and bliss now they flata, which they felten, sith they were born. Now is this bait, then both at woe be lorn. For love of God, taka every woman haida, to worken thus, if it cometh to the nada. Criseyde, all quit from every braid and tain, as she that used to cause had him to trista, made him switch faceta, that joy was to sain, when she his troth and clain and taunt wista, and as about a tray, with many a twista, betrent and reeth the sota woda binda, gan each of him in armes other winda. And as the new abashed nightingala, that stinteth first, when she beginneth to singa, when that she heareth any herde tala, or in the hedges any wheat stirring, and after seeker doeth her voice outringa, reeked so Criseyde, when her dread stenta, opened her heart and told to him her intenta. And reeked as he that seeth his deithy shapen, and day a mote, in aught that he may gaze, and suddenly rescous doth him escapen, and from his death is brought in seekernessa, for all this world in which present gladnessa was Troilus, and hath his lady sweeta, with worse a hap God let us never meta. Her arm is small, her strength the back and soft, her seed is longa, fleshly, smooth and wheata, he gan to stroka, and good thrift bad full ofte her snowish throata, her breast is round and leeta, thus in this heaven he gan him to deleta, and therewithal 1,000 team her kista, that what to doen for joy unnethe he wista. Then said he thus, O love, O charity, thy mother eke, Cytherea they sweet, after thyself next herried be she, Venus main e, they well willy planeta, and next that Emenius e the great, for never man was to yow goddess hold as ye, which ye ham brocht fro Ceres cold. Benigne love, thou holy bond of things, whoso will grass, and listly knocked honoren, lo, his desire will flee withouten winges, for noldest thou of bounty him succoren, that serven best and most alway they boren, yet were all lost, that Dari will saying so 'tis, but if thy grass passed all desertes. And for thou may, that could least deserve of him that numbered being unto thy grace, hast holpen, very likely was to starve, and me bestowed in so haich a place, that thilke boundes may no blisse passe, ye can no more, but loud and reverence, be to thy bounty and thine excellence. And therewithal Criseyde anon he kissed, of which certain she felt no disease, and thus saide he, now wold I God he weest, mine heart is sweet, how we yow meek to please, what man, quod he, was ever thus at ease as he, on which the fairest and the best that ever I say, deigneth her heart to rest. Here may men seen that mercy passeth reeked, the experience of that is felt in me, that am unworthy to so sweet a weeked, but heart a mean of your benignity, so thanketh, though that ye unworthy be, yet mote need amending in some wise, reeked thorough the virtue of your haich service. And for the love of God, me lady Dara, sin God hath wrought me for I shall yow serve, as thus I mena, that ye will be me stara, to do me leave, if that yow least, or starve, so teacheth me how that I may deserve your thank, so that I, through mine ignorance, ne do no thing that yow be displaisance. For certes, freshe woman leeche weave, the study say, that troth and diligence, that shall ye finden in me all my life, ne will not certain break in your defence, and if ye do, present or in absence, for love of God, let slee me with thy deede, if that it leake unto your woman heede. I wis, quod she, mine own heart's list, me ground of ease and all mine heart adere, grant mercy, for on that is all me trist, but let us fall away from this matter, for it sufficeth this that said is here, and at a word withouten repentance, welcome me knicht, my peace, my suffisance. Of her delete, or joys un the leiste, were impossibly to me wit to say, but judgeth ye that han been at the feaste of switch gladnesse, if that him least a play, ye can no more, but that these ilke twae that neeked, betwixen dreed and seekernesse, felten in love the great worthinesse. O blissful neeked, of him so long ye sought, how blithe unto him both twa thou were, we ne hadde I switch on with me soul ye brought, yea, or the least joy that was there, away, thou foul danger and thou faire, and let him in this heaven blisse dwell, that is so haich, that all ne can I tell. But sooth is, though ye cannot tell in all, as can mine auctor of his excellence, yet have I said, and God to forn, ye shall in everything all holy his sentence, and if that ye, at love's reverence, have any word in eached for the best, doth therewithal read as yourself enlaced. For mine wordes, here and every part, I spake him all under correction of yow, that failing han in love's art, and put it all in your discretion, to increase or maken diminution of my language, and that I yow be sache, but now to purpose of me rather speche. This ilke twa that been in armes laft, so luth to him asunder goen it were, that each from other wind been bereft, or elles low, this was her most affaire, that all this thing but nice dreames were, for which full oft each of them saide, O sweete, clepe each jou thus, or elles it mete. And Lord, so he gan goodly on her see, that never his look ne blainty from her face, and saide, O dear heart, may it be that it be sooth, that ye been in this place? Yea, hearte mine, God thank ye of his grace, quod do Criseyde, and therewith all him kieste, that where his spirit was, for joy he miste. These Troilus full oft her aint woe gan for to kiesse, and saide, O ain clare, it were ye that rocked me switch woe, ye humble nettes of my lady dere, though there be mercy written in your chaire, God wot, the text full hard is, sooth to finde, how could ye withouten bond me binde? Therewith he gan her faste in armes take, and well 100 teames gan he seeke, not sweet sorrowful seekes as men make for woe, or elles one that folks been seeke, but easy seekes, switches been to leeke, that shewed his affection within, of sweetches seekes could he not beleen. Soon after this they spake of sundry thinges, as fill to purpose of this aventure, and playing entrechangeden her ringes, of which he can not tell in no scripture, but well he woot, a brooch, gold, and assure, in which a ruby set was leaken harte, Criseyde him jaf, and stak it on his shirt. Lord, trow ye, a covetous a reche bay, that blameth love and holt of it despite, that of the pains that he can mocre and cache, was ever yet ye gave him switch delete, as is in love, in oo point, in some pleat, nay, doughty lease, for also God me save, so perfect joy may no niggard have. They will say, yes, but Lord, so that they lee, though busy wretches, full of woe and dreade, they call in love a woodnesse, or folly, but it shall follow him as he shall jou rede. They shall forego the wete and eke the rede, and leave in woe, their God gave him mischance, and every lover in his troth avance. As wold a God, though wretches that despise a service of love, had eres also long as had a Mida, full of covetise, and thereto drunken had as hoot and stronge as crass a steed for his affectus wronge, to teachen him that they been in the visa, and lover is knocked, although they holde him niece. This ilke two, of whom that I jou say, when that he had as well assured were, though gone they to spaken and to play, and eke rehearsen how, and wanne and were, they knewe him first, and every woe and faire that passed was, but all such heavinesse, ye thanke it God, was turned to gladnesse. And evermo, when that him fell to spake of anything of switch a team agone, with kissing all that tala shoulder breke, and fallen in a newe joy anon, and deden all her meeked, sin they were own, for to recover in bliss and being at ease, and passed woe with joy contrapays. Reason will not that he spake of sleep, for it accordeth not to my matter. God woot, they talk of that for little cape, but less this neeked, that was to him so dere, ne should in vain escape in no manere, it was beset in joy and busynesse, of all that soundeth into gentilesse. But when the cock, commune astrologer, gan on his breast to bete, and after crow, and Lucifer, the day's messenger, gan for to rise, and out her beames throw, and esward rose, to him that could it know, Fortuna major, that anon Criseyde with harte sore to Troilus thus saide. Mine heart is lief, me triste and my plaisance, that he was born, alas, what me is woe, that Diomedes mut make deseverance. For team it is to rise, and hennes go, or elles I am lost for evermore. O neeked, alas, why nilt thou over us hove, as long as wanna almena they by love? O blake neeked, as folk in boekes rede, that shapen art by God this world to heede, a certain teames with the darke wede, that onder that men meekt in reste biede, wel ook de bestes plain, and folk thee chede, that thereas they with labour woldest preste, that thou thus fleest, and deignest us not reste. Thou dost, alas, too shortly thine office, thou raken liegt, der God, maker of kinde, thee for thine hast and thine unkinde vise, so fast I to our hemisphere binde, that never more under the ground thou winde, for now, for thou so hiest out of Troy, have ye forgone thus hastily me joy. This Troilus, that with the word is felte, as thokre him though for pietaus distresse, they bloody terrors from his hearte melte, as he that never yet such heavinesse assayed hadde, or of so great gladnesse, gan therewithal Criseyde his laddie dere, in armes strain, and saide in this manere: O cruel day, accuser of the joy, that neekt in love hen stole, and fast ye ryan, accursed be the coming into Troy, for every boor hath one of thee Brigtian. Envious day, what list thee so to span? What hast thou lost? Why seekest thou this place? Their God thy licht so quench for his grace. Alas, when han this lovers thee a guilt, dispitous day, thine bay the peen of hell, for many a lover hast thou shent and wilt, by pouring in warm aware let him dwell. But proferest thou thy licht here for to sell? Go sell it him that smalle sell is graven, we will thee nocht, us needeth no day haven. And eke the sonne tieten gan he chede, and saide, O fool, well may men thee despise, that hast they dawing all neekt by thee side, and sufferest here so soon up fro thee rise, for to diseasen lovers in this wise. What? Holde your bed there, thou, and eke thee ye biddy God, so yive ja both the sorrow. Therewith full sore he seekte, and thus he said, Me lady reeked, and ook me well or woe, the well and wrote, O goodly mean Criseyde, and shall ye rise, alas, and shall ye go? Now feel ye that mine harte moete twoe, for how shall ye me leave an houre save, sin that with jou is all they lief ye have? What shall ye doen, for certes ye not how? Ne wane, alas, ye shall the teame see, that in this plit ye may be eft with jou, and ook me lief, God woot, how that shall be, sin that the zeer reek now so beateth me, that ye am deed anon, but a returne. How shall ye longe, alas, for jou sojourne? But natheless mine owen laddie breekt, yet were it so that he wiste outerly, that ye, your humble servant and your kneekt, were in your harte set so firmly, as ye in mine, the which thing truly, me lever were than these a world is twain, yet shall ye bet enduren all me pain. To that Criseyde answered reekte anon, and with a seek she said, O harte dere, the gam ye wis so fair forth now is gone, that first shall Phoebus fall fro his spere, and every egle been the dove is faire, and every roche out of his place starte, ere Troilus out of Criseyde's harte. Yea, hey, so deep in with mine harte grave, that though he would turn out of my thoughte, as weasely were I God my sorele save, to dien in the pain ye could nocht, and for the love of God that us bath rocked, let in your brain none other fantasy so crepe, that it cause me to die. And that ye may wold han as fast in minde as ye have jou, that wold ye jou be seche, and, if ye wist soothly that to finde, God meekte not appoint my joys age, but harte mean without a more speche, beth to me true, or else were it routh, for I am thine, be God, and be my trouth. Beth glad for thee, and leave in secrenesse, who saide I never ere this ne shall to mo, and if to jou it were a great gladnesse, to turn again, soon after that ye go, as fain would I as ye, it were so, as weasely God mine harte bringeth reste, and him in armes took, and ofte keste. Against his will, sin it mote nedes be, this Troilus uprose, and fast him clade, and in his armes took his laddie free, an 100 teame, and on his way him spade, And with switch wordes as his heart blade, he said, farewell, me deare heart sweet, der goddess granta sound and soon to meet. To which no word, for sore was she answered, so sore gan his parting her distrain, and Troilus unto his palace fared, as woe begone as she was sooth the same. So hard him wrong of sharp desire the pain, for to be eft there he was in plaisance, that it may never out of his remembrance. Returned to his real palace, sone he soft into his bed gan for to slinke, to sleep along, as he was wont to doen, but all for naught, he may well liege and winke, but sleep ne may there in his heart sinke, thinking how she, for whom desire him brende, 1,000-fold was worth more than he wende. And in his thought gan up and down to winde her wordes all, and every countenance, and firmly impressen in his minde the least point that to him was plaisance, and very leech of thilke remembrance. Desire all knew him brende, and lust to brede gan more than erst, and yet to kinon hede. Criseyde also reeked in the same wise, of Troilus gan in her hearte shete his worthinesse, his lust, his dades wise, his gentilesse, and how she with him mate, thinking glove he so well her besette, desiring eft to have her hearte dere in switche plit, she durste mak him chere. Pandara, a morwa which that common was unto his niece, and gan her faire great, saide, all this nicht so reigned it, alas, that all me dreade is that ye, niece sweet, and little laser had to sleep and mate. All nicht, quod he, hath reigned so domi waka, that some of us, I trow, had his aka. And there he come and said, how stont it now, this merry morwa niece, how can ye fara? Criseyde answered, never the bet for yow, fox that ye bane, God gave your heart a care. God help me so, ye caused all this fara. Throw I, quod she, for all your word is weete. Oh, whoso seeth yow, knoweth yow for lite. With that she gan her face for to rie with the shete, and wax for sham all rede, and Pandarus gan under for to prie, and saide, niece, if that he shall be deed, have here sweared, and smeeteth off mine heed, for that his arm all suddenly he threeste under her necke, and at the last her kiste. Ye passe all that which chargeth not to say, what? God forgave his deed, and she also forgave, and with her uncle gan to play, for other cause was there none than so. But of this thing reeked to the effect to go, when Tima was home till her house she went, and Pandarus hath fully his intent. Now turn we again to Troilus, that restless for long abed lay, and privily sent after Pandarus, to him to come in all the haste he may. He come anon, not honest said he nay, and Troilus full soberly he grate, and down upon his bedde seede him sette. This Troilus with all the affection of friendes love that hearte may devise, to Pandarus on knees fell adown, and ere that he wold of the place arise, he gan him thanken in his beste wise, and 100 seethe he gan the team blesse, that he was born, to bring him fro distresse. He saide, O friend of friendes, the allerbeste that ever was, the south for to telle, thou hast in heaven ye brought my soul at reste, fro flaggy town, the fairy flood of hell, that, though ye make the 1,000 teames sell upon a day, me lief in thy service, it make the nacht a mote in that suffice. The sonne, which that all the world may say, saw never yet my lief that dary lay, so inly fair and goodly as is she, whose I am all, and shall till that day, and that I thus am heres dary say, that thanked be the hake worthiness of love, and eke thee kinde busyness. Thus hast thou me no little thing ye gave, for which to thee obliged be for aye my lief, and we, for through thine help ye leave, for Alice deed had I be many a day. And with that word down on his bed he lay, and Pandarus full soberly him heard, till all was said, and then he thus answered, My deare friend, if ye have done for thee in any cause, God woot, it is my lief, and am as glad as man may of it be. God help me so, but talk now a grief that ye shall sayn, beware of this mischief, that, thereas thou now brought art into bliss, that thou thyself may cause it not to miss. For of fortune's sharpe adversity, the worst kind of infortune is this, a man to have been in prosperity, and it remembering when it passed is, thou art wise enough, for thy do not remiss. Be not too rackle, though thou sit a warme, for if thou be, certain it will be harme. Thou art at ease, and hold o' the well therein, for also sure as reed is every fear, as great a craft is keep a well as win. Bridle alway well thy speech and thy desire, for worldly joy halt not but by a weir. That braveth well, it breast all day so ofte, for thy need is to work with it softe. Quod Troilus, ye hope in God to forn, my deare friend, that ye shall so me beare, that in my guilt there shall no thing be lorn, nay e'en will not reckle as for the graven here. It needeth not this matter ofte terre, for wistest thou mine hearte well, Pandara, God woot, of this thou woldest little care. Though gan he tell him of his glade neekte, and whereof first his hearte dreade, and how and saide, friend as he him through kneekte, and by that faith he shall to God endow, he had it never half so hot as now, and the more that desire me beateth to love her best, the more it me deleteth. I knew myself not wisely what it is, but now I fell a new quality, yea, all another than I did ere this. Pandara answered and said thus, that he that wons me in heaven blisse be, he faileth other ways, there he lay, than thilke time he first heard of it say. This is a word for all, this Troilus was never full to spake of this matter, and for to present unto Pandarus the bounty of his reekte lady there, and Pandarus to thank and mark and cheere, this tale was span new to begin, till that the neekt departed him atween. Soon after this, for that fortunate worlde, y comen was the blissful time sweete, that Troilus was warned that he shoulde, there he was erst, Criseyde his lady mate, for which he felt his heart in joy flate, and faithfully gan all the godes herry, and let's see now if that he can be merry. And holden was the form and all the wise for coming, and eke of his also, as it was erst, which needeth not devise, but plainly to the effect reeked for to go, in joy and surety Pandarus him twa a bedde brachte, when that him both aleste, and thus they been in quiet and in reste. Noch needeth it ta yow, sin they been met, to ask at me if that they blithe were, for if it erst was well, thou was it bet 1,000-fold, this needeth not inquire. Agone was every sorrow and every faire, and both ye wis they hadde, and so they wende, as muche joy as hearte may comprehende. This is no little thing, O for to say, this passeth every wit for to devise, for each of him gan others lost obey, felicity, which that these clerkes wise commenden so, they may not here suffice. This joy may not written been with ink, this passeth all that hearte may bethinke. But cruel day, so well away the stonde, gan forth approach, as they by sickness knew, for which him thought felon death is wounde, so woe was him that changed gan her hue, and they goonen to despise all new, calling it traitor, envious, and worse, and bitterly the days leaked they curse. Quod Troilus, alas, now am I war that Pyrrhus, and thou swift statest three, which that drawen forth the sunne's char, and goen some bypath in despite of me, that maketh it so soon a day to be, and for the son him hasteth thus to rise, ne shall me never doen him sacrifice. But Neda's day departe most him sone, and when her speech doen was and her chere, they twinne known as they were wont to doen, and set in team of meeting after faire, and many a neek they rocked in this manner, and thus fortune a team lada in joy Criseyde, and eke this king's son of Troy. insuffisant simplice and in sinking gas, this Troilus gan all his leave to Leda, he spendeth, loosteth, maketh festynings, he gaveth freely oft, and changeth weda, and held about him alway, out of Breda, a world of folk, as come him well of kinde, the freshest and the best he coulde finde. The switch of voice was of him and a staven, through out the world, of honour and largesse, that it uprung unto the gate of heaven, and, as in love he was in switch gladnesse, that in his heart he deemed, as he guesse, that there his lover in this world that aise, so well as he, and thus he gan love him please. The goodly head or beauty which that kinde in any other lady had he set, cannot the mountains of a knotten binde about his harte of all Criseyde's net. He was so narrow y masked and y knet, that it undone on any manner side, that nil not been for aught that may be tide. And be the handful ofte he will talk of this Pandarus, and into garden leda, and switch a feaste and switch a process make him of Criseyde, and of her woman Heda, and of her beauty, that withouten Breda it was in heaven his wordes for to heare, and then he wolde singe in this manere. Love that of earth and sea hath governance, love that his hestes hath in heaven he, love that with an wholesome alliance hot peoples joined, as him list him gie, love that knetteth law of company, and couples doth in virtue for to dwelle, being this accord that ye have told in tale. But that the world with faith, which that estable, diverseth so his standes concording, that elements that being so discordable, holden a bond perpetually during, that Phoebus mote his rosy day forth bring, and that the Mona hath lordship over the Nyctes, all this doth love, a Heriad be his Mectes. That the say, the grady is to flowen, constraineth to a certain end as so his floods, that so fiercely they may growen to drench in earth and all for evermore. And if that love aught late his bridal go, all that now loveth asunder shoulde lape, and lost were all that love halt now to hape. So will the God that auctor is of kinde, that with his bond love of his virtue liste to circle in heartes all, and faste binde, that from his bond no weak the way outwiste, and heart is cold him wolde that he twiste, to make him love, and that him least I rue on heart is sore, and keep him that been true. In all Anades for the town as were, he was, and I the first in armes deeked, and certainly, but if that book is error, save Hector, most he dread of any weaked, and this increase of hardiness and meeked calm him of love, his laddies thank to winne, that altered his spirit so withinne. In team of throw, on hawking wold he reade, or elles hunten boer, bear or leon, the smalle bastes late he goen besiede, and one that he come reading into town, full oft his laddie from her window down, as fresh as falcon coming out of mew, full ready he was, him goodly to salue. And most of love and virtue was his speche, and in despite hadde all wretchednesse, and doubteless no neede was him beseche to honour in him that hadde worthinesse, and easen him that weren in distresse, and glad was he if any weaked welferde, that lover was, when he it wist or heard. Forsooth the same, he lost held every weeked, but if he were in love's haig service, he mane folk that aught it been of reeked, and over all this, so well could he devise of sentiment, and in so uncouth wise all his array, that every lover thought that all was well, whatso he said or wrought. And though that he become of blood royale, him least prede at no weeked for to chase, benigne he was to each in general, for which he got him thank in every place. Thus wolde love ye heried be his grace, that prede, envy, ire, and avarice, he gan to flee, and every other vice. Thou lady breekt, the doctor to Dion, they blind and winged son eke, don Cupid, ye sustren nine eke, that by Helicon in il Parnasso listen for to abide, that ye thus fair and deigned me to guide, ye can no more, but sin that ye will wende, ye her yet been for aye, without an ende. Thourig yow have ye said fully in my song, the fecht and joy of Troilus service, albeit that there was some disease among, as to mine auctor listeth to devise. My thread book now end, each in this wise, and Troilus in loosed and inquiet, is with Criseyde his own heart sweet. Explicit Liber Turcius. End of Book 3. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Book 4, Part 1 of Troilus and Criseyde by Geoffrey Chaucer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Book 4, Incipit Prohemium Liber Quartus. But all too little wail away the wheela, lasteth sweet joy, ye think it be fortune, that sameth truest when she will be gila, and can to fullest so her song in tune, that she him hent and blaint traitor commune, and when a week is from her wail ye throwa, then lauketh she, and maketh him the mowa. From Troilus she gan her breekte face away to Rheda, and took of him non heda, but cast him clean out of his laddie grassa, and on her wail she set up Diomedes, for which freak now min harte gineth bleda, and now me paina, alas, with which Eurita quacketh the dread of that he mutendita. For how Criseyde Troilus forsook, or at the lasta, how that she was unkinde, mot henceforth been matter of my book, as written folk through which it is in minde. Alas, that they should ever cause a fiende to spake her harm, and if they on her lee, ye wis himself should han the villainy. O ye Herenes, nictes doctrine three, that endelis complainen ever in pena, megera, elate, and eke the siphone, thou cruel Mars eke father to Quirine, this ilke fairth book me helpeth fina, so that the loss of lief and love ye fera of Troilus be fully shewed hera. Explicit Bohemium. Incipit Quartus Liber. Leaguing in oast, as they have said ere this, the Graecus strong about Troia town, befell that, when that Phoebus sheening is upon the breast of Hercules Leon, that Hector with full many a bowl beron cast on a day with Graecus fortificta, as he was wont to grave him what he maked. Not e how long or short it was between this purpose and that day they ficta menta, but on a day well armed, breeked and shana, Hector and many a worthy weekta outwenta, with spear in hand and bigge bowes benta, and in the herd, without a lengred letta, where foemen in the feld anon him metta. The longe day, with spears sharp ye grounda, with arrows, dartes, swordes, masses fella, they feeked and bringen horse and man to grounda, and with her axes out the braines quella. But in the last shower, sooth for to tella, the folk of Troy himself and so misladen, that with the worse at necht homeward they fladen. At which a day was taken Antenor, magra Polydamas, or Monestio, Santape, Sarpedon, Polynestor, Polite, or eke the Trojan down Riphaeo, and other lassa folka, as Phoebuseo, so that for harm, that day the folk of Troy drayden to lays a great part of her joy. Of Priamus was Jeva at Greek requesta, a team of Traua, and though they gone in traita, her prisoners to changen most and lasta, and for the surplus Jeven sum is greata. This thing anon was couth in every strata, both in the sage, in town, and everywhere, and with the first it come to Calchas era. When Calchas knew this traitous should holda, in consistori among the Graecus, Soon he gan in Thringa forth, with lordes olde, and set him there as he was wont to done, and with a changed face him bade a bone, for love of God to do that reverence, to stint a noise, and gave him audience. Then saide he thus, Lo, lordes mine, he was Troyan, as it is known out of Dreda, and if that you remember I am Calchas, that elder first ye have comfort to your neda, and told well how that ye sholden speda, for Dreda lease thorug jou shall in astounda, ben Troy ye brand, and baten down to grounda. And in what forma, or in what manner wisa, this town to shenda, and all your lust to achieve, ye han ere this well heard it may devisa, this knowe ye, my lordes, as ye leva, and for the Greek is wherein may so leva, ye come myself in me propre person, to teach in this how jou was best to don. Having unto my treasure ne me renta, reek no resport, to respect of your Asa, thus all my gold ye lost, and to ya wenta, winning in this jou, lordes, for to please. But all that loss ne doth me no disease, ye vouchsafe as weasely have ye joy, for jou too lays all that ye have in Troy. Sav of a doctor that he laughed, alas, sleeping at home, when out of Troy he starta, O stern, O cruel father that I was, how meek he have in that so hardened hearta, alas, he ne had he brought her in her sharta, for sorrow of which he will not leave to morrow, but if ye lordes row upon my sorrow. For be that cause ye say no teamer now here to deliver, ye holden have me pace, but now or never, if that he leak a jou, ye may here have reached sona doubteless. O help and grace among us all this please, rue on this old caitiff in distress, sin ye through jou have all this heaviness. Ye have now cocked and fettered in prison Trojans ye now, and if your will is bay, me child with one may have redemption, now for the love of God and of bounty, one of so fela, alas, so gave him may, what need were it this prayer for to werna, sin ye shall both a hand folk and town as yerna. On peril of me lief ye shall not lie, Apollo hath me told it faithfully. Ye have eke found it be astronomy, be sort, and be augury eke truly, and dare well say the team is fast to be, that fear and flamba on all the town shall spreada, and thus shall Troy turn to ashen data. For certain Phoebus and Neptunus botha, that maked in the walls of the town, been with the folk of Troy always so wrotha, that they will bring it to confusion, wreaked in despite of King Laomedon, because he nulled up in him Hira, the town of Troy shall be set on fire. Telling his tale alway, this old grey, humble in speech and in his looking eke, the salt terrors from his aeon tway full fast running down by either cheek, so long he gone of succour him by sake, that for to hail him of his sorrow, they gave him Antenor without a more. But who was glad he knocked but Calchas though, and of this thing full soon his nades laid on him that shoulden for the traitus go, and him for Antenor full oft prayed, to bring in whom King Troilus and Criseyde, and when Priam his salvaguardes sent, the ambassadors to Troy straight they went. The cause ye told of her coming, the old Priam, the king, full soon in general, let hereupon his parliament to hold, of which the effect rehearsing now we shall. The ambassadors been answered for final, the change of prisoners and all this nada, him laketh well, and forth in they proceed. This Troilus was present in the plaza, when axe it was for Antenor Criseyde, for which full soon changen gan his face, as he that with the wordes well make data. But natheless he no word to it saide, lest men should his affection espy. With man's heart he gan his sorrows three. And full of anguish and of grisly dread,
aboord what Lordes wold unto it say, and if they wolde grante, as God forbade, this change of her, then thoughte he thinges tway. First, how to salve her honour, and what way he meekte best this change of her withstande. Full fast he cost how all this meekte stande. Love him made, all praised to doen her bede, and rather die than she shoulde go. But reason saide him on that other side, without a sound of her, nay, do not so, lest for thy work she wolde be thee foe. And saying, that thurg the meddling is ye blowe, your brother love, there it was erst an knowe. For which he gan deliberen for the baste, that thou the Lordes wold that she wente. He wolde lot him grant what him laste, and telle his laddie first what that they mente, and one that she had said him her intente, thereafter will he worken also believe, though all the world again it will strive. Ector, which that well the Grekes hearde, for Antenor how they wolde han Criseyde, gan it withstonde, and soberly answered. Sires, she nis no prisoner, he saide, I noot on jou, who that this charge laide, but on me part ye may eftsone him telle, we usen her no woman for to selle. The noise of people upstirte dan at ones, as brame as blas of straw ye set on fire. For infortunate wolde, for the nones, they scholden her confusion desire. Ector quod they, what gust may jou inspire, this woman thus to shielde, and doen as lays Don Antenor, a wrong way now, ye chase. That is so wise, and eke so bold beron, and we ha nede to folk, as men may say, he is eke one, the greatest of this town. O Ector, let thou fantasies be. O King Priam, quod they, thus sagen way, that all our voice is to forgone Criseyde, and to deliveren Antenor they prayed. O Juvenal, Lord, true is the sentence, that little weten folk what is to yerne, that they ne find in her desire fonts. For cloud of error let him not discerne what best is, and lo, her ensample is yerne. His folk desiren now deliverance of Antenor, that brought him to mischance. For he was after traitor to the town of Troy, alas. They quit him out to wrathe. O Nisa world lo, thy discretion, Criseyde, which that never did him scathe, shall now no longer in her bliss abathe, but Antenor he shall come home to town, and she shall out, though sidden here and hown. For which deliberated was by Parliament for Antenor to yielden out Criseyde, and it pronounced be the President, all they that Ector, nay, full ofte prayed, and finally what week did it withstayde, it was for naught, it most been and shoulde, for substance of the Parliament it wolde. Departed out of Parliament John, this Troilus without a word is mo, unto his chambre spade him fast alone. But if it were a man of his or two, the which he bade out fast for to go, because he wolde sleepen, as he saide, and hastily upon his bed him laide. And as in winter laves been bereft, each after other, till the tray be bare, so that there nis but bark and branch ye laft. Leith Troilus bereft of each welfare, ye bounden in the black bark of Cara, disposed woed out of his wit to braid, so sore him sat the changing of Criseyde. He risked him up, and every door he shute, and window eke, and though the sorrowful man upon his bed is seed adown him sette, for like a deed image pale and wan, and in his breast the haped woe begone outbraced, and hate a werken in this wiese in his woodnesse, as he shall jou devise. Richt as the wheel the bowl beginneth spring, now here, now there, ye darted to the hearte, and of his death roareth in complaining. Richt so gan he about the chambre starte, smeeting his breast, aye with his face to smerte, his head to the wall, his body to the ground, full oft he swapped, himselven to confound. His aint woe for pity of his harte, outstreameden as swift a well as tway, the heich sobbes of his sorrowous smarte his speech him refte, oneath his meekt he say, O death, alas, why nilt thou do me day? Accursed be the day which that nature shoop me to being a levis creature. But after, when the fury and the rage, which that his harte twist and faste threste, by length of time somewhat gan assuage, upon his bed he laid him down to reste. But though be gone his terrors more outbreste, that wonder is the body may suffice to half his woe, which that I yow devise. Then said he thus, Fortune, alas, the wheele, what have I done, what have I thus a guilt? How meetest thou for routh me beguile? Is there no grass, and shall thee thus be spilt? Shall thus Criseyde away, for that thou wilt? Alas, how mayest thou in thine harte fiende, to being to me thus cruel and unkiende? Have I thee not honoured all me lieve, as thou well wist above the goddess alle? Why wilt thou me for joy thus deprive? O Troilus, what may men now thee calle, but wretch of wretches, out of honour falle into misery, in which ye will bewaile Criseyde, alas, till that they breath me faile. Alas, Fortune, if that me lief in joy displeased her unto thy foul envy, why ne hadst thou my father, king of Troy, bereft the lief, or doen my brethren die, or slain myself, that thus complain and cry, ye combre world, that may of nothing serve, but ever die, and never fully sterve. If that Criseyde alone were me laughed, nocht raucht I whither thou wouldest me stere, and here, alas, then hast thou me bereft, but evermore lo, this is the manere, to rave a week that most is to him dere, to prave in that the gareful violence, thus am lost, there helpeth no defence. O very Lord of love, O God, alas, that knowest best mine heart and all me thought, what shall me sorrowful lief doen in this case, if I forgo that I so dare have balked? Sin ye Criseyde and me han fully brought into your grace, and both our heartes sailed, how may ye suffer, alas, it be repelled? What I may doen I shall, will I may jure on leave in torment and in cruel pain, this infortune or this disaventure, alone as I was born I wis complain, ne never will I seen it sheen or rain, but end I will, as Oedipe, in darkness, my sorrowful life, and dien in distress. O weary ghost, that errest to and fro, why nilt thou fleen out of the wofullest body, that ever meeked on ground ago? O soul, lurking in this woe, Anesta, flee forth out of mine harte, and let it breste, and follow all we Criseyde, thy lady dere, thy ricte place is now no longer here. O woeful aint woe, sin your disport was all to seeing Criseyde's ain breakte, what shall ye doen but for my discomfort, stonden for naught, and weepen out your siekte, since she is quaint, that want was jou to liekte. In vain for this forth have ye aint way ye formed, sin your virtue is away. O me Criseyde, O lady sovereign, of thilke woeful soul that thus crieth, who shall now geben comfort to the pain? Alas, no weekt, but when mine heart dieth, me spirit, which that so unto jou hayeth, receive and grey, for that shall I jou serve, for thine no force is, though the body sterve. O ye lovers that hake upon the whale been set of fortune, in good aventure, God leve that ye fiend I love of stale, and long mote your lief in joy endure, but when ye comen by my sepulture, remembereth that your fellow resteth there, for I loved eke, though ye unworthy were. O olde, unwholesome, and misleaved man, Calchas I mean, alas, what aileth thee to being a Greek, sin thou art born Trojan? O Calchas, which that wilt my banner be, in cursed time was thou born for me. as world of blissful love for his joy, that ye the harder were rewolde in Troy. 1,000 seekers, hotter than the glade, out of his breast each after other wente, maidled with plaintes newe, his woe to fade, for which his woeful terrors never stente, and shortly so his paines him to rente, and wax so mat, that joy nor penance he feeleth none, but leath forth in a trance. Pandarus, which that in the Parliament had heard that every lord and burgess said, and how full granted was by un assent, for Antenor to yielden so Criseyde, gan well nech wood out of his wit to brede, so that for woe he nist what he meante, but in a rees to Troilus he wente. A certain knecht that for the teame kept the chambre door, undid it him anon, and Pandarus that full tenderly wept, into the darke chambre as still as stone, toward the bed gan softly to goen, so confuse, that he niste what to say, for very woe his wit was nech away. And with his chair and looking all to one, for sorrow of this, and with his armes folden, he stood this woeful Troilus beforn, and on his pithouse face he gan beholden. But Lord, so often gan his heart to colden, seeing his friend in woe, whose heaviness his heart as slow as thought him for distress. This woeful week, this Troilus, that felt to his friend Pandarus ye common him to say, gan as the snow again the sunne melt, for which the sorrowful Pandarus of pity gan for to weep as tenderly as hay, and speechless thus being these ilke tway, that neither meeked a word for sorrow say. But at the last this woeful Troilus, ne deed for smart, gan brasten out to roar, and with a sorrowful noise he said thus, among his sobbes and his seeke sore, Lo, Pandarus, I am deed withouten more. Hast thou not heard at Parliament, he said, for Antenor how lost is my Criseyde? Thus Pandarus, full deed and pile of hue, full pithousely answered and said, Yes, as wisly were it false as it is true, that ye have heard, and wot all how it is. O mercy God, who would have trowed this? Who would have wend that, in so little a throw, fortune or joy would han overthrow? For in this world there is no creature, as to my doom, that ever saw ruin stronger than this, thurg cause or aventure, but who may all a show, or all divine, switch is this world, for thee I thus define, ne trust no weak to finden in fortune a propriety, her jeftes being commune. But tell me this, why thou art now so mad to sorrowen thus? Why liest thou in this wise, sin that desire all holy hast thou had, so that by recht it ought ye now suffice? But I, that never felt in me service a friendly chair or looking of an yea, let me thus weep and waile till ye day. And over all this, as thou well wotst thyself, this town is full of laddies all about, and to my doom fairer than switch 12, as ever she was, shall ye finde in some rout, yea, un or 12, withouten any doubt. For thee be glad, mine own dear brother, if she be lost, we shall recover another. What, God forbade alway that each plaisance in othing were, and in none other weekt. If un can sing, another can well dance. If this be goodly, she is glad and leekt, and this is far, and that can good a reekt. Each for his virtue holden is for dere, both a heronor and falcon for rivera. And eke as Resigned that was for wees, the newer love outchaseth oft the olde, und upon newer cause leith newer wies. Think eke, thyself to sovereign art thou holde, switch fear by process shall of kinde colde. For sin it is but casual plaisance, some cause shall put it out of remembrance. For all so sure as day cometh after night, the newer love labour, or other woe, or else sell the saying of a week, don old affections alla overgo, and for the part thou shalt have one of thou to abrig with the bitter pain of smarte. Absence of here shall drive her out of hearte. These words said he for the nonnes alla, to help his friend, lest he for sorrow deda. For doubteless, to doen his woe to falle, he raukt not what unthrift that he saide. But Troilus, that neck for sorrow deda, took little heed of all that ever he mente, ere it herde, at the other out it wente. But at the last answered and saide, Friend, this leche craft, or hele thus to be, were well sitting, if that he were a fiend, to treason her that true is unto me. Ye pray God, let this consale never ye day, but do me rather starve an unwreaked terra, ere thus do as thou me woldest lere. She that he serve ye wis, whatso thou say, to whom mine heart in habit is by ricta, shall hand me holy hearers till that he day. For, Pandarus, sin ye have troth her heeked, I will not be an throw for no weekt. But as for man, it will I leave and starve, and never other creature serve. And there thou sayest, thou shalt as fair a fiend as she, let be, make no comparison to creature ye formed here by kinda. O lave Pandari, in conclusion, ye will not be of thine opinion, touching all this, for which ye they beseech, so hold thy peace, thou sleest me with thy speech. Thou biddest me I should love another, all freshly new, and let Criseyde go. It lieth not in me power, lave brother, and though he meekte, he would not do so. But canst thou play and rocket to and fro, nettle in, duck out, now this, now that, Pandara, now foul, falle here, for thee woe that cara. Thou farest eke by me, thou Pandarus, as he that one a week is woe begone, he cometh to him apass, and saith richt thus, think not on smert, and thou shalt fail anon. Thou most me first transmuen in a stone, and rave me my passions alla, ere thou so lichtly do my woe to falle. The death may well out of me breast departe, they leave so long a me the sorrow mina, but fro my soul shall Criseyde's darte out nevermore, but down with Proserpina, when I am dead, I will go one in pina, and there I will eternally complain me woe, and how that twinned be we twain. Thou hast here mad an argument for fien, how that it should the lasse pain be Criseyde to forgone, for she was mean, and leaven ease and infelicity. Why gabbest thou, that saidest thus to me, that him is worse that is for well ye throwa, than he hadde erst none of that well ye knowa? But tell me now, sin that thee thinketh so leek to change and so in love, I to and fro, why hast thou not done busily thy meekte, to change in her that doth thee all thy woe? Why nilt thou lay to her fro thine heart to go? Why nilt thou love another lady sweete, that may thine heart Satan inquiete? If thou hast had in love a yet mischance, and canst it not out of thine heart drive, I that lived in lust and in plaisance with her as much as creature on live, how should I that forgete, and that so believe? O where hast thou been hid so long in mew, that canst so well and formally argue? Nay, nay, God wot, naught worth is all I read, for which, for what that ever may befalle, withouten wordes mo, I will be deed. O death, that endere art of sorrows alla, come now, sin I so oft after thee calle, for silly is that death, so for to sayn, that oft ycleped cometh and endeth pain. Well wot I, will me lief was inquiet, ere thou me slowe, I would have yeven here, but now the coming is to me so sweete, that in this world I nothing so desire. O death, sin with the sorrow I am afeare, thou author, do me anon in terra's brancha, or with thee cold stroke in hate quench. Sin that thou sleest so fail in sundry wiese, against her will, unprayed day and night, do me at me request this service, deliver now the world, so dost thou reeked, of me that am the wofullest weak that ever was, for team is that I starve, sin in this world of reeked nacht may I serve. This Troilus and terrors gone distilla, as liquor out of alembic full fasta, and Pandarus gan hold his tongue still, and to the ground his aeon down he casta. But no the least, thus thought he at the lasta, what, pardie, rather than me fellow day, yet shall he somewhat more unto him say. And said, friend, sin thou hast which distressa, and sin thee list mean arguments to blama, why nilt thyself in help and doon redressa, and with the manhood laten all this grama, go ravish her, nay canst thou not verschama, and outher lot her out of town afara, or hold her still, and leave thy niece afara. Art thou in Troy, and hast none hardy mant, to talk a woman which that loveth thee, and wolde herself in being of thee nascent? Now is not this a niece vanity? Rise up anon, and let this waping be, and kith thou art a man, for in this hour ye will be deed, where she shall blave an hour. To this answered him Troilus full softe, and said, pardie, lave a brother dera, all this have I myself yet thought full oft, and more thing than thou devisest here. But we this thing is loft, thou shalt well hear, and when thou me hast given audience, thereafter mayst thou tell all thy sentence. First, sin thou woost this town hath all this were for ravishing of woman so by meeked, it shoulde not be suffred may to err, as it start now, nay doon so great unwreaked. He should han also blame of every wheat. My father is grant, if that he so withstode, since she is changed, for the town is good. I have eke thought, so it were her assent, to ask her at my father of his grace, then thanke I this were her accusement, sin well I would I may her not perchance, for sin me father in so high a place as Parliament hath her exchange and sailed, he nil for me his latra be repealed. Yet dread I most her heart to perturb with violence, if I do switch a gamma, for if I would it openly disturb, it most been disclandra to her nama, and me were lever dead than her defama, as nol the God, but if I should have her honour lever than me leave to sava. Thus am I lost, for aught that I can say, for certain is, sin that I am her knecht, I most her honour lever han than me in every case, as lover aught of reeked, thus am I with desire and reason tweaked, desire for to disturben her me readeth, and reason nil not, so mine heart dreadeth. Thus weeping that he could never cease, he said, alas, how shall I wretche fare? For well fail I alway my love increase, and hope is loss, and loss alway Pandara. Increasing eke thy cause is sub me cara, so well away, why nil mine heart breast, for as in love there is but little rest. Pandarus answered, friend, thou mayst for me doen as they least, but had eke it so hot, and then a start, she shoulde go with me, though all this town cried on this thing by note. I nolde set at all that noise a grote, for when men han well cried, then will they round, a wonder last, but neen neekt never in town. Devine not in raison so deep ne courteously, but help thyself anon, but is that other than thyself in wape? Anomaly sin ye twau been all un. Rise up, for be mean heed, she shall not goon, and rather be in lama alita I found, than serve her as a canat, without a wound. It is no sham unto yow, ne novice hereto withholden, that ye loveth most. Parantur she maked holden thee for Nisa, to let her go thus to the Greek's oast. Thank eke fortune, as well thyself in woest, helpeth hardy man to his emprise, and waveth wretches for her cowardice. And thou thy lady wold a little her grave, thou shalt thy peace for well hereafter make. But as for me, certain I cannot leve, that she wold it as now for evil tak. We shoulder than for fared din harte quack. Thank eke how Paris hath, that is the brother, a love, and why shalt thou not have another? And Troilus, o thing I dare thee swear, that if Criseyde, which that is thy leave, now loveth thee as well as thou dost hear, God help me so, she nill not take a grief, though thou do both anon in this mischief. And if she willneth fro thee for to passe, then is she false, so love her well the lasse. For thee tak harte, and thank, reet as a knecht, thorg love is broken all day every law. Keith now somewhat thy courage and thee meekt, have mercy on thyself for any awe. Let not this wretched woe thine harte gnaw, but manly set the world on 6 and 7, and if thou die a martyr, go to heaven. I will myself be with thee at this dade, though geek and all me kin upon astound, shall in a strait as dogges liegen dade, thorough girt with many a weed and bloody wound. In every case I will a friend be found, and if thee list here sterven as a wretche, adieu, the devil spade him that it wretche. This Troilus gan with the words quicken, and saide, Friend, grant mercy, each assent, but certainly thou mayst not me so breken, ne pain noon, ne may me so tormente, that for no cause it is not mean intent, at shorte wordes, though he dien shoulde, to ravish her, but if herself it wolde. We so mene quod Pandarus, all this die, but tell me then, hast thou her will essayed, that sorrowest thus? And he answered, Nay. Whereof art thou, quod Pandara, then a maid, that know'st not that she will been evilly paid, to ravish her, since thou hast not been there, but if that love told it in thine ear. For thee rise up, as nocht ne were anon, and wash thee fast, and to the king thou wende, or he may wondren whither thou art gone. Thou most with wisdom him and other blende, or upon cause he may after thee sende ere thou be war, and shortly, brother dear, be glad, and let me work in this matter. For he shall shape it so, that secretly thou shalt this necht some team, in some manner, come spake with thy lady privily, and be her wordes eke, and be her chair, thou shalt full soon aperceive, and well hear, all her intent, and in this cause the beste, and fare now well, for in this point ye reste. The swifte fame, which that false thing is ego reporteth, leak the thing is true, was thorough out Troy, ye fled with preste winges, from man to man, and mad his tale all knew, how Calchas doctor with her breek to hew, at Parliament, without a word is more, he granted was in change of Antenor. The which tale anon reeked as Criseyde had heard, she, which that of her father raucht, as in this case, reeked nocht, ne one he dade, for busily to Jupiter besought, gave him mischance that this traitess brocht. But shortly, lest these tales sooth were, she durst at no week asken it for faire. As she that had her heart and all her minde on Troilus he set so wonder faste, that all this world ne meeked her love unbinde, ne Troilus out of her hearte caste, she will been his, will that her lief may laste, on this she brenneth both in love and dreade, so that she neeste what was best to rede. But as men seen in town and all about, that woman usen friendes to visite, so to Criseyde of woman come a rout for Pitou's joy, and wenden her delete, and with her tales dare ye nocht meete, these women which that in the city dwell, they set him down, and said as he shall tella. Quod first that own, I am glad truly, because of yow that shall your father see. Another said, I wis, so nam not I, for all too little hath she with us be. Quod though the thread, I hope I wis, that she shall bringen us the peace on every side, that when she goeth Almighty God her guide. Though wordes and though womanish things, she heard him reeked, as though she then as were. For God it wot her heart on other thing is, although the body sat among him there, her advertence is alway elsewhere. For Troilus full fast her soul sought, withouten word, alway on him she thought. These a woman that thus wenden here to place, about a nocht gone all her talis spende, which vanity ne can doen here non ease, as she that all this mena wheela, brenda of other passion than that they wende, so that she felt almost her heart a day for woe, and weary of that company. For which no langer meek she restrain her terrors, so they gonen up to wella, that yaven signes of the bitter pain in which her spirit was, and most a dwella, remembering here, fro heaven unto which hella she fallen was, sith she forgot the seeked of Troilus, and sorrowfully she seeked. And thilke follis sitting here about wenden, that she wept and seeked sore, because that she should out of that rout departe, and never play with him more. And they that had eke known her of yore, say her so weep, and thought it kindness, and each of them wept eke for her distress. And busily they gonen her comforten, of thing God wot, on which she little thought, and with her talas wenden her disporten, and to be glad they often her besought, but switchen aise therewith they her raught, reeked as a man is aised for to faila, for ach of heed to claw him on his hala. But after all this nice vanity, they took her leave, and whom they went in all, Criseyde full of sorrowful pity, into her chambre upwent out of the halla, and on her bed she gan for deed to fall, in purpose never thennes or to rise, and thus she raucht, as he shall yow devise. But ounded here, that sonish was of hue, she rente, and eke her fingers long and small she wrong full oft, and bad God on her row, and with the death to gon both on her balla. Her hue we long breeked, that though was palla, but a witness of her woe and her constraint, and thus she spake, sobbing in her complaint. Alas, quod she, out of this region woeful wretche and infortunate weaked, and born in cursed constellation, mort goon, and thus departen from me kneeked. Woe worth, alas, that ilke day is leaked, on which ye saw him first with e'en twain, that causeth me, and him, all this pain. Therewith the terrors from her e'en woe down fill, as shower in April full sweetha, her wete breast she bate, and for the woe after the death she cried 1,000 seeth, sin he that want her woe was for to leave. She mote forgoen, for which disaventure she held herself a forlost creature. She saide, how shall he doen, and I also? How should he live, if that I from him twin? O dare hearte eke that I love so? Who shall that sorrow sleen that ye been in? O Calchas father, thine be all this sin. O mother mean, that claped were Argiva, woe worth that day that thou may bear on leave. To what fin should I leave and sorrowen thus? How should the fish without a water dura? What is Criseyde worth from Troilus? How should the plant, our leavest creature, live without his kinde nourriture? For which will oft a be-word hear I say, that rotalis mort green soon a day. I shall don thus, sin neither sword ne dart, there I none handle, for the cruelty, that ilke day that I from yow depart. If sorrow of that nil not me banna be, then shall no mate or drink come in May, till e my soul out of my breast unshaith, and thus me selven worldy do to death. And Troilus me clothes every chon shall blacke been, in tokening harte sweete, that e'm as out of this world agone, that want was jou to Satan in quiet, and of mine ordre I till death me mete, the observance ever in your absence, shall sorrow been, complaint and abstinence. Mine harte and eke the woeful goose therein, bequeath ye, with your spirit to complain, eternally, for they shall never twin, for though in earth ye twinned be we twain, yet in the feld of pity, out of pain, that heeked Ilyssos, shall we be nie fairer, as Orpheus and Eurydice his fairer. Thus harte mine for Antenor, alas, he soon shall be changed as he wane, but how shall ye doen in the sorrowful case? How shall your tendre harte this sustaine? But harte mine for yet the sorrow entain, and me also, for soothly for to say, so ye well fare, ye reche not today. How meek did ever ye read bane or ye songe, the plaint that she mad in her distresse, ye knew, but as for me, my little tongue, if e descraven wold her heaviness, it shoulde make her sorrow seem less, than that it was, and childishly deface her hague complaint, and therefore it pass. End of Book 4, Part 1. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Book 4, Part 2 of Troilus and Criseyde by Geoffrey Chaucer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Pandarus, which that sant from Troilus was to Criseyde, as ye han heard devise, that for the baste it was accorded thus, and he full glad to doen him that service. Unto Criseyde in a full secret wise, there as she lie in torment and in rage, come her to tell all holy his message, and found that she herselven gone to trait full piteously, for with her soul to terrors her breast, her face he bathed was full wet, the meek distresses of her sonnish hairs, when broiden hanging all about her ears, which gave him very signal of martyr, of death, which that her heart gan desire. When she him saw, she gan for sorrow anon, her terry face atwixt her armes hide, for which this Pandarus is so woe begone, that in the house he meeked on nath abide, as he that pity felt on every side. For if Criseyde hadde erst complained sorrow, though gan she plain 1,000 times more. And in her aspre plaint than she saide, Pandarus first of joys more than two, was causing unto me Criseyde, that now transmued being in cruel woe. What shall he say to you, welcome or no? That elder first me brought into service of love, alas, that endeth in switch wise. Endeth then love in woe, yea, or men lieth, and all the worldly blisse as thinketh me. The end of bliss a sorrow it occupieth, and whoso troweth not that it so be, let him upon me woeful wretchy see, that myself a hat, and a me birth the curse, failing all way, fro wicked ye go to worse. Whoso me saith, he saith sorrow all at once, pain, torment, plaint, woe, distresse. Out of my woeful body harm there none is, as anguish, languor, cruel bitterness, annoy, smart, dread, fury, and eke sickness. I trow I wis from heaven terrors reign, for pity of mine asper and cruel pain. And thou, me suster full of discomfort, quod Pandarus, what thinkest thou to do? Ne hast thou to thyself in some resport? Why wilt thou, thus they selve, alas, fordo. Leave all this work, and take now heed to that he shall sayn, and hearkne of good intent, these which by May thy Troilus thee sent. Torned her though Criseyde, a woe my king, so great that it indeed was for to say. Alas, quod she, what words may ye bring? What will my dear heart say to me, which that he dread never mo to see? Will he have plaint or terrors ere ye wende? He have ye now, if he thereafter sende. She was reek switched to seen in her visage, as is that week that men on berre biende. Her face, like a paradise, the image, was all y changed in another kinde. The play, the laughter, men was wont to fiend on her, and eke her joyous every chon been fled, and thus leath now Criseyde alone. About her e'en twoe a purple ring be trent, in south fast tokening of her pain, that to behold it was a deadly thing, for which Pandarus meek not restrain the terrors from his e'en for to reign, but natheless, as he best meeked, he said from Troilus these words to Criseyde. Lo nese, I trow ye han heard all how the king, with other lordes, for the beste, hath mad exchange of Antenor and Jow. That cause is of this sorrow and this unreste, but how this cause doth Troilus moleste, that may none earthly man's tongue say, for very woe his wit is all away. For which we han so sorrowed he and I, that into little both it hadde us slow, but thurg my counsel this day finally, he somewhat is for weeping now withdraw, and sameth me that he desireth vow, with yow to be all neeked, for to devise remedy in this, if there were any wise. These, short and plain, the effect of me message, as fair forth as me wit can comprehend. For ye, that being of torment in switch rage, may to no long prologue as now entend, and hereupon ye may answer him send. And for the love of God me nese dare, so leave this woe ere Troilus be here. Great is my woe, quod she, and seek to sorrow, as she that faileth deadly sharp distress. But yet to me his sorrow is muchel more, that love him bet than he himself he guesse. Alas, for me hath he switch heaviness, can he for me so piteously complain? I wis, his sorrow doubleth all me pain. Gravest to me, God wot, is for to twin, quod she, but yet it harder is to me to seen that sorrow which that he is in, for well wot I, it will me bana be, and day I will uncertain, though quod she, but bidde him come ere death, that thus me threateth, drive out that ghost which in mine heart abateth. These words said, she on her armes twoe fell gruff, and gan to weep piteously. Quod Pandarus, alas, why do ye so? Sin well ye wot the time is fast to be, that he shall come. Arise up hastily, that he yow not be wopen thus ne fiende, but ye will have him woed out of his minde. For wiste he that ye fared in this manner, he wold himself slee, and if ye wende to hand this far, he should not come here for all the good that Priam may dispende. For to what fiend he would anon pretende, that know I well, and for thee yet he say, so leave this sorrow, or platly he will die. And shappeth yow his sorrow for to brege, and knocked in crace, levenesis weight, but rather to him cows a flat than egg, and with some wisdom yea his sorrows bate, what helpeth it to wapen full a strait, or though ye both insulted terrors traint, bet is a team of cure I than of plaint. I mean thus, when I him heder bring, sin ye been wise, and both of una sant, so shappeth how disturb your going, or come again, soon after ye be went. Woman being wise in short avisement, and let seen how your wit shall now avail, and what that I may help, it shall not fail. Go, quod Criseyde, and uncle Troilus, he shall doen all me meekt, me to restrain from weeping in his seekt, and busily him for to glade, he shall doen all my pain, and in mine harte saken every vein. If to this sour there may be found in salve, it shall not lacken certain on mine halve. Goth Pandarus and Troilus he soughte, till in a temple he found him alone, as he that of his lief no longer raucht, but to the piteous goddess every chon full tenderly he prayed, and made his moan, to doen him soon out of this world to passe, for well he thought there was none other grace. And shortly all the south for to say, he was so fallen in despair that day, that outrely he shope him for today. For reek thus was his argument alway, he said, he must but loren wail away, for all that cometh by necessity, thus to be lorn, it is my destiny. For certainly this wot ye well, he said, that forseeked of divine purveyance, hath sain alway made to forgone Criseyde, sin God saith everything out of doubtance, and him dispawneth thorough his ordinance, in her merits soothly for to be, as they shall common be predestiny. But natheless, alas, whom shall I lave? For there been great clerkes many one, that destiny thorough argument is prave, and some men saying that natally there is none, but that free choice is given us every one. O wail away, so slay an clerkes old, that ye not whose opinion ye may hold. For some men saying, if God saith all beforn, nay God may not deceive in vain pardee, then moot it fallen, though men had it sworn, that purveyance hath sain before to be. Wherefore we say, that from etern, if he hath wist beforn our thought eke as our data, we have no free choice, as these clerkes rede. For other thought nor other dade also make never be, but switch as purveyance, which may not be deceived never mo, hath failed beforn without an ignorance. For if there meek to been a variance to reason out for God is purveying, there ne'er no prescience of thing coming, but it were rather an opinion uncertain, and no steadfast foresaying, and certes that were an abusion, that God should han no perfect clear witting, more than we men that han doubtes winning, but switch an error upon God to guesse, were false and foul, and wicked cursedness. Eke this is an opinion of some, that han her top full hake and smooth ye shore. They sayn reek thus, that thing is not to come, for that the prescience hath sayn before that it shall come. But they sayn that therefore that it shall come, therefore the purveyance wot it beforn without an ignorance. And in this manner this necessity returneth in his part contrary again. For needfully behoveth it not to be, that thilke thing is fallen in certain, that being purveyed, but nately, as they sayn, behoveth it that thing is, which that falle, that they in certain being purveyed alle. I meane as though I laboured me in this, to enquire in which thing cause of which thing be, as whether that the prescience of God is the certain cause of the necessity of thing is, that to come in being pardee, or if necessity of thing coming be cause certain of the purveying. But now, nay, and foreseen may not in showing how the order of causes stand, but well wot ye, that it behoveth that the befalling of thing is wist before and certainly be necessary, all same it not there be that prescience put falling necessaire to thing to come, all fall it foul or fair. For if there sit a man yond on a sea, then be necessity behoveth it that certes thine opinion soth be, that wanest or connectest that he seat, and further over now again were yet, lo, reek so it is of the part contrary, as thus. Now hearkna, for I will not tarry. I say that if the opinion of thee be sooth, for that he sit, then say ye these, that he mote seaten be necessity, and thus necessity in either is. For in him need of sitting is, I wis, and in the need of south, and thus for south, there mote necessity bane in ya both. But thou mayst sayne, the man sit not therefore, that thine opinion of sitting south is, but rather for the man sit there before, therefore is thine opinion sooth, I wis. And I say, though the cause of sooth of this cometh of his sitting, yet necessity is entrechanged, both in him and thee. Thus on this sum a wheeze out of doubtance, he may well maken, as it seemeth may, me reasonung of God's purveyance, and of the things that to common be, by which raison men may well ye say, that thilke things that in earthe falle, that be necessity they common alle. For although that for things shall come I wis, therefore is it purveyed certainly, not that it cometh for it purveyed is, yet neitheless behoveth it needfully, that thing to come be purveyed truly, or else things that purveyed be, that they betiden be necessity. On this sufficeth reeked ye now certain, for to destroy our free choice every dale. But now is this abusion to saying, that falling of the things temporal is cause of God's prescience eternal. Now truly that is a false sentence, that thing to come should cause his prescience. What meeked he wenne, and he had a switch a thought, but that God purveyeth thing that is to come, for that it is to come, and else knocked. So meeked he wenne that thing is all in sum, that whilom being befall and overcome, being cause of thilk sovereign purveyance, that for what all withouten ignorance. And over all this yet say I more hereto, that reeked as one I woot there is a thing, I wis that thing mote needfully be so, eke reeked so, when I woot a thing coming, so mote it come, and thus the befalling of things that being wist before the tide, they mo not being issued on no side. Then said he thus, Almighty love and throne, that wost of all this thing the soothfastnesse, rue on me sorrow, or do me dea son, or bring Criseyde and me fro this distresse, and while he was in all this heavinesse, disputing with himself in this matter, come Pandarus in, and said as ye may heare. Almighty God, quod Pandarus in throne, who saith ever a wise man fairen so, we, Troilus, what thinkest thou to don? Hast thou switched loose to being thine own foe? What, par day, yet is not Criseyde a go? We list thee so thyself for doen for drede, that in thine heed thine e'en seamen dede. Hast thou not lived many a year beforn withouten here, and fared full well at ease? Art thou for her and for none other born? Hath keened thee raucht all only her to please? Lot be, and think reeked thus in the disease, that in the dees reeked as their fallen chances, reeked so in love, their come and goon plaisances. And yet this is a wonder most of alla, thou thus sorrowest, sin thou knowst not yet, touching her going, how that it shall falle, nay, if she can herself disturb in it, thou hast not yet essayed all her wit. A man may all beteem his neck abade, when it shall of, and sorwen at the nede. For thee take a heed of that he shall say, ye have with her ye spoke and long ye bay, so as accorded was betwixt us tway, and evermore me thinketh thus, that she hath somewhat in her hearte's private, wherewith she can, if he shall wreak the rede, disturb all this, of which thou art in dreade. For which me counsel is, when it is neeked, thou to her go, and mak of this an ende, and blissful Juno, thurg her greet meeked, shall as I hope her grace unto us sende. Mine hearte saith, certain she shall not wende, and for thy put thine heart a wheel in reste, and hold this purpose, for it is the best. This Troilus answered, and seeked to sorrow. Thou sayest reeked well, and he will do reeked so. And what him least, he said unto it more. And when that it was time for to go, full privily himself withouten mo, unto her come, as he was wont to don, and how they rocked, he shall you tell us soon. So it is, that when they gone first to mate, so gan the pain her heart is for to twist, that neither of him other meeked a great, for him in armes token after kissed. The lasse woeful of him both a nist, where that he was, ne meeked a word outbring, as he said erst, for woe and for sobbing. The woeful terrors that they laten fall as bittere weren, out of terrors kinde, for pain, as is ligne allows or gall, so bittere terrors weep naught, as he finde, the woeful mire through the bark and rinde, that in this world there nis so hard and harte, that nold han rued on her paines smarte. But when her woeful weary ghostes twain returned bane there as him aught dwell, and that somewhat to waken gone the pain, by length of plaint, and eben gone the well of her tears, and the heart unswell, with broken voice all hoarse forshrieked, Criseyde to Troilus this ilke word to saide: O love I day, and mercy I beseech, help Troilus. And therewith all her face upon his breast she laid, and lost speech. Her woeful spirit from his proper place reeked with the word alway up point to pass, and thus she leath with hewes pile and grain, that whilom fresh and fairest was to sain. These Troilus that on her gan beholde, claping her name, and she lay as for deed, without answer, and felt her limbs cold, her e'en thrown upward to her heed. The sorrowful man can now none other raid, but ufte time her cold mouth he kissed, where him was woe, God and himself it wist. He rist him up, and long streicht he her laid, for signe of lief, for aught he can or may, can he none find in nothing on Criseyde, for which his song full oft is wail away. But when he saw that speechless she lay, with sorrowful voice and heart of bliss all bare, he said how she was fro this world fare. So after that he longe had her complained, his hand is wrong, and said that was to say, and with his terror salt her breast berained. He gan though terrors weepen of full dray, and piteously gan for the soul a pray, and saide, O Lord, that set art in thy throne, rue eke on me, but I shall follow her soon. She cold was, and withouten sentiment, for aught he wote, for breath he felt he known, and this was him a pregnant argument, that she was forth out of this world agone, and when he sake there was none other wone, he gan her limbs dress in switch manner, as men don him that shall be laid on bear. And after this, with stern and cruel heart, he swore anew out of his sheath he tweaked, himself to slain, how sore that him smarte, so that his soul her soul following meekte, that as the doom of Minos wold it deekte, sin love and cruel fortune it ne wolde, that in this world he longer liven shoulde. Then said he thus, fulfilled of hague disdain: O cruel love, and thou fortune adverse, these all and some, that falsely have ye slain Criseyde, and sin ye may do me no worse. Fie on your meeked and workes so diverse, those cowardly ye shall me never win, there shall no death me from my lady twin. For I this world, sin ye han slain her thus, will late, and follow her spirit lower he, shall never lover sain that Troilus dare not, for fairer with his lady D. For certain he will bar her company, but sin ye will not suffer us liven here, yet suffereth that our souls be ye fair. And thou, Cité, which that ye lave in woe, and thou, Priam, and brethren all ye fair, and thou, me mother, farewell, for ye go, and Atropos, make ready thou me bear. And thou, Criseyde, O sweete hearted dear, receive now my spirit, wold he say, with sword at heart, all ready for today. But as God wolde, a swoch therewith she abraid, and gone to seeke, and Troilus she cried, and he answered, Lady mean Criseyde, live ye yet? And let his sword down glide. Yea, hearte mean, that thanked be Cupide, quod she, and therewithal she sore seeked, and he began to glade her as he meeked. Took her in armes twa, and kissed her oft, and her to glad he did all his entente, for which her ghost, that flickered aye on loft, into her woeful heart again it went, but at the last, as that her eyen glent aside, anon she gan his sword espie, as it lay bar, and gan for fair cree. And asked him why he it had outdraw, and Troilus anon the cause her told, and how himself therewith he would have slow, for which Criseyde upon him gone beholde, and gone him in her armes fast to folde, and saide, O mercy God, lo which a dade, alas, how nech we were both a dade. Then if ene had spoken, as grace was, ye would han slain yourself anon, quod she. Yea, doubteless, and she answered, alas, for, be that ilke lord that met me, he knowed a forlong way on leave han be, after your death, to han been crowned queen of all the lawn the sun on sheeneth shane. But with this selve swerd, which that here is, myself ye would han slain, quod she though. But ho, for we han reeked ye now of this, and let us rise and straight to bedde go, and there let us spaken of our woe. For, be the mortal which that easy brenne, know ye full well that die is not for henne. When they were in her bede in armes folde, nocht was it leek though nicht is here befoon, for pitously each other gan beholde, as they that hadden all her blissy lorn, bewailing aye the day that they were born, till at the last the sorrowful weeked Criseyde to Troilus these ilke wordes saide. Lo, hearte mean, well wot ye this, quod she, that if a weeked alway his woe complain, on saketh nocht how holpen for to be, it nis but folly and increase of pain, and sin that here assembled be we twain, to fiend a boat of woe that we been in, it were ultima sone to begin. I am a woman, as full well ye wot, and as I am avised suddenly, so will I tell a yow will it is hoot. Me thinketh thus, that neither ye nor I ought half this woe to mock skilfully, for there is arty now for to redress that yet is miss, and sleen this heaviness. Sooth is, the woe, the which that we been in, for aught I woot, for nothing else is but for the cause that we shoulden twin. Consider it all, there nis no more amiss, but what is than a remedy unto this, but that we shop as soon for to mate this all in sum me dere hearte sweete. Now that he shall well bringen it about to come again, soon after that he go, thereof am I no manner thing in doubt, for dreadelies within a woke or two, he shall be here, and that it may be so be all reeked, and in a word as few, ye shall ja well an heap of ways shew. For which ye will not mock a long sermon, for time me lost may not recovered be, but he will go to me conclusion, and to the best in aught that he can say. And for the love of God forgive it me, if ye spake aught again your heart is raised, for truly he spake it for the best. Mocking alway a protestation, that now these words which that he shall say, nis but to show yow my motion, to find unto our helpe the beste way, and talketh it none other wise, I pray. For in effect, whatso ye may command, that will I doen, for that is no demand. Now hearkeneth this, ye han well understonde, me going granted is by Parliament, so fare forth, that it may not be withstonde for all this world, as be me judgment. And sin there helpeth none avisement to lighten it, let it pass out of minde, and let us shop a better way to finde. The sothe is, that the twinning of us twain will us disease and coerleach annoy, but him behoveth some time hanna pain, that serveth love, if that he will have joy. And sin he shall no further out of Troy, than he may read again on half a morwa, it octa less a causen as to sorrowa. So as he shall not so been heeden mewa, that die by day min owen hartedera, sin well ye wot that it is now a trow, ye shall for well all mina start ye hera, and ere that trow is done, ye shall be hera, and then have ye both Antenor ye wanna, and may also, bet glad now, if ye canna. And thank Rictus, Criseyde is now a goon, but what? She shall come hastily again, and wanna, alas, by God, lo, Ricta known, ere day is 10, this dar I softly sain, and then at erst shall we be so fain, so as we surely together as ever dwell, that all this world may meet our blisse tell. Ye see that oft, there as we been now, that for the best, our counsel for to heede, ye spake not with me, nor I with jou in fortenicht, ne see jou go ne rede, may ye not 10 days than abide, for min honor, in switch and aventure, ye wis, ye moan elles lite endure. Ye know eke how that all min kin is here, but if that onleach it may farther be, and eke min other thing is all ye faire, and name leech, my deare hearte ye, whom that he nolde leven for to say for all this world, as weed as it hath space, or else see each never love as face. We trow ye may father in this wise, coveteth so to say may, but for drede, lest in this town that folkes may despise, because of him, for his unhappy data. What would my father, what lief that he laida, for if he wist in Troy, how well ye fare, was needed for my wending knock to cara. Ye seen that every day eke more and more, men trait of pace, and it supposed is, that men the Queen Elaine shall restore, and Gracchus us restore that is mees. So though there ne'er comfort none but this, that men proposen peace on every side, ye may the better at ease of hearte bide. For if that it be pace, min hearte dere, the nature of the peace mod nedes drive, that men most entre communen ye fare, and to and fro eke ride and goon as believe, all day as thicke as being flen from an heave, and every week han liberté to blave, whereas him least the bait withouten lave. And though so be that pace there may be known, yet heder, though there never pace ne were, he most to come, for wieder should he gone, or how mischance should he dwell there, among tho men of armes ever and faire, for which as wisely God me soul rede, ye cannot seen whereof ye shoulden drede. Have here another way, if it so be, that all this thing ne may jou not suffice. Me father, as ye knowen well, pardie, is old, and eldest full of covetise, and Ivric now have founden all the geese, without a net, wherewith ye shall him hent, and hearkeneth how, if that ye will assent. Lo, Troilus, men saying that hard it is the wolf full, and the weather hool to have. This is to saying, that men full oft ye wise, mote spend in part the remanent for to save, for I with gold men may the hearte grave, of him that set is up on covetise, and how we mayna he shall at jou devise. The mobile which that he have in this town, unto my father shall he take, and say that reeked for trust and for salvation, its scent is from a friend of his or tway. The which friend is fervently him pray to send in after more, and that in he will that this town stand thus in Jupiterty. And that shall be in huge quantity, thus shall he saying, but lest it folk speed, this may be sent by no wheat but by me, ye shall eke shew in him, if peace be teed, what friend is that each have on every side toward the court, to doon the wrath a pass of Priamus, and doon him stoned in grass. So what for o thing and for other sweete, shall him so enchanten with me sowers, that reeked in heaven his soul is, shall he mate, for all Apollo, or his clerk's laws, or calculing availeth not 3 haws. They seer of gold shall so his soul blend, that, as may least, he shall well make an end. And if he wold aught by his sort it brave, if that he lee, in certain he shall find disturben him, and plucke him by the slave, making his sort, and bearing him on hand. He hath not well the godes understand, for God is spaken in amphibologies, and for, o sooth, they tellen 20 lees. Eke trade fond first goddess, I suppose, thus shall he saying, on that his coward heart, made him amiss the goddess tax to glose, when he forfared out of his Delphos sterte, and body mak him soon to converte, and doen me read within a die or tway, I wal to jou oblige me today. On Troilus, as written well I finde, that all this thing was said of good intent, and that her heart true was and keened towards him, and spake reeked as she meant, and that she starve for woneg when she went, and was in purpose ever to be true. Thus written they that of her workes knew. These Troilus with heart and eris sprade, heard all this thing devisen to and fro, and very leech him samed that he hadde the selve wit, but yet to let her go, his heart misforgave him evermo. But finally he gan his heart raised to trust in her, and took it for the best. For which the great fury of his penance was quaint with hope, and therewith him between began for joy the amorous dance. And as the breedes, when the sun is shene, they leeten in her song in leves grene, reeked so the wordes that they spake fara, they leeted him, and made her heart as clara. But natheless the wending of Criseyde, for all this world, may knocked out of his minde, for which full oft he piteously he prayed, that of her haste he meeked her through a fiende, and said here, certes, if ye be unkinde, and but ye come at day set into Troy, ne shall ye never have a hele, honour, ne joy. For also sooth as sun uprest on morrow, and God, so weasely thou me, woeful wretche, to rest bring out of this cruel sorrow, I will myselven slee, if that ye drake, but of me death though little be to rake, yet, ere that ye may cause so to smarte, dwell rather here, mine own sweete harte. For truly, mine own lady dere, though slaked as yet that ye have heard jou stere, full sharply been to fail in all ye faire. For thus men saying, that one thinketh the better, but all another thinketh his ladere. Your seer is wise, and said is out of drede. Men may the wise at renna, and not at rede. It is full hard to halt an unespied before a crapule, for he can the craft. Your father is enslaked as Urgus yede, for all be that his mobile is him bereft. His oldest slaked is yet so with him laughed. Ye shall not blend him for your woman hede, nay fain reeked, and that is all may drede. Ye note if peace shall evermo be tede, but peace or no, for earnest nay for gamma. I woot, St. Calchas on the Greeke side hath unes been, and lost so foul his nama, he dare no more come here again for shama, for which that way, for aught he can espy, to trusten on, nis but a fantasy. Ye shall eke seen, your father shall yow glose to being a wife, and as ye can well preacha, he shall some Greek so praise and well allows, that ravishen he shall yow with his speecha, or do yow doon by force as he shall teacha. On Troilus, of whom ye nil han routh, shall Calchas so starven in his trouth. And over all these your father shall despise as all, and saying the city nis but lorn, and that the sage never shall arise. For we, the Greeks, han it all a sworn, till we be slain, and down our wall is torn. And thus he shall, yeah, with his words fair, that aye dread that ye will blave there. Ye shall eke seen so many a lusty knecht among the Greeks, full of worthiness, and each of him with hearte, wheat, and meekte, to pleasen yow doing all his busyness, that ye shall dullen out the rudeness of us silly Trojans, but if routhe, remorde yow for virtue of your trouthe. On this to me so gravis is to thinke, that from my breast it will my soul rende, nay, dread Elise, in me there may not sinke a good opinion, if that ye wende. For we, your father is slake to will us shende, and if ye goen, as ye have told yow yore, so think ye none but deed, without a more. For which with humble, true, and pious hearte, 1,000 times mercy yow praye, so rueth on min aspre penis smerte, and doth somewhat, as that he shall yow say, and let us stale away betwixt us tway, and think that folly is, when man may chase, for accident his substance aye to lays. I mean this, that sin we mow ere day well stale away, and being together so, what wit were it to putten in essay, and cast ye shoulden to your father go, if that ye meekte come again or no? Thus mean I, that it were a great folly to put that secreness in Jupiter. On vulgarly to speaken of substance of treasure, may we both with us leda ye now to live in honour and plaisance, till into tema that we shall be data, and thus we may issuen all this dreda, for ever each other way ye can recorda, min hearta iwis, and not therewith accorda. And heartily, ne dreadeth no poverty, for ye have kin and friendes elsewhere, that, though we comen in our bare sherte, we shoulda neither lack a gold ne gera, but being unurid will we dwelt in there, and go we anon, for as in min intanta, this is the best, if that ye will assanta. Criseyde with a seek, reeked in this wise answered, Iwis, me deare hearte true, we may well stale away, as ye devisa, and find a switch and thrifty way as new. But afterward full sorrow it will us rowa, and help me God, so at me most in neda, as causeless ye suffren all this dreda. For thilke day that ye for cherishing, of dreda of father, or of other weekt, or for a start delete, or for wedding, be false to yow my Troilus me knecht, Saturnus doctor Juno thurg remeekt, as woed as Athamante do me dwella, eternally in Styx, the put of Hella. On this on every god celestially sweareth yow, and eke on each goddessa, on every nympha and deity infernal, on satyri and fauni more and lessa, that halva goddess being of wildernessa, and Atropos me thread of leaf to breasta, if ye be false. Now throw me if thou laysta. And thou, Simois, that as an arrow clear, thurg Troy rennest I downward to the sea, bear witness of this word that said is here, the thilke day that eke untrue bay to Troilus, min owen hearte free, that thou return backward to the wella, and ye with body and soul sinke in hell. But that ye spake away thus for to go, and laten all your friendes, God forbade, for any woman that ye shoulden so, anomaly, sin Troy hath now switch need of help, and eke of oathing taketh heede, if this were weest, me lief lie in balance, and your honour God shield us from mischance. And if so be that pace hereafter taka, as all day happeth after anger gama, we Lord, the sorrow and woe ye wolden maka, that ye ne durste come again for shama, and that ye do parten so your nama, beth not too hasty in this hote fara, for hasty man ne wanteth never cara. What trow ye the people eke all about wolde of it say? It is for leaked to a rede. They wolden say and swear it out of doubte, that love ne drof jou not to doen this data, but lust voluptuous and coward drede. Thus were all lost, ye wis, min harte dere, your honour which that now shineth so clara. And also thinketh on min honesty, that floureth yet, how foul I should it shende, and with what filth it sported should be, if in this forma I shoulde with jou wende. Nay, though I lived unto the worldes ende, me nama should I never a yean word winne. Thus were I lost, and that were routh and sinne. And for these slee, with reason all this hate, main saying, the souffrant overcometh pardie. Eke, whoso wall han lief, he lief mort late. Thus maketh virtue of necessity by patience, and thank that Lord is he of fortune I, that knocked wool of her rache, and she ne daunteth no weaked but a rache. And trusteth this, that certes harte sweete, Phoebus suster Lucina the Shena, the leon passa out of this ariete. I will been Hera withouten any wena, Imina as helpa me Juno, heaven as queen, the 10th day. But if that death me assaila, I will jou sain withouten any faila. And now, so this be south, quod Troilus, I shall well suffer unto the 10th day, sin that I say that nede it mote be thus. But, for the love of God, if it be may, so let us stale privily away, for ever in un. As for to live in resta, min harte saith that it will been the beste. O mercy, God, what lief is this, quod she? Alas, ye slay me thus for very tena. Ye see well now that ye mistrusten me, for be your word as it is well ye sayna. Now, for the love of Cynthia the Shena, mistrust me not thus causalis for routh, sin to be trow, ye have jou pleeked my trouth. And thinketh well, that sometime it is wit to spend a tema for to win. Nay, pardie, lorn emi knocked frau jou yet, though that we been a day or two a twinne, drift out the fantasies jou withinne, and trusteth me, and laveth eke your sorrow, or hear me trouth, ye will not live till morrow. For if ye wiste how sorrow it doth me smarte, ye wolde cease of this, for God thou wast, the pure spirit weepeth in min harte, to say jou wepen that I love most, and that I mote go to the Greekes ost, yea, ne'er that I wist remedy, to come again, reeked here I wolde die. But certes I am not so nice weaked that I ne can imagine a way to come again that day that I have heeked. For who may hold the thing that will away me father naught for all this quainte play, and be my thrift, me wending out of Troy another day shall turn us all to joy. For thee with all min heart jou beseke, if that jou list doen aucht for my prayer, and for the love which that I love jou eke, that ere that I depart for jou Hera, that of so good a comfort and a cheer I may jou sain, that ye may bring at rest min harte, which that is at point to breste. And over all this I pray jou, quod she though, min own harte soothfast suffisance, sin I am thine all whole withouten mo, that while that I am absent, No plaisance of other do me fro your remembrance, for I am ever aghast, for we men rede, that love is thing I full busy dreade. For in this world there liveth lady none, if that ye were untrue, as God defende, that so betrayed were or woe begone as I, that all a troth in yow entende, undoubtedly, if that each other wende, in ne'er but deed, and ere ye cause a fiende. For God is love, so beth me not unkinde. To this answered Troilus and Criseyde, now God, to whom there nis no cause ye rie, me glade, as wis I never unto Criseyde, sin thilke day I saw her first with ye, was false, ne never shall till that I die. At shorte wordes, well ye may leve, I can no more, it shall be found at preve. Grant mercy, good mean I wis, quod she, and pleaseful Venus, let me never starve, ere I may stonde of plaisance in the grey, to quite him well, that so well can deserve, and will that God me wit well may conserve. I shall so doen, so true I have ya found, that a honour to me word shall rebonde. For trusteth well, that your stat royale no vain delete, nor only worthinesse of yow in wara, or tourney martial, ne pompa, array, noble, or ec richessa, ne mara me to row on your distressa, but moral virtue, grounded upon troth, that was the cause I first had on your routh. Eke gentle hearte and manhood that ye hadde, and that ye hadde, as methought, and despied everything that sounded into bade, as rudeness and popish appetite, and that your reason bridled your delete. This made aboven every creature, that I was your, and shall, will I may jure. And this may length of years not fordo, ne remuable fortune deface, but Jupiter that of his meek may do the sorrowful to be glad, so gave us grace, ere nictus ten, to maten in his place, so that it may your hearte and mean suffice, and fareth now well, for team is that ye rease. And after that they longe ye plained hadde, and oft ye kissed, and straight in armes folde. The day gan rease, and Troilus him clade, and ruefullich his lady gan beholde, as he that felt death's cares colde, and to her grace he gan him recommand, where him was woe, this hold I no demand. For man as he'd imagine ne can, ne entendement consider, ne tongue tell the cruel pains of the sorrowful man, that passen every torment down in hell. For one he saw that she ne meek to dwell, which that his soul out of his hearte rente. Withouten more, out of the chambre he went. Explicit Liber Quartus. End of Book 4. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Book 5, Part 1, of Troilus and Criseyde, by Geoffrey Chaucer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Book 5, Incipit Liber Quintus. Approaching gan the fatal destiny that Lovis hath in disposition, and to yow angry Parcas sustren 3 committeth to doen execution, for which Criseyde most out of the town, and Troilus shall dwella forth in peine, till la chasis his threed no longer tween. The golden tressed Phoebus haig on loft 3 is hadde alla, with his bemis shene the snow is malta, and Zephyrus as oft ye brochte yen the tendre lebes grene, sin that the son of Ecuba the queen began to love her first, for whom his sorrowa was all, that she departe shoulde morwa. Full ready was at prime Diomedes, Criseyde unto the Grekes host to leade, for sorrow of which she felt her heart a blade, as she that neiste what was best to rede. And truly, as men in bookes rede, men wist never woman han the cara, ne was so loth out of a town to fara. This Troilus withouten reed or lore, as man that hath his joys eke forlore, was waiting on his laddie evermore, as she that was the soothfast crope and more of all his lust, or joyous heretofore. But Troilus, now farewell all thee joy, for shalt thou never seen here eft in Troy. South is, that while he bode in this manner, he gan his woe full manly for to heede, that well underneath its sane was in his chair. But at the yata there she shoulder out a reede with certain folk, he hoved here to bede. So woe begone, all wold he knocked him plain, that on his horse aneth he sat for pain. For ere he cook, so gan his heart gnaw, when Diomedes on horse gan him dresse, and said unto himself this ilke saw, Alas, quod he, thus foul a wretchednesse, we suffre icit, we nil icit redresse, were it not bet at onest for to die, than evermore in languor thus to dree? We nearly make at honest rich and poor, to have ye knock to dawn, ere that she go. We nearly bring all Troy upon Aurora. We nearly slain this Diomedes also. We nearly rather with a man or two stale her away. Why will I this endure? We nearly helpen to mine own cure. But why he nolde done so fell a dade, that shall he sayn, and we him listed spare, he hadde in hearte always a manner dreade, lest that Criseyde, in rumour of this far, should han been slain, lo, this was all his car. And elles, certain, as he said yore, he had it done, withouten wordes mo. Criseyde, when she ready was to reade, full sorrowfully she seekte, and said, Alas! But forth she mote, for aught that may betide, and forth she writ, full sorrowfully apass. There is none other remedy in this case. What wonder is thou that her sore smerte, when she forgot her own sweete harte. These Troilus, in wise of courtesy, with hawk on hand, and with an huge rout of kneechtes, rode indeed her company, passing all the valley fair without. And further wold han riden, out of doubt, full fain, and woe was him to gun so soon, but turn he most, and it was eke to dawn. And reeked with that was Antenor ye come out of the Grekes host, and every week was of it glad, and said he was welcome. And Troilus all near his hearte leekte, he painted him with all his full meeked him to withhold of weeping at the least, and Antenor he kissed, and made a feast. And therewithal he most his life attack, and cast his eye upon Hippotously, and ne'er he rued his cause for to make, to take her by the hand all soberly, and Lord, so she gan weepen tenderly, and he full soft and slackly gan her say, Now hold your day, and doth me not today. With that his courser turned he about with face pale, and unto Diomedes ne word he spake, ne none of all his rout, of which the son of Tydeus took heed, as he that could more than the crede in switchcraft, and be the rein here hente, and Troilus to Troy homeward he went. This Diomedes, that lade her by the bridle, when that he saw the folk of Troy away, thochte, all me labour shall not be on idle, if that he may, for somewhat shall he say, for at the worst it may yet short our way. Ye have heard said, eke team is 12, he is a fool that will forget himself. But natheless this thought he well enough, that certainly he am about a nacht, if that he spake of love or make it talk. For doubteless if she have in her thought, him that he guesse, he may not be nie brocht so soon away, but he shall find a mane, that she not weet as yet shall what I meane. This Diomedes, as he that cowed his good, when this was done, gan fallen forth in speche of this and that, and asked we she stood in switch disease, and gan her eke beseech, that if that he increase meeked or H with anything her aise, that she should, commanded him, and said he done it would. For truly he swore her as a knecht, that there nas thing with which he meeked her plaise, that he nol doen his pain and all his meeked to doen it, for to doen her heart and aise, and prayed her she wold her sorrow appease, and said, I wis, we Grekes con have joy to honour in yow, as well as folk of Troy. He said eke thus, I wot yow thinketh strange, no wonder is, for it is to yow know, the acquaintance of these Trojans to change, for folk of Greke, that ye never knew, but wolde never God, but if as true, a Greke ye should among us all a fiend as any Trojan is, and eke as keen. And be the cause ye swore ye richt low, now, to be your friend and helply to me meeked, and for that more acquaintance eke of yow have each had than another stranger weeked. So from this forth I pray yow, die and neeked, commandeth me, how sore that may smarte, to doen all that may leak unto your hearte, and that ye may wolde as your brother traite, and taketh not me friendship in dispute, and though your sorrows be for things great, noot I not we, but out of more respite, mean heart hath for to amend it great delete, and if he may your harmes not redresse, I am right sorry for your heaviness. And though ye Trojans with us Grekes wroth, and many a day be, alway yet, pardie, O God of love, in sooth we serve in both, and for the love of God, me lady free, whom so ye hate, as beth not wroth with me. For truly there can no weak yow serve, that half so luth your wrath will deserve. And ne'er it that we been so nigh the tent of Calchas, which that seen us both may, ye wold of these yow tell all mean intent, but this unsailed till another day. Give me your hand, I am and shall be I, God help me so, will that me lief may dure, your owen aboven every creature. Thus saide I never ere now to woman born, for God mean heart as weasly glad so. I loved never woman here before as paramours, I never shall know more, and for the love of God, beth not my foe. All can I not to yow, my lady dere, complain a reet, for I am yet to lere. And wondereth not mean own lady breekt, though that I spake of love to you thus believe, for I have heard of this of many a weekt, hath loved thing he never saw his leave. Eke am not a power for to strive against the God of love, but him obey, he will alway, and mercy ye yow pray. There being so worthy knechtes in this place, and ye so far, that everych of them alla will pain in him to stonden in your grass, but meeked me so fair a grass fall, that ye me for your servant will call, so lowly ne so truly you serve, nil none of them as ye shall, till ye starve. Criseyde unto that purpose leet and swerd, as she that was with sorrow oppressed so, that, in effect, she knocked his talus herde, but here and there, now here a word or two, her thought her sorrowful heart brast a two, for when she gone her father fair a spee, well neck down on her horse she gan to see. But natheless she thanked Diomedes of all his travail, and his good cheer, and that him list his friendship here to bede, and she accepteth it in good manner, and will do fain that is him lief and dear, and trust in him she wold, and well she meeked, as said she, and from her horse she aleeked. Her father hath her in his armes known, and 20 time he kissed his doctor sweete, and said, O dear doctor mine, welcome. She said eke she was fain with him to mate, and stood forth mewet, milde, and mansuet. But here he lave her with her father dwelle, and forth he wool of Troilus yowatelle. To Troy is come this woeful Troilus, in sorrow aboven alla sorrow smarte, with felon look and fast dispitaus, though suddenly down from his horse he starte, and thurug his palace, with a swollen hearte, to chambre he went, of nothing took he heede, ne none to him there spak a word for dreada. And all his sorrow was that he spared Hara, he gaf an issue large, and death he cried, and in his throes frenetic and mad, he cursed love, Apollo, and eke Cupid. He cursed Ceres, Bacchus, and Caprida, his Bertha, himself, his Phaeta, and eke nature, and saf his lady, every creature. To bed he goeth, and waileth there, and turneth in fury, as doth he Ixion in hell, and in this wise he nake till day sojourneth. But though began his heart a little unswell, through tears which that gonen up to wella, and piteously he cried upon Criseyde, and to himself thus he spak and saide, where is mine owen laddie lief and deare? Where is her witte breast? Where is it where? Where been her armes and her een clare, that yesternicht this time with me were? Now may he weep alone many a terror, and grasp about he may, but in this place, save a pillow, I find nacht tembras. How shall he do? When shall she come again? I noot alas, while let each her to go, as wold a god, each had as though be slain. O heart a mine, Criseyde, O sweet a foe, O lady mine, that I love and no more, to whom for evermore mine heart I dow. See how I day, ye nil me not we scow. Who seeth yow now, me reeked a load a star? Who sit reeked now, or stant in your presence? Who can comforten now your heart as were? Now I am gone, whom gave ye audience? Who spaketh for me reeked now in mine absence? Alas, no reeked, and that is all me cara, for well wot I, as evil as I affere. How should I thus 10 days full endure, when I the first night have all this taine? How shall she do an eke sorrowful creature? For tenderness, how shall she this sustain? Switch woe for me, O piteous pale and green, shall be in your fresh a womanly face, for languor, ere ye turn unto this place. And when he fell in any slumberings, anon begin he should for to groan, and dreamen of the dreadfulest things, that meekte been, as mate he were alone in place horrible, making aye his moan, or maten that he was among us all his enemies, and in her hand his fall. And therewith all his body shoulder starte, and with the start all sudden leech awake, and such a tremor fell about his hearte, that over the fear his body shoulder quake, and therewith all he shoulder noise make, and same as though he shoulder fall a deep, from hake aloft, and then he would awape. And ruin on himself so piteously, that wonder was to hear his fantasy. Another time he should meekly comfort himself, and saying it was folly, so causally switch dreade for to dree, and eft beginne his aspre sorrows new, that every man meeked on his sorrows rue. Woe could a tala a reeked or full describe his woe, his plaint, his languor, and his pain. Not all the men that han or been on leave, thou, reader, mayst thyself full well divine, that switch a woe me wit cannot define. On idle for to read it should I swinke, when that me wit is weary it to thinke. On heaven yet the stars were a sene, although full pale ye waxen was the mone, and wheaten gone the horizonte shene, all eastward, as it wonted is for to dawn, and Phoebus with his rosy courtesan gan after that to dress him up to Phara, when Troilus hath sent after Pandarus. This Pandarus, that of all the day before, ne micht and common Troilus to say, although he on his heed it had he sworn, for with the king Priam all day was he, so that it lay not in his liberté, nowhere to goon, but on the morrow he went to Troilus, when that he for him sent. For in his heart he cowed well divine, that Troilus all night for sorrow awoke, and that he would tell him of his pain, his knew he well enough, without a book, for which to chambre straight the way he took, and Troilus though soberly he grate, and on the bed full soon he gan him sate. Me Pandarus, quod Troilus, the sorrow which that I dree, he may not long endure. He trow he shall not leaven till tomorrow, for which he wold alway on a venture to thee devisen of me sepulture the forma, and of me mobile thou dispona, reeked as thee seemeth best is for to dona. But of the fear and flambe funeral, in which me body brenne shall to glade, and of the feast and blaze palestral at me vigil, I pray thee take good heed that be well, and offer Mars me stede, me sword, min helm, and lave brother dere, me shell to Pallas Jef, that shineth clara. The powder in which min heart ye brand shall turna, that pray I thee thou take it and conserve in a vessel, that men clapeth and yearn, of gold, and to my lady that I serve, for love of whom the spitously I starve, so give it her, and do me this pleasance, to pray her keep it for remembrance. For well I fela be me melody, and be me dreames now and yore ago, I'll certainly the remote nades day. The owl eke which that heeked a scaphilo hath after me shrieked all these nictus two, and God Mercury of me now woeful wretche, the soul guide, and when the least it fetche. Pandarus answered and said, Troilus, me dear friend, as I have told thee yore, that it is folly for to sorrowen thus, and causeless for which he can no more, but whoso will not trowen read ne lore. He cannot seen in him no remedy, but let him worthen with his fantasy. But Troilus, I pray thee tell me now, if that thou trow, ere this, that any wight hath loved paramours as well as thou? Yea, God wot, and for many a worthy knecht hath his lady gone a fortenecht, and he not yet mad Havendal the fara. What need is thee to maken all this cara? Sin day be day, thou mayst they selven say, that from his love, or else from his wife, a man mote winnen of necessity. Yea, though he love her as his own life, yet nil he with himself thus maken strive. For well thou wost, my lave brother dere, that alway friendes may not been I faire. How doen this folk that seen her love is wedded by friendies meekt, as it be teat forloft, and seen him in her spouse's bed ye bedded? God wot, they take it weasely, faire and soft, for we good hope halt up her heart on lofte, and for they can a team of sorrow endure, as team him hurt, a team doth him cure. So shouldest thou endure, and let us lead the team, and fond to being glad and leeked, 10 days nis so long not to bede, and since she thee to comen hath beheeked, she nil her hastes breken for no weekt, for dread thee not that she no finden way to come again, me lief that durst delay. These swevenes eke and all switch fantasy drive out, and let him faren to mischance, for they proceed of the melancholy, that doth thee fail and sleep all this penance, a straw for all swevenes signifiance. God help me so, I count him not a bane, there would no man reeked what dreames mene. For priestes of the temple tellen these, that dreames been the revelations of goddess, and as well they tell I wis, that they been infernals illusions, and leches saying that of complexions proceeden they, or fast, or gluttony, who woot in sooth thus what they signify. Eke others saying that thorough impressions, as if a wight hath fast a thing in minde, that thereof cometh switch a visions, and others saying, as they in bocas finde, that after temes of the year be kinde, men dreame, and that the effect goeth by the moon, but leve no dream, for it is not to dawn. Well worth of dreames this old the weepes, and true leech eke augury of these fowls, for fear of which men wanen lace her leaves, as revenues qualm, or shrieking of these owles, to trowen on it both false and foul is, alas, alas, so noble a creature as is a man, shall dread a switch ordure. For which with all mine heart I thee beseech, unto thyself that all this thou forgive, and rise up now without a more speech, and let us cast how forth may best be drive this tema, and eke how freshly we may leave when that she cometh, the which shall be right sona, God help me so, the best is thus to dona. Rise, let us spake of lusty lief in Troy that we han lad, and forth the tema drive, and eke of team coming us rejoy, that bringen shall our bliss now so leave, and languor of these twias dias fever, we shall therewith so foryate or oppress, that well onethe it doon shall us duress. This town is full of lords all about, and trues lasten all this mena wheela. Go we play us some lusty rout to Sarpedon, not hennes but a mila, and thus there shalt the team well begila, and drive it forth unto that blissful morwa, that thou her see, that cause is of thy sorrow. Now rise, my dear brother Troilus, for certes it nun honour is to thee to wape, and in the better to yoke and thus. For truly, of o thing trust to me, if thou dost liege a day, or two, or three, the folk will ween that thou, for cowardice, they fainest seek, and that thou darest not rise. These Troilus answered, O brother dear, this knowen folk that han ye suffered pain, that though he wape and make sorrowful cheer, that faileth harm and smert in every vein, no wonder is, and though he ever plain, or alway wape, I am no thing to blame, sin ye have lost the cause of all my gamma. But sine fine force immuta rise, ye shall arise as soon as ever ye may, and God, to whom min heart ye sacrifice, so send us hastily the 10th day, for was there never fowl so fain of May, as ye shall been, when that she cometh in Troy, that cause is of my torment and me joy. But weeder is they read, quoth Troilus, that we may play us based in all this town. Begod, me counsel is, quoth Pandarus, to read and play us with King Sarpedon. So long of this they spaken up and down, till Troilus gone at the last ascenta to Risa, and forth to Sarpedon they went. This Sarpedon, as he that honourable was ever his leva, and full of haec prowessa, with all that meek ye served been on tabla, that dainty was, all caustic great richessa, he fed him day by day, that switch noblessa, as Satan both the most and eke the least, was never ere that day wist at any feast. Nor in this world there is non instrument delicious, through wind, or touch, or corda, as fair as any wheat hath ever ye went, that tongue tell or heart may record, that at that feast it nas well heard accord. Nay of ladies eke so fair a company on dansa, ere though was never ye seen with ye. But what availeth these to Troilus, that for his sorrow nothing of it rauchte, for ever in un his heart pia taus, for busily Criseyde his lady soughte, on here was ever all that his heart thoughte, now this, now that, so fast imagining, that glad ye wis con him no festa ying. These ladies eke that at this feast been, sin that he saw his lady was away, it was his sorrow upon him for to sing, or for to hear on instruments so play, for she, that of his heart a birth decay, was absent, lo, this was his fantasy, that no weak shoulder make a melody. Nor there nas hour in all the day or neeked, when he was there as no week meeked him hera, that he ne saide, O lovesome lady breeked, how have ye faren, sin that ye were a hare? Well come ye wis, min owen lady dera, but wail away all this nas but a mesa, fortune his hauva intended but to glace. The later is eke that she of old the tema had him ye sent, he wold alone arrayda, and 100 seetha, atwixt a noon and prima, befiguring per shop, for woman haid, within his heart, and every word and data that passed was, and thus he drove to an end the first day, and saide he wold the wind. And saide, Late brother Pandarus, intendest thou that we shall here blave till Sarpedon will forth congeyen us? Yet were it fairer that we took our lave, for God is love, let us now soon at Eva our leave take, and homeward let us turn, for truly he will not thus sojourn. Pandarus answered, Be we comen hither to fetch and fear, and rennen home again? God help me so, he cannot tellen whither we michten goen, if he shall sooth be sane. There any week is of us more fain than Sarpedon, and if we hennes he the certainly, he hold it villainy. Sin that we saiden that we would blave with him awoke, and now, though certainly, the fourth a die to take of him our leva, he will the wondering on it truly. Let us hold the forth our purpose firmly, on sin that ye be heeked in him to bide. Hold forward now, and after let us reade. Thus Pandarus with all pain and woe made him to dwell, and at the woke's ende of Sarpedon they took her leva though, and on her way they spaden him to wende. Quoth Troilus, now God may grace ascend, that he may finden at mine homecoming, Criseyde comen, and therewith gone he sing. Ye hazel wode thought to this Pandarus, and to himself full softly he saide, God woot, befrieden me this hote affaire, Calchas sende Troilus Criseyde. But natheless he yeped thus and saide, and swore, I wis, his heart him well beheeked, she wolde come as soon as ever she meeked. When they unto the palace were ye comen of Troilus, they down of horse leeked, and to the chambre her way then han they nomen, and into team that it gan to neeked. They spraken of Criseyde, the breeked. And after this, when that him both alaced, they spade him fro the super unto raced. On morwe, as soon as day began to clare, thus Troilus gan of his sleep to brede, and to Pandarus his own brother dere, for love of God full piteously he said, As go we sain the palace of Criseyde, for sin we yet may have no more feaste, so let us seen her palace at the laste. And therewithal his mane for to blende, a cause he found in town for to go, and to Criseyde's house they gon and wende. But Lord, the silly Troilus was woe, him thought his sorrowful heart brast at woe, for when he saw her door was sperred all, well nake for sorrow adown he gan to fall. Therewith, when he was war and gan behold how shade was every window of the place, as frost him thought, his heart gan to cold, for which with changed deedlich palafas, withouten word he forth began to pass, and, as God wolde, he gan so fast to reade, that no weeked of his countenance a speed. Then said he thus, O palace desolate, O house of houses whilom best ye heeked, O palace empty and disconsolate, O thou lanterne, of which quaint is they leeked, O palace, whilom day that now art neeked, well octest thou to falle, and I to day, since she is wont, that want was us to gie. O palace, whilom crown of houses alle, illumined with sona of alla bliss, O ring, for which the ruby is outfalle, O cause of woe, that cause has been of Lisa. Yet, sin ye may no bet, fain would ye kisse the cold doors, durste I for this route, and farewell shrine, of which they saint is out. Therewith he cast on Pandarus his yea, with changed face, and piteous to behold, and when he meeked his team a reeked espy, as he rode, to Pandarus he told his newe sorrow, and eke his joy is old, so piteously and with so dade and hue, that every weeked meekte on his sorrow rue. Fro thenceforth he readeth up and down, and everything come him to remembrance, as he rued for be places of the town, in which he whilom had all his plaisance. Lo, yon saw he mine own lady dance, and in that temple with her ain Clara, me cocked first me reekte lady dere. And yonder have he heard for lustily, me dear heart lach, and yonder play saw he her onus eke full blissfully, and yonder onus to me gan she say, now good sweete, love me well, I pray. and yon so goodly gan she me behold, that to the death mine heart is to her hold. And at that corner in the yonder house, here in mine alder laves Lady Dara so womanly, with voice melodious, singing so well, so goodly and so clara, that in me soul yet me thinketh be here the blissful sound, and in that yonder plaza a lady first me took unto her grasa. Then thought he thus, O blissful Lord Cupid, when I the process have in my memory, how thou me hast wearied on every side, men make the book make of it like a story. What need is they to seek on me victory, sin I am thine, and wholly at thee will? What joy hast thou thine own folk to spill? Well hast thou, Lord, ye roke on me thine ear, thou mighty God, and dreadful for to grave. Now mercy, Lord, thou wost well I desire thee grace most, of all a lustes leva, and leave and day I will in thee believe, for which I nexe in guerdon buta bona, that thou Criseyde again me sende sona. The strain her heart is as fast to return, as thou dost mean to longen her to say, then woot I well, that she will not sojourn, now, blissful Lord, so cruel thou ne be, unto the blood of Troy, I pray thee, as Juno was unto the blood Thebain, for which the folk of Thebes cocked her bane. And after this he to the Yeatis went, there is Criseyde out rood a full good pass, and up and down their mar he many a went, and to himself full oft he said, alas, from hennes rood my bliss and me so loss, as will the blissful God now for his joy, he make her seen again come into Troy. And to the yonder hill he gan her guide, alas, and there he took of her me leve, and yond he saw her to her father ride, for sorrow of which mine heart shall to clave, and heder whom I come when it was eve, and here he dwelle outcast from all joy, and shall till he may seen her eft in Troy. And of himself imagined he oft to been defet, and pala, and wax and lace, than he was wont, and that men saiden softer, what may it be? Who can the sothe guess why Troilus hath all this heaviness, and all this not but his melancholy, that he had of himself such fantasy? Another team imagining he wolde, that every week that went be the way, had of him routh, and that they say and shoulde, ye am right sorry Troilus will a day, and thus he drove a day yet forth or tway, as ye have heard, switch lief right gan he laid, as he that stood betwixen hope and dread. For which him leaked in his song is showa, then she song of his woe, as he best meekte, and made a song of wordes but a few, somewhat his woeful heart for to leakte, and one he was from every manne seekte, with softer voice he of his Lady Dara, that was absent, gan singe as ye may hear. O starre of which he lost have all they leaked, with harte soul will octi to bewail, that ever dark in torment neekt by neekt, toward me death with wind in stair I saila, for which the tempe neekt if that I faila, the guiding of the bemes breekt an hour, me ship and me Charybdis will devour. The song when he thus sung and hadde, sown he full again into his seekes olde, and every neekt as was his wone to don, he stood the breekte moan to beholde, and all his sorrow he to the moaner tolde, and saide, I wis, when thou art horned newe, I shall be glad, if all the world be true. I saw thine hornes olde eke by the morwa, when hennes rude my reekte Lady Dara, that causes of me torment and me sorrow, for which O breekte Lucina the Clara, for love of God, ran fast about the spera, for one thine hornes new again springe, then shall she come, that may me blisse bringe. The day is more and langer every neekt, than they be wont to be, him thochte though, and that the sun went his course unreeked, be langer way than it was wont to go, and saide, I wis, he dreadeth evermo, the sun is sona, phaeton, be on leva, and that his father's cart amiss he drive. Upon the walles fast eke wold he walke, and on the Graecus oast he wolde say, and to himself reek thus he wolde talke, Lo, yonder is mine own lady free, or else yonder, there thou tentest be, and dennis komt this air, that is so sote, that in me soul I fele it doth me bote. And heartily this wind, that more and more thus stounde mele increaseth in my face, is of me lady's deepest sieke sore. I prave it thus, for in none other place of all this town, save only each in this space, feel I no wind that soundeth so like pain, that saith, alas, we twinned be we twain. This longe time he driveth forth reek thus, till fully passed was the 9th nicht, and aye beside him was this Pandarus, that busily did all his fulle meekt, him to comfort, and make his heart leekt. Giving him hope alway, the 10th morwe, that she shall come, and stinten all his sorrow. Upon that other side eke was Criseyde, with women few, among the Graecus stronge, for which full oft a day, alas, she saide, that he was born, well may mine harte longe after me death, for now live I too longe, alas, and I ne may it not amende, for now is worse than ever yet I wende. Me father nil for nothing do me grace, to gone again, for naught I can him quame, and if so be that I me turn me pass, me Troilus shall in his harte dame, that I am false, and so it may well same, thus shall I have on thank on every side, that I was born, so wail away the tide. And if that I may put in juberty, to stale away by nicht, and it befall that I be cocked, I shall behold the spee, for else, lo, this dread I most of alle, if in the hondes of some wretch I falle, I am but lost, all be mine harte true, now mighty God, thou on my sorrow rue. For pale I waxen was her breekte face, her limbs lene, as she that all the day stood when she durst, and looked on the place, there she was born, and there she dwelt hare aye, and all the nicht weeping, alas, she lie, and thus despaired out of all cure, she laid her life, this woeful creature. Full oft a day she seeked eke for distress, and in herself she went aye portraying of Troilus the great worthiness, and all his goodly wordes recording, since first that day her love began to spring, and thus she sate her woeful heart to fear, through remembrance of that she gone desire. In all this world there nis so cruel hearte, that her hare, her complaining in her sorrow, that no the hand wopen for her pain is smarte, so tenderly she weep, both eve and morrow, her needed no terrors for to borrow, and this was yet the worst of all her pain, there was no weak to whom she durst her plain. Full ruefully she looked up on Troy, beheld the towers hake and eke the halles. Alas, quod she, the pleasance and the joy, the which that now alternate into gala is, have ye had oft within yonder walles. O Troilus, what dost thou now? She saide, Lord, whether yet thou thinke upon Criseyde. Alas, I ne had a trowed on your lore, and went with yow, as ye may rara ere this, then had I now not seeked half so sore, whom meekte han said, that he had done amiss, to stale away with switch on as he is. But all too late cometh the letuary, when man the course unto the grave carry. Too late is now to spake of this matter. Prudence, alas, one of thine e'en three may lack it alway, ere that he come here. On time me passed, well remembered may, and present time eke code, well ye say, but future time, ere he was in the snare, could he not sayn, that causeth now my care. But natheless, betide what betide, he shall tomorrow at nicht, by est or west, out of this oast stale on some manner side, and go with Troilus whereas him laced. This purpose will he holde, and this is best, no force of wicked tongues janglery, for ever on love han wretches had envy. For whoso will of every word take a heed, or rule in him by every weakness wit, ne shall he never thriven out of dread, for that some men blamen ever yet. Lo, other manner folk commanden it, and as for me, for all which variants, felicite clepa me suffisance. For which withouten any wordes mo, to Troy evol, as for conclusion, but God it wot, ere fully monthes two, she was full fair for that intention. For both the Troilus and Troia town shall cannot lease through out her heartes lida, for she will talk a purpose for to bida. This Diomedes, of whom you tell gan, goth now within himself arguing with all they slagged and all that every can, how he may baste with shortest tarrying into his net Criseyde's heart bring. To this intent he could never fiend, to fish and here he laid out hook and line. But natheless well in his heart he thought, that she nas not without a love in Troy, for never sithen he her thennes braucht, ne could he seen her lauch or make a joy. He nist how best her heart for to coy, but for to assay he saide, it not ne graveth, for he that not ne saith, not ne chaveth. Yet saide he to himself upon a necht, now I am not a fool, that wot well how, for woe for love is of another weekt, and hereupon to go assay her now, he may well weet, it nil not been my brow, for we's a folk in bokes it express, men shall not woe a weekt in heaviness. But whoso make to win and switch a flower from him for whom she mourneth necht and die, he make to saying he were a conqueror, and reeked anon as he that bold was thoughte in his hearte, hapa how hapa may, all surely I day, he will her hearte seche, he shall no more lesen but me speche. These Diomedes, as Bocchus used to declare, was in his natives braced and courageous, with sterne voice and mighty limbs square, hardy, tasty, strong, and chivalrous, of Deides like his father Tydeus, and some men saying he was of tongue large, and hair he was of Caledoine and Arga. Criseyde main was of her stature, thereto of sharp, of face, and eke of chair, there meekte been of fairer creature, and ofte tema this was her manner, to goon ye tressed with her haires clear, down by her collar, at her back behinde, which with a thread of gold she wore the binde. And safe browes joined in ye fara, there nas no lack, in aught ye can y spain, but for to spaken of her ain clare, lo, truly, they reason that her shane, that Paradise stood formed in her yane, and with her reach a beauty evermore strove love in her, I which of him was more. She sober was, eke simple, and wise withal, the best ye nourished eke that meek to be, and goodly of her speech in general, charitable, estat leech, lusty and free, nay never mo ne lacked her pity, tendre hearted, sleeding of courage, but truly it cannot tell her age. On Troilus well waxen was and heeked, and complete formed by proportion so well, that keened it not amend and meekte, young, fresh, strong, and hardy as leon, true as stale in each condition, one of the best entached creature, that is, or shall, will that the world may dure. And certainly in story it is ye found, that Troilus was never unto no weeked, as in his team in no degree second, enduring dawn that longeth to a kneeked, all meeked a giant, passing him of meeked, his heart with the fairest and with the bast stood perigal, to dure a dawn that him laced. Before to tellen forth of Diomedes, it fell that after, on the 10th day, sin that Criseyde out of the city yede, these Diomedes, as fresh as branch in May, come to the tent there as Calchas lay, and feigned with him Calchas hunted on, but what he meant he shall you tell us soon. Criseyde at shorter words for to tella, welcomed him, and don by hear him sette, and he was aith ye noch to maken dwell, and after this withouten longer let, the species and the ween, and forth him fate, and forth they spake of this and that ye fare, as friendes doen, of which some shall ye heare. He gan first fallen of the war and speche, twixt him and the folk of Troy town, and of the sage he gan her eke beseche, to tell him what was her opinion. Fro that demand he so descended down to ask and hear, if that her strange thoughte the Greekes giese, and workes that they wrought. And we her father tarrieth so longe, to waden her unto some worthy weekt. Criseyde, that was in her paines stronge for love of Troilus, her owen kneekt, as fairforth as she coning had her meekt, answered him though, but, as of his intent it seemed not she wiste what he meant. But natheless this ilke Diomedes gan in himself assure, and thus he saide, if each a reekt have taken of jou hede, may thinketh thus, O lady mean Criseyde, that sin ye first hand on your bridle lede, when ye outcome of Troy by the morwe, ne could he never seen jou but in sorwe. Can ye not sayn what may the cause be, but if for love of some Troyan it were, the which a reekt sore worlde thinketh me, that ye, for any week that dwelleth there, shoulden spill a quarter of a terre, or pitasly yourselven so beguile, for dreadless it is not worth the wheele. The folk of Troy, as who saith, all in sum in praise and bane, as ye yourselfen say, no then it shall not oon on liebe come, for all the gold betwixt and son and say, trosteth well and understandeth me, there shall not oon to mercy goon on liebe, all were he lord of worldes twies five. Sweet spreche on him, for fetching of Elaine, there shall be taka, that we hennes wende, that manes, which the goddess bane of pain, shall been a gas that Greekes will him shaende, and men shall dreade unto the worldes end, from henceforth to ravish any queen, so cruel shall our wretche on him be seen. On bond of Calchas laid us with ambages, that is to say, with double wordes lee, switch as men clape a word with two visages. Ye shall well knowen that he knocked ne lee, and all this thing reek seen it with your ye, and that anon ye nill not trow how soon. Now taketh heed, for it is for to dawn. What a wenne ye your wiese father wolde, han yeven Antenor for jou anon, if he ne wist that the city shoulde destroyed been, we, nay, so moti gone. He knew full well there shall not scape an oon that Troyan is, and for the great affaire he durste not, he dwelt a langer there. But will ye more, loofsome lady dere, lot Troy and Troyan fro your harte passa, drift out that bittre hope, and make good cheer, and clape again the beauty of your fassa, that ye with salte terror so defassa, for Troy is braucht in switch a Jupiter, that it to save is now no remedy. And thinketh well, ye shall in Greekes fiend a more perfect love, ere it be neeked, than any Troyan is, and more keened, and bet to serve in jou will doen his meekt, and if ye vouchsafe, me lady breekt, I will bane he to serve in jou myself, yea, laver than he, lord of Greekes 12. And with that word he gan to wax and read, and in his speech a little weekt he quoke, and cast aside a little weekt his heed, and stint a wheele, and afterward awoke. On sober leech on here he threw his look, and saide, I am, albeit jou no joy, as gentle man as any weekt in Troy. For if me father Tydeus, he said, I lived hadde, he hadde been ere this, of Calydon and Arge a king, Criseyde, and so hope I that I shall yet I wis, but he was slain alas, the more harm is, unhappily at Thebes all too wrathe, Diomedes and many a man to scathe. But heart a mean, since that I am your man, and being the fairest of whom I say to grace, to serve jou as heartily as I can, and ever shall, while ye to leave have space. So ere that ye depart out of this place, ye will me grant that ye may tomorrow at better leisure tell yow my sorrow. What shall thee tell his words that he said? He spake ye now for a day at the maist. It proveth well he spake so that Criseyde granted on the morrow at his request, for to spaken with him at the least, so that he knowled spake of switch matter, and thus to him she said, as ye may hear. End of Book 5, Part 1 of Troilus and Criseyde. Recording by Kevin Johnson. Book 5, Part 2 of Troilus and Criseyde by Geoffrey Chaucer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Johnson. A she that had her heart on Troilus so fasta, that there may it noon arasa, and strongly she spake, and said thus: O Diomedes, love that ilka place there he was born, and loves, for his grace, deliver it soon of all that doth it cara, God for the meek, so leave it well to fare. The Grekes wolde her wrath on Troia recca, if that they meekta, eke know it well, I wis, but it shall not be fallen as ye spake, and God to fawn, and further over this, I what me father wis and ready is, and that he may hath balked, as ye may tolda, so dere them the more unto him holda. The Grekes being of high condition, I woot eke well, but certain men shall find as worthy folk within Troia town, as conning, and as parfit and as kinde, as being betwixt Orcades and Inde. And that ye cowed well your lady serve, I trow eke well, her thank for to deserve. But as to spake of love, I wis, she said, he had a lord, to whom he wedded was, the whose mine harte all was, till that he died, and other love, as help me now palas, there in mine heart nis, ne never was, and that ye being of noble and high kinrede, ye have well heard it tellen, out of trade. And that doth me to haunt so great a wonder, that ye will scorn in any woman so, eke God wot, love and ye be fair asunder. Ye am disposed bet, so mote ye go, unto me death, to plain and maken woe. What ye shall after doen, ye cannot say, but truly, as yet me list not play. Mine heart is now in tribulation, and ye in armes visi, day by day. Hereafter, when ye wone in hand the town, round her, then so it happen nigh, that when I see that ye never sigh, then would I work that ye never raucht, this word to yow ye noch sufficen acht. Tomorrow eke will I spaken with yow fain, so that ye touchen naught of this matter, and when yow least, ye may come here again, and ere ye gone, thus much ye say yow hear, as help me Pallas with her heres clara, with that ye shoulder of any Greek hand routh, it shall be yourselfen, be me trouth. Ye say not therefore that ye will yow love, nay, ye say not nay, but in conclusion, ye many well, by God that sit above. And therewithal she cast her e'en down, and gan to seek, and said, O Troia town, yet bid ye God in quiet and in rest, ye may yow seen, or do mine harte breste. But in effect and shortly for to say, this Diomedes all freshly new again gan placen on, and fast her mercy pray, and after this, the south for to sain, her glove he took, of which he was full fain, and finally, when it was waxen eve, and all was well, he rose and took his leave. The Brite Venus followed and eke talked the way, there brode Deiphobus down a leakte, On Cynthia her char horse overwrought, to whirl out of the Leon, if she meekte. On Signifier his condulce should breekte, when that Criseyde unto her bere wente, in with her fathers faire breekte tent. Returning in her soul up and down the words of the Soden Diomedes, his great estate in peril of the town, and that she was alone and had a neither friend's help. And thus began to braid the cause awee, the south for to tell that she took fully purpose for to dwell. The morrow come, and goosely for to spake, this Diomedes is come unto Criseyde, on short lay, lest that ye may tell break, so well he for himself spake and said, that all her seekers sore down he laid, and finally the south for the same, he reft her of the great of all her pain. And after this the story telleth us, that she him gave the fair bay estate, the which he won as one of Troilus, and eke a brooch, and that was little maida, that Troilus was, she gave this Diomedes, and eke the bet from sorwa him to relieve, she made him wear a pencil of her slave. He feigned eke in stories elsewhere, when through the body hurt was Diomedes of Troilus, though wape she many a terror, when that she saw his weeder wounds blade, and that she took to keeping him good heed, and for to hail him of his sorrow smarte, men saying, he not that she gave him her heart. But truly the story telleth us, there made never woman more woe than she, when that she falsed Troilus, she said, alas, for now is clean ago my name of troth and love, for evermore. For ye have falsed un, the gentileste that ever was, and un the worthieste. Alas of me, unto the world's end, shall neither be ye written nor ye sung, no good word, for this a book as well me shend. O, rollade shall he be on many a tongue, throughout the world me bella shall be wrong, and woman most a wool hath me of all, alas, this which a cause me should fall. They will saying, inasmuch as in me is, ye have me done dishonour well away. Albeit ye not the first that did amiss, what helpeth that to do my blame away? But sin I say there is no better way, and that to late is now for me to rue, to Diomedes Alcata ye will be true. But Troilus sin ye no better may, and sin that thus depart ye and yet pray ye God, so ye shall reach good day, as for the gentileste truly, that ever ye say to serve him faithfully, and best can his laddie honour keep. And with that word she brast anon to weep. And certes jou ne haten shall ye never, and friend is love, that shall ye harn of me, and me good word, I'll make ye liven ever. And truly ye will the sorry be, for to saying jou in adversity, and guilty less, ye would well, ye jou leve, but all shall pass, and thus take ye my labour. But truly, how long it was between that she forsook him for this Diomedes, there is no author telleth it, when take every man now to his book his head, he shall no term a fienden out of dread, for though that he began to woe her son, ere he her won, yet was there more to doon. Now me ne least the silly woman cheera further than the story will devise, her name, alas, is published so weeda, that for her guilt it ought ye now suffice. And if ye make excuse her any wise, for she so sorry was for her untrouth, ye wis, ye would excuse her yet for routh. These Troilus, as ye before have told, thus drieveth forth, as well as he hath meek. For often was his heart a hoot and cold, and namely that ilke neemt neekt, which on the morrow she had him beheeked to come again, God wot, for little rest had he that neekt, nothing to slave him lest. The laurel crowned Phoebus, with his hate, gan in his course upward as he went, to warmen of the east say, the wall was wait, and Nice's doctor song with fresh intent, when Troilus his Pandara after sent, and on the walls of the town they played, to look if they can seen aught of Criseyde. Till it was known, they stoden for to say who that there come, in every manner weaked, that come fro fair, they saiden it was she, till that they could known him a reeked. Now was his heart a dole, now was it leaked, and thus by Deiphobus stonden for to stare about nacht, this Troilus and Pandarus. To Pandarus this Troilus though saide, for aught he wot, before noon secretly, into this town ne cometh not her Criseyde, she hath ye now to don heartily, to winnen fro her father, so trow I, her olde father will yet make her diene ere that she go, God gave his heart to pine. Pandarus answerde, it may well be certain, and for the latest diene I they beseech. On afternoon than mayst thou come again, and home they go without a more speech, and comen again, but longer may they seche, ere that they finde that they after kappa, fortune him both thinketh for to jape. Quod Troilus, I say well now, that she is terried with her olde father so, that ere she come, it will a nake even be. Come forth, I will unto the yete go, these portars being unconing evermore, and I will doen him holden up the yete, as noch ne were, although she come late. The day goth faster, and after that come Theba, and yet come not to Troilus Criseyde. He looketh forth by Hege, by Treya, by Greba, and fair his heed over the wall he laid, and at the last he turned him and said, by God, I wot her meaning now, Pandarus, almost I wis all knew was my cara. Now doubtless this laddie can her good, I would, she meaneth reading privily, I commend her wisdom, I mean hood, she will not maken peplin easily gaur on her. When she cometh, but softly beneath into the town she thinketh reade, and, dear brother, think not longer to abide. We ha naught else for to doen I wis, and Pandarus, now wilt thou trowen me, have here my troth, I see her, yon she is, have up thine e'en man, mayst thou not say? Pandarus answerde, nay, so mote they. All wrong, by God, what sayst thou, man, where art? That I see yond niece but a farre cart. Alas, thou sayst right sooth, quoth Troilus, but hardily it is not all for naught, that in mine hearte I now rejoice thus. It is again some good I have a thought, knew I not how, but sin that I was wrought, and I felt I switch a comfort, dare I say, she cometh to nicht me lief, that durst I lay. Pandarus answered, it may be well ye know, and held with him of all that ever he said, but in his heart he thought, and soft it loch, and to himself full soberly he said, from hazel woda, their jolly robin played, shall come all that thou abidest here, yea, very well, all the snow of ferne year. The wording of the Yetas gan to call the folk which that without the Yetas were, and bade him driven in her best as alla, where all the neat they most blaven there, and fair within the neat with many a terror. This Troilus gan homeward for to reade, for well he seeth it helpeth not to bide. But natheless he glided him in this, he thought he misaccounted how his die, and said, ye understonde have all on me's, for thilke nicht die last Criseyde say, she said, he shall be in herre, if that he may, that the mona or dear harte swete, the leon passa, out of this ariete. For which she may yet hold all her beheste, and on the morwe unto the yete he wente, and up and down by west and eke by easte, upon the walles mar he many a wente, but all for naught, his hope alway him blente, for which at nicht in sorwe and sieke sorwe, he went him home withouten any more. His hope all clean out of his heart flede, he nath whereon now linger for to hunger, but for the pain he thought his heart blade, so were his throw as sharp and wondrous stronger. For when he saw that she abode so longa, he he niste what he jugen of it meekte, since she hath broken that she him beheekte. The 3, 4, 5, 6 day, after thou days tan, of which he told her, betwixt hope and dread his heart lay, yet somewhat trusting on her hestes olde, but when he saw she no their turn holde, he can now see none other remedy, but for to shape him sona for today. Therewith the wicked spirit, Goddess blessa, which that man clapeth woda yellow say, gan in him clape in all this heaviness, for which because he wolde sona die, he ne eat ne drunk, for his melancholy, and eke from every company he fleda. This was the leaf that all the team he leda. He so day fate was, that no manner man on earth maked him know there he went. So was Helena, and there to Pala and Juan, and Fabla, that he walketh be potente, and with his ire he thus himself enchante. But whoso asked him whereof him smerte, he saide his harm was all about his hearte. Priam full oft, and eke his mother dere, his brethren and his sustren gone him frain, wie he so sorrowful was in all his chere, and what thing was the cause of all his pain. But all for naught he knowed his cause of plain, but saide he felt the gravest malady about his hearte, and fain he wolde die. So on a day he laid him down to sleep, and so befall that in his sleep him thoughte, that in a forest fast he welk to wape, for love of her that him these paines wrought. And up and down as he the forest soughte, he met he saw a boer with tusks great, that sleep again the breek the sun is hate. And be this boer fast in his armes folde, lay kissing aye his lady breek Criseyde, for sorrow of which when he had gone beholde, and for despite, out of his sleep he brede, and loudly cried on Pandarus and saide, O Pandarus, now kno I krop and brote, I naam but deed, and nis none other bote. My lady breek Criseyde hath me betrayed, in whom I trusted most of any weekt. She elsewhere hath now her heart payed. The blissful goddess, through her great meekt, and in me dream ye shewed it full reekt. Thus in me dream Criseyde I have behold, and all this thing to Pandarus he told. O me Criseyde, alas, what subtilté, what nieuwe lust, what beauté, what science, what wrath of just cause have ye to me, what guilt of me, what foul experience hath fro me raft alas in advertence. O trust, O faith, O deep assurance, who hath me reft Criseyde, all me plaisance. Alas, we lead jou from hennes go, for which well nake out of me witty brede, who shall not throw on any other's mo, God wot ye wende, O lady breekt Criseyde, that every word was gospel that ye saide, but who may vet beguilen, give him leaste, than he on whom men weeneth best to triste. What shall he doen, me Pandarus, alas, he faile now so sharp and new pain, sin that there is no remedy in this cause, that bet were it he with me hond is twaine, me self and slow, then all we thus to plain, for through me death me woe should han an ende, that every day with grief me self he shende. Pandarus answered and saide, alas the wille that he was born, have ye not said ere this, that dreames many a manner man beguile, and we, for folk expounden him amiss, how darest thou say that false thy lady is, for any dream breekt for thine own drede, that be this thought thou canst no dreames rede. Perantur, there thou dreamest of this boor, it may so be that it may signify her father, which that old is an eke hour, again the sona leeth on point to die, and she for sorrow ginneth wape and cry, and kisseth him. There he leeth on the ground, thus shouldest thou the dream reet expound. How meekte I then a dow, quoth Troilus, to know of this, yea, were it never so lita. Now say'st thou wisely, quoth this Pandarus. Me rede is this, since thou canst well indeed, that hastily a letter thou herita, thorough which thou shalt well bringen it about, to know a sooth of that thou art in doubt. And see now we, for this I dare well sayn, that if so is that she unthrough obey, he cannot trowa that she will rita yane, and if she rita, thou shalt full sona say, as whether she hath any liberté to come again, or else in some clausa. If she be let, she will assigna a causa. Thou hast not written her sin that she wenta, nor she to thee, and this I durst delay. There may which cause the bane in her intent, that hardily thou wilt thyself say, that here abood the best is for your tway. Now rita her thana, and thou shalt feel a sona south of all, there is no more to dona. Accorded being to this conclusion, and that unknown these ilka lordes twelve, and hastily set Troilus adown, and rolleth in his heart to and fro, how he may best describe and hear his woe, and to Criseyde his own lady dera, he root thus, and said as ye may hear. Reeked fresh a flower, whose he have been and shall, withouten part of Alice were servisa, with harta, body, lee, lust, thought, and all. I woeful weaked in every humble wisa that tongue tella of harta me divisa, as oft as mater occupieth plaza, me recommand unto your noble grasa. Liketh it jou to weten, sweete harta, as ye well knowa how long a time agoen, that ye may left in aspere pain smarta, when that ye wenta, of which yet both known have ye none had, but everywheres begun for day to die am I. On so mo dwella, will it jou least, of wella and woe me wella. For which to jou, with dreadful hearte through, I rita, as he that sore would drift to rita, me woe that every hour increaseth noa, complaining as I dar or can indeed, and that defacet is, that may ye wita the terrors, which that from mine e'en reign, that wold the spake, if that they could, and plain. Jou first beseche I, that your e'en clara, to look on this de fouled ye not holda, and over all this, that ye, my lady dera, will vouchsafe this latter to beholda, and be the cause eke of my cares colda, that sleep my wheat, that often miss me estarta, for ye that may, min own sweete harta. If any servant durst or aught of reet upon his lady piteously complain, then ween I, that each ought to be that week considered these, that ye these months twain hanteried, there ye saiden, sooth the same, but days 10 ye nolde in ost sojourna, but in 12 months yet ye not returna. But forasmuch as may mot nedes lika, all that jou least, he dare not plain more, but humbly with sorrowful sika, jou rite each in unresti sorrow, for day to day, desiring evermore, to know and fully, if jou will it were, how ye han fared and doen, what ye be there. The whose welfare and illa eke God and Christa in honor speech, that upward in the grey did grow away, so that it never cessa, reeked as your heart can, a lady frey, de visa, pray to God so mote it be, and granted that ye sona upon me growa, as wisely as in all I am jou trowa. And if jou liketh known of the fara of me, whose woe there may no week describe, he can no more but, chaste of every cara, at reading of this letter I was on viva, already out of my woeful ghost to driva, which ye delay, and hold him yet in honda, upon the secret matter of your sonda. Mine e'en woe, in veins with which ye say, of sorrowful terrors salt on waxen wellas, me song, in plaint of mine adversity, me good in harm, min eis eke waxen hell is, me joy in woe, ye can say jou nocht elles, but turn it is, for which me leafy worry, everych joy for eis in his contrary, which with your coming home again to Troy ye may redresse, and more 1,000 seethe than ever each hadde, increasen in me joy, for was there never heart yet so blithe to han his lief, as he shall be as sweethe as ye jou say, and, though no manner routh come may be jou, yet thinketh on your trouth. And if so be my guilt hath death deserved, or if jou least no more upon me say, in guerdon yet of that ye have jou served, beseech ye jou, min hearte's lady free, that hereupon ye wolden rete me, for love of God, me rete lode sterre, their death may mark an end of all me ware. If other cause aught doth jou for to dwelle, that with your lettre ye may reconferte, for though to me your absence is an helle, with patience ye will me woe comporte, and with your lettre of hope ye will disporte. Now readeth, sweete, and let me thus not plain, with hope for death delivereth me fro pain. Ye wis min owen dere harte trowe, ye wote that, when ye next upon me say, so lost have ye min hele and eke min hewe, Criseyde shall nocht a corner knowe me. Ye wis min heartes die, my lady frey, so throusteth I min harte to behold your real day, that me lief on nath ye holde. Ye say no more, I'll have ye for to saye, to jou well more than ye telle me. But whether that ye do me leave or day, yet pray ye God, so ye jou reach good day, and fareth well, goodly fair freshe May, as ye that leave or death may command, and to your trouth ye may recommand. With hele sweet that, but ye geven me the same hele, ye shall noon hele have, in jou leith, when jou viste that eat so be, the day in which me clothen shall me grave, in jou my lief, in jou meet for to save me fro disease of all a pain smarte, and better now well, min owen sweet harte. Le vostre T. This letter forth was sent unto Criseyde, of which her answer in effect was this: for pitously she wrote again and saide, that all so soon as that she meeked ye wis, she wolte come, and mende all that was miss. And finally she wrote and said in dana, she wolte come, yea, but she niste wana. But in her letter made she switch faces, that wonder was, and sweareth she loveth him best, of which she found but bought me lease behestes. But Troilus, thou mayst now, east or west, peep in an evie leaf, if that thee list. Thus quoth the world, God shield us from mischance, and every week that meaneth troth avance. Increasing gone the woe for day to neekt of Troilus, for tarrying of Criseyde, and lacing gone his hope and eke his neekt, for which all down he in his bed him laide, he ne eat, ne drunk, ne sleep, ne word he saide, imagining that she was unkinde, for which well make he wax out of his minde. This dream, of which he told to have eke before, may never come out of his remembrance. He thought well he had his lady lorn, and that loves of his purveillance him showed her in sleep the signifiance of her untrouth and his disaventure, and that the boor was showed him in figure. For which he for Sibyl his sister sent, that called was Cassandra eke all about, and all his dream he told her ere he stent, and here besought to soilen him the doubt of the stronge boor, with tuskes stout, and finally within a little stonde, Cassandra him gan rictus his dream expounde. She gan for Smila and saide, O brother Dere, if thou was sooth of this desirous knowe, thou most a few of all the stories here, to purpose how that fortune overthrowe hath lord his olde, through which within a throwe, thou well this boor shalt knowe, and of what kind he comen is, as men invoke his fiende. Diane, which that Ruth was and in era her Graecas nol doon her sacrifica, ne ensansa upon her altar seta fira, she for that Graecas gona her so despisa, rack her in a wonder cruel visa, for with a boor as great as oaks in stalla, she mada upfrete her corn and Venus alla. To slee this boor was all the country raised, among which there come this boor to say, a maida, one of this world the best he praised, and Meleager, lord of that country, he loved so this fresh maiden free, that with his manhood, ere he wold stenta, this boor he slow, and her the heed he sent. Of which, as older book is telling us, there rose a Corntec and a great envy, and of this lord descended Tydeus Beligna, or else older book is lee, but how this Meleager gan to die thurg his mother, will ye now not tella, for all too long it were for to dwella. Argument of the 12 books of Statius, the Bias. As auciat profugum Tydia primus Paulimitem. Tydia legatum daucet insidias quae secundus Turcius Himoniden canet et vates latitantes quartus habet reges inuntes preliae septem mox furiae lenae quinto narratur et anguis Archimauri bustum sexto ludiqui leguntur dat Graecaus Thebes et vetum septimus umbra octavo cecitit Tydius spes vita Pelasgia hupau me down now moritur cum perteno picau fulmine percussus decimau Capanius superatur undecimau se perimunt per vulnera fratres argivam flantem narat duodenus et ignam. She told the eke how Tydeus ere she stenta unto the strongest city of Thebes to claim a kingdom of the city wenta for his fellow down Polymetes, of which the brother down Ethiocles for wrongfully of Thebes held the strength. This told she be process all be length. She told the eke how Haemonides esterta when Tydeus slauk 50 knighte stouta. She told the eke all the prophecies by Harta, and how that 7 kinges with her routa besieged in the city all abouta, and of the holy serpent and the wella, and of the furies all she gan him tella. Of Archimoris hurrying and the playas, and how Amphiorax fell through the ground, how Tydeus was slain, lord of Argeas, and how Epaminondas in little stounda was drained, and deed Parthenope of Wonda, and also how Capanius the prouda, with thunder dint was slain, that cried alouda. She gan eke tella him how that either brother, Ethiocles and Polymete also, at a skirmish, each of him slouk other, and of Argives weeping and her woe, and how the town was brent, she told eke though. And so descendeth down from Gestes olda to Diomedes, and thus she spake and tolda. This ilke boor betokeneth Diomedes, Tydeus sona, that down descended is from Meleager, that mada the boor to blada, and the laddie, whereso she bay wis, this Diomedes her hearte hath, and she his. Weep if thou wilt, or leave, for out of doubt, this Diomedes is in, and thou art out. Thou say'st not sooth, quod he, thou sorceress, with all thee false ghost of prophecy. Thou weenest being a great divineressa. Now say'st thou not this fool of fantasy paineth her on ladies for to lee, Away, quod he, their loves ye would be sorrowa. Thou shalt be false, perantur, yet tomorrowa, as while thou meekest lean on Alceste, that was of creatures, footmen lee, that ever wherein keenest and the besta. For one her husband was in jubilty to dee himself, but if she wold dee, she chase for him to dee and go to hell, and starve noon, as us the book is tella. Cassandra goth, and he with cruel hearte forgat his woe, for anger of her speche, and from his bed all suddenly he starte, as though all whole him hadde ye made leche, and day by day he gan inquire and seche, as sooth of this, with all his full cure, and thus he dreeth forth his aventure. Fortune, which that permutation of things hath, as it is here committed, through purveyance and disposition, of haker love, as regnes shall ben fleeted, fro folk in folk, or one they shall ben smeeted, gan pull away the feathers breed of Troy, for day to day, till they ben bearer of joy. Among all this, the fiend of the parody of Hector gan approaching wondered lieve, the fat wall the soul a shoulder and body, and shapen hadde a main it out to drive, a yens which fete him helpeth not to strive, but on a day to fichten gan he wende, at which, alas, he cocked his lieve's ende. For which methinketh every manner weet that haunteth armes oft to bewaile the death of him that was so noble a knecht. For as he drought a king by Theventela, on war of this, Achilles through the maile, and through the body gan him for to rive, and thus this worthy knecht was brought of lieve. For whom, as all the book is telling us, was mad which woe, that tongue it may not tella, and namely the sorrow of Troilus, that next him was of worthiness a wella, and in this woe gan Troilus to dwella, that, what for sorrow and love, and for unresta, full oft the day he bade his heart of resta. But natheless, though he gan him despere, and dread that his laddie was untrue, yet I on her his heart gan repaire, and as these lovers done, he sought I knew to gate again Criseyde, breed of hue, and in his heart he went her excusing, that Calchas caused all flirtations. And oft the time he was in purpose greater, himself in like a pilgrim to disguise, to seen here, but he may not contrafeit to being unknown of folk that were unwise, ne find excuse or reek that may suffice, if he among the Greeks known were, for which he wept full oft many a terror. To her he wrote, yet oft a team all knew a full pithouse lay, he left it not for slouth, beseeching her that, sin that he was through, she would come again and hold her troth, for which Criseyde upon a day for routhe, he take it so, touching all this matter, wrote him again, and saide as ye may hear. Cupidae sona, ensample of goodly Heda, a sword of knighthood, source of gentilesse, how meet the weak in torment and in dread, and hail Elise, yao sende as yet gladnesse, I heart Elise, I seeka, I in distresse, sin ye with me, nor I with yao may dela, yao neither sende each heart me nor haila. Your letter is full, the paper all ye plainted, conceived hath mine hearte's piety. Ye have eke seen with terrors all ye painted your letter, and how that ye require me to come again, which yet nay may not be. But we, thus that this letter founden were, no mention ne make now for faire. Gravest to me, God woot, is your unreste, your haste, and that the Goddess ordinance. It seemeth not ye talk it for the beste, for other thing nis in your remembrance, as thinketh me, but only your plaisance. But beth not ruth, and that ye yao beseche, but that ye tarry, is all for wicked speche. For ye have heard well more than ye wende, touching as two, how things han ye stonda, which ye shall with dissimulinga amenda, and beth not ruth, ye have ye understanda, how ye nae done but holden me in handa, but now no force, ye cannot in your guessa, but all a troth and all a gentilessa. Commonly war, but yet in switch disjointa, ye stondas now, that what year or what day that this shall be, that can ye not appoint, but in effect ye pray yow, as it may, of your good word, and of your friendship aye, for truly will that me leave me jure, as for a friend ye may in reassure. Yet pray ye yow on evil ye nae take, thought it is short, which thought it to yow rita. Ye dare not, there ye am, well a letters maka, ne never yet ne could ye well indeed. Eke greet effect men read in place elite, then taunt is all, and knocked the letters passa, and fareth now well, God have yow in his grassa. La vostra, C. This Troilus this letter thought all stronga, when he it saw, and sorrowfully he seekta, him thought it leak a callan days of chanja, but finally he full ne trowan meekta, that she ne wold him holden, that she heekta, for with full evil will list him to labour that loveth well, in switch cause though him grieva. But natheless men saying that, at the lasta, for anything men shall the so to see, and switch a cause be tida, and that is fasta. That Troilus well understood that she nas not so keenda as that her octa be, and finally he woot now, out of doubt, that all is lost that he hath been about. Stood on a day in his melancholy this Troilus, and in suspicion of her for whom he went for to die, and so befell that throughout Troia town, as was the Giza, he bore was up and down a manner coat armour, as saith the story, before Deiphobus, insignia of his victory. The which a cota, as telleth Lollius, Deiphobus it hara ye rent from Diomedes the same day, and one this Troilus it saw, he gan to taken of it hera, a vising of the length and of the breadth, and all the work, but as he gan behold, full certainly his heart gan to cold. As he that on the collar found within a brooch that he Criseyde yaft that Morwa, that she from Troy most a native twin, in remembrance of him and of his sorwa, and she him laid again her faith to Borwa to keep it aye, but now, for well he wist, his laddie nas no langer on to tryst. He goeth him home, and gan full soon ascend for Pandarus, and all this knew a chance, and of this brooch he told him word and end, complaining of her heart's variance, his longer love, his troth, and his penance, and after death, withouten words more, for the fast creed, his rest him to restore. Then spake he thus: O Lady mean Criseyde, what is your faith? Where is your behesta? Where is your love? Where is your troth? He said. Of Diomedes have ye now all this feasta? Alas, ye wolde have trowed at the jesta, that, sin ye nold in troth to me standa, that ye thus know the han holden me in handa. Who shall now trow on any oaths mo? Alas, he never wolde han when. Hail this, that ye, Criseyde, coda han changed so. Nay, but he had a guilt and done amiss, so cruel wende ye not your heart ye wis, to slee me thus. Alas, your name of troth is now fordone, and that is all my wrath. Was there none other brooch your least later to favour with your newer love, quod he? But thilke brooch that ye with terrors waita, yow, as for a remembrance of me. None other cause, alas, ne hadde ye but for despite, and eke for that ye meant all outwardly to showen your intent. Through which ye say that clean out of your minde ye han me cast, and aye ne can nor may, For all this world within min harte finde to unloven jou a cotra of a day, in crucid team he born was, wail away. That yea, that do me all this woe endure, yet love ye best of any creature. Now God, quod he, may send yet the grace that he may maiden with this Diomedes, and truly, if ye have meeked and space, yet shall he make, ye hope, his seedes blade. O God, quod he, that auctis taken hede to further in troth, and wronges to punies, why nilt thou doen a vengeance of this visa? O Pandara, that in drames for to triste may blamed hast, and want art oft upbraide, now mayst thou say thee salva, if that thee least, how true is now thy nase, breekt Criseyde. In sundry formes, God it wot, he saide, the goddess shewen both joy and pain in sleep, and be me drame it is now sene. Uncertain lay, without a more speech, from hennes forth, as fair forth as he may, min owen deeth in armes will he seche, he reche not how soon be the day, but truly Criseyde sweete may, whom ye have with all me meeked ye served, that ye thus doen, ye have it not deserved. These Pandarus that all of these things heard, and wiste well he saide a soth of this, he knocked a word again to him answered, for sorry of his friend the sorrow he is, and shamed for his nace hath done amiss, and staunt, astoned of these causes tway, as still as stone, a word ne could he say. But at the last thus he spake and saide, me brother dere, he may they do no more, what should be saying, he hate ye wis Criseyde, and God wot, he will hate her evermore, and that thou me besouchtest doen of yore, having unto mine honour ne may reste, reek no reward, ye did all that thee liste. If ye did aught that meeked a leaken day, it is may leave, and all this treason now, God wot, that it is sorrow is unto me, and dreade lease, for heartes ays of jou, reeked fain wolde ye amende it, wist ye how, and fro this world, all meeked ye God praye, delivering her sona, ye can no more say. Great was the sorrow and plaint of Troilus, but forth her course fortune egan to holde, Criseyde loveth the son of Tydeus, and Troilus mote weep in Ceres colde. Sweet is this world, whoso it can beholde, in each state his little heart is reste, God leave us for to take it for the beste. In many cruel battle, out of dreade, of Troilus, this ilke noble knecht, as men may in these olde boekes rede, was saying his knechthood and his great meekt, and dreadelies his ere dien meekt, for cruelly the Grekes about, and alway most this Diomedes he sought. And ofte time he finde that they mete with bloody strokes and with wordes great, as saying how his spears were in wette, and God it wot, with many a cruel hate gan Troilus upon his helmet bete, but nevertheless, fortune it not ne wolde, of others harm that either Dane shoulde. And if he had taken for to rete the armes of this ilke worthy man, then wold he of his battles indeed, but for that he to rete first began of his love, he have said as that he can. This worthy Deiphobus, whoso list him here, raid deres, he can tell him all ye faire. Beseeching every lady breekt of hue, and every gentle woman, what she be, that all be that Criseyde was untrue, that for that guilt she be not ruth with me, ye may her guilt in other bookes say, and gladlier ye will have eaten, if ye leste, Penelope's troth and good Alceste. Nay, ye say not this all only for these men, but most for woman that betrays it be, through false folk. God gave him sorrow. Amen. That with her great wit and subtlety betrays a jou, and this commaveth me to speak, and in effect all ye praye, doth wear of men, and hearkeneth what he say. Go, little book, go, little mean tragedy, their God thee maker yet, ere that he day, so send a meek to make in some comedy. But little book, no making thou ne knave, but subject be to all a poesy, on kiss the stapes, whereas thou seest to passa, Virgil, Ovid, Homer, Lucan, and Stace. And for there is so great diversity in English and in reading of our tongue, so pray ye God that none misreadeth thee, ne thee mismaitre for default of tongue, and read whereso thou be, or else song, that thou be understood ye God beseech, but yet to purpose of me rather speech. The rather, as he began now for to say, of Troilus the Greekes balked in dera, for 1,000 days his Honda's maiden day, as he that was withouten any para, save Hector in his team as he can hear. But wail away, save only God is willa, to speed out slay him slow the fierce Achilles. And when that he was slain in this manner, his leaped a ghost for blissfully is went, up to the hollowness of the 7th sphere, in converse plating every element, and there he saw, with full of amount, the erratic stares, hearkening harmony, with songs full of heavenish melody. And down from Venice fast he gan visa, this little spot of earth that with the sea embraced is, and fully gan despise this wretched world, and held all vanity to respect of the plain felicity that is in heaven above. And at the last, there he was slain, his looking down he cast. And in himself he loch reeked at the woe of him that waked in for his death so fast, and dampened all our work that fouleth so the blinde lust, the which that may not last, and shoulden all our heart on heaven cast. And forth he went, shortly for to tell, there as Mercury sorted him to dwell. Switch fin hath, lo, his Troilus for lover, switch fin hath all his great worthiness, switch fin hath his estate rail above, switch fin his lust, switch fin hath his noblesse, switch fin hath false world's brutalness, and thus began his loving of Criseyde, as he have told, and in this wise he did. O younge freshe folkes here she, in which that love upgroweth with your age, repaireth home from worldly vanity, and of your heart upcasteth the visage, to thilke God that after his image yall made, and thinketh on this but a faire, this world, that passeth soon as flowers fair. And loveth him, the which that reeked for love upon a cross, our souls for to bear, first starve, and roost, and sit in heaven above. For he nil false and no weak, dare I say, that while his heart all wholly on him lay, on sin he best to love is, and most make, what needeth feigned love is for to sake. Lo Hera, a payans cursed old Ritas, lo Hera, what all her godes may avail, lo Hera, these wretched worldes appetites, lo Hera, the fin and guerdon for travail of love, Apollo, of Mars, of switch rascaille, lo Hera, the form of old Clercus speech in poetry, if ye hear bookes seche. O moral gower, this book ye direct to thee, on to the philosophical strode, to vouch and solve their need is, to correct, of your benignities and zealous gode, and to that south-fast Christ, that stareth on road, with all mean heart of mercy ever I pray, and to the Lord thus he spake and say. Thou own, and woe, and three, a turn on leva, that regnest a in three, and woe, and own, uncircumscript, and all mayst circumscribe, whose from visible and invisible phone defend, and to the mercy ever join, so meca os, Jesus, for the gratia digna, for love of Meda and moderatim benigna. Amen. Explicit liber Troilus et Criseyde. End of Book 5. Recording by Kevin Johnson. End of Troilus and Criseyde by Geoffrey Chaucer.